Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this webinar. Today we're going to talk about the role of development finance institutions in Africa and how we can get recipient country priorities better into the mix. The webinar is organized by the Stockholm Sustainable Finance Center together with Overseas Development Institute, ODI. Stockholm Sustainable Finance Center is a collaboration initiative between Stockholm School of Economics and Stockholm Environment Institute. There's a lot of Stockholms there, but it's running over a number of years with funding from the Swedish government. One of the mandates of the center, SSFC, is to support the scaling of investment in climate and the SDGs in developing countries. There are large gaps in financing that we all know about, and there's a clear need to better understand how we can mobilize more private capital. And development finance institutions have an important role to play to bridge between ODA and commercial finance. And this role in mobilizing private capital should play an increasingly important role in the coming years, given the needs that developing countries currently face. And the SSFC report that we're going to discuss today supports this agenda, provides research insights on potential strategic opportunities for DFIs to broaden their impact on SDGs achievement by aligning where appropriate with national government priorities and development efforts. So with that, I'd like to hand over to Aaron Maltese, who's the director of SSFC.
Thank you, Måns. My name is Aaron Maltese, and I'm a senior research fellow at Stockholm Environment Institute and the program director for the Stockholm Sustainable Finance Center. And we're very happy that you've been able to join us today for this webinar, where we will first start with a presentation of the report, understanding the role of development finance institutions in promoting development and assessment of 3 African countries. And after the presentation, we will have a panel discussion for about 30 minutes, and then we will open up for questions also from the audience. And in the panel, we're really excited to have a great set of panelists here representing some key institutions. So we have Eric Berry-Lööf, Chief Economist at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. He's also a member of the SSFC's advisory board. Bruno Venn, who's the chairman of the Association of European DFIs. Jofi Grant is the CEO of Ghana Investment Promotion Center. Stefan Dryhaupt, who's a principal economist at the IFC, International Finance Corporation. And Azetse Were, who is the senior economist at the financial sector deepening FSD in Kenya. So I'll hand over now to my colleague George and Alberto to give us the presentation of the report.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you, Måns, and thank you for attending, everyone. So in what follows, I'll give a very quick highlight of the report. And this report was motivated by the need to fill some gaps that we found in the literature and also in the discussion around DFIs and their impact on development. Next slide, please. So these are the authors. This report was written by myself and a team of other colleagues from ODI in London. Next slide. So a bit of an introduction here. First of all, we acknowledge, and everybody, I believe, also acknowledge that the DFIs are very important development players. And these are financial actors who take advantage of private sector opportunities to invest in advancing different development outcomes in different contexts. And in Africa, there are a number of DFIs that we can think of, over 200 on the continent, including domestic and then foreign DFIs. And their impact has been well known, usually contributing towards economic growth in the recipient countries through revenue generation for the government, and also direct employment to either the firms or the financial intermediaries that they invest through using different instruments. But what is often lacking or missing in this discussion and also in the literature is an understanding of the role of development plans and how they may or should be viewed by DFIs. So what we do here is to focus on understanding the role of DFIs towards supporting a recipient country's development agenda, but in the sense that we want to see the extent to which they align with these national development efforts or priorities. And if they do align, what are the opportunities that there are for DFIs to take advantage of, and how this should be done. And so we assess this in 3 countries, Kenya, Ghana, and Ethiopia. Our question is basically, taking cognizance of DFI's own development or impact that they have been making in these countries. We want to understand to what extent should they prioritize these recipient countries' development agenda. And we do this by reviewing a number of documents that we see as development plans or strategies, and then synthesize these plans. And why did we do this? Because we want to understand where the opportunities are, which sectors that are articulated as strategic sectors or priority sectors, and hence provides additional opportunity for DFIs to invest in. And the second point is that we try to map different kinds of financial flows, like foreign aid, commercial credit provided by the domestic banking sector, also foreign direct investment, among other flows, and DFI's own investment flows to these countries. And the essence here is that we want to see where the funding gaps are, whether they are significant, and where perhaps DFIs are under investing and or are not investing at all, and are still, sectors that are commercially viable, and where DFIs could take advantage of and go in and invest to enhance their impact. And then the third approach was to take this to the DFIs, of course, a selected group of DFIs, 6 here: Swedfund, Norfund, FinFund, the IFC, the CDC group of the UK, and then the German DFI, DEG. And so we engaged them and told them this is what we are doing and what is their perspective on this, and how should we approach this in terms of the way forward. And so this research is basically very forward-looking. It is not an evaluation of any DFI and or their portfolios, but we want to see if there are any additional opportunities that DFIs can take advantage of that aligns with country priority needs. Next slide. And so one of the key findings here is that we were able to map out these national priority sectors from these voluminous documents that we had to assess. And basically, for Ethiopia, there are 3 main sectors that are of priority to their government from their development plans. It's the agriculture sector, construction sector, and manufacturing sector, which for me is very, very critical, because the government of Ethiopia has emphasized that sector to drive their growth and development over the medium term. And for Ghana and Kenya, we find that the 5 sectors are of paramount importance to them. The sectors are construction, energy for Ghana, transportation, healthcare, ICT, and then basically that. And for Kenya, we have energy, education, transport, manufacturing, and then the ICT sectors. So I'll hand over to my colleague Alberto, who will take us through the rest of the key findings that we found. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, and thank you, George, for the introductions. So I'll keep going on to the next slide. One of the key findings of the priority sectors alignment that we found is that all the countries make explicit plans that are closely aligned. Sorry, most of the countries align their plans to the SDGs, but only Ethiopia makes explicit reference to them. So whilst there is alignment, there isn't an actual referencing to saying we're going to meet these SDG targets in the plans, except for Ethiopia. Now, we looked at as George explained, we looked at the funding flows across a number of different typologies of finance, and we found that alignment exists across all three countries, but is overall highest for Ethiopia across the 4 different funding flows. On the other hand, commercial bank credit is greatestly aligned in Ethiopia and least of all in Ghana, which means that there's a space in Ghana for DFIs to fill that vacuum, but there's less space in Ethiopia as commercial finance already is flowing in greater volumes towards priority sectors. Aid is most aligned in Kenya. I think this is mainly to do with the fact that Kenya has quite a long history in receiving aid as an aid recipient, and there's a long history of donors working there. So the alignment with country plans has over time aligned with ODA or the other way around. And finally, DFI finance, which is what we're here for, is mostly aligned in Kenya if we include funds. So but if we exclude funds, so for example, just direct investments, either through loans or through equities, then it's actually higher in Ethiopia. So in either case, for Ethiopia, it's 60% of funds of investments that excludes funds are in priority sectors. In Ghana, 58%, so just marginally less for investments that exclude funds, excluding funds are in priority sectors. All right, next, thank you. So as I explained, highest in Ghana, followed by, sorry, I made a mistake there, followed by Ethiopia, should be written there. In Ethiopia, DFIs are financing the agricultural sector, and they provide less finance to the other 2 country strategic sectors, manufacturing and construction. In Ghana, there's adequate funding in energy and transport sector, while underfunding in construction, healthcare and ICT. And finally, in Kenya, there's funding in energy and the manufacturing sector. They seem to receive adequate funding, but education, transport and ICTs are underfunded. Keeping in mind that ICT is relatively new sector, so there's probably room to grow there for funding. And education is kind of hard for DFIs to find opportunities to fund. Similarly for healthcare, which tends to be more of an ODA sector. So we have to keep these caveats in mind. However, it's interesting to note that in Ethiopia, which is trying to set up its manufacturing sector through some SEZ, etc., there's less involvement from the DFIs, but that's maybe because there's commercial financing available as the government backs plans and makes it less risky proposition for commercial finance to move into manufacturing. Right, so next slide, please. So we're going to, for the next few slides, we're going to discuss the DFI's perspectives, and these come from our discussions from the DFIs and how they interact with governments and government strategies. So most of the DFIs state that there's no specific country strategy in terms of how they want to invest. The IFC is an exception. They have their private sector development strategies that they elaborate together with the World Bank as part of the World Bank group. But most DFIs tend to respond to shareholder needs in terms of priority sectors and priority instruments. So if there's more demand to create jobs, they might be more demand to they might shape their investments in the future to provide more jobs. If there's more interest by shareholders to create jobs in manufacturing, that's generally how they're going to shape their investments. So in general, development plans aren't considered a tool, and involving governments is considered to be quite risky, but it is important for them to check if they do have credible plans. Otherwise, certain large-scale investments, particularly for energy, wouldn't seem to be too risky if the plans are not credible. If the government is placing emphasis on some large-scale energy investments, but it doesn't seem credible, the DFIs are likely not going to go and move into that direction, as one would expect. Next slide, please. Interaction with the government can depend on the sector. For example, investments in forestry tend to involve actors that are local actors, and that work in the sector, so that there's some kind of interaction there. And renewable energy investments also involve interactions with regulators and governments, particularly on purchasing power purchasing agreements, and that's where you will be the DFIs will be interacting with government agencies, particularly, but not necessarily on government strategy and forward development planning. Also, DFI interaction at the local level is in a sense ad hoc. It depends on the availability of people within the DFI that may have local contacts, either in government or with the private sector, but also on whether other institutions from their government, from the home country, are well connected. For example, embassies that may have links to either government or private sector, and so they can make use of them. Where these are not available, then it's much harder to interact with the government and engage in the planning process, even if they wanted to. So that's so there isn't a structured approach to say, particularly because most DFIs don't have, except for the IFC, don't have their own country offices, and so it's a lot harder to create an ongoing engagement process that carries across governments, and that is beyond changes in personnel, either in the government or in the DFI itself. So that makes it a lot harder to engage over the long term and create relationships. Next slide, please. DFIs do work with regulatory agencies, as we've discussed earlier, and they tend to mainly, and the key here is that DFIs tend to invest mainly in viable companies, and so they aren't particularly, let's say, interested in government priorities or government interests. It's whether a company is commercially viable and whether it will have development impacts that dictate whether a DFI is going to invest in it or not. And so government interaction, engagement is an option, but is not necessary or required for their investments. Next slide, please. So finally, to conclude, we discuss a couple of steps to ensure alignment and enhance impact of DFI investments. We think it would be important for DFIs to have a broad understanding, at least, of what the strategic sectors are for the government. To understand, the aim is to understand where the government are likely to facilitate foreign investment opportunities. If they are going to facilitate FDI in some sectors, and it's likely that DFI investments in these sectors will also be facilitated. If they are if DFIs want to invest in these sectors, and they know that it's a government priority, if there are any roadblocks to investment in these, it's a lot easier to engage government and help them remove these roadblocks compared to sectors that are not strategic, because the government will have an interest in doing so. So it's good to know if you are aligned and whether there will be a positive uptake from the government to help you resolve particular constraints as well. Then we suggest that you compare these strategic sectors with DFI investment activities to see how closely portfolios currently align, and then carry out discussions with key stakeholders, and that within government, with bilateral donor agencies from the same country or multilateral donor agencies to see if there is a space for DFIs to support investment in these key sectors. And then if there is a space to do so, invest within the target priority sector. Of course, it's important to consider that you don't want to be crowding out commercial finance or other or FDI opportunities, but in some cases, it might require DFI investment to kick off foreign direct investment within a sector, to show the viability, to catalyze investment, to have a demonstration effect in particular strategic sectors. And a DFI can really play an important role in doing that and therefore create development opportunities if these have been assessed properly. So that's the end of our presentation. I hope that makes sense. And thank you again.
Great. Thank you, George and Alberto, for that excellent presentation of the report. And one of the things I really like about this study is that you've combined this, doing the analysis of the alignment and suggestions on how you could use this type of methodology among DFIs to identify strategic sectors, with actual interviews with the DFIs and asking them, what do you think about this basic hypothesis that we have? And that part of the analysis shows that this topic is nonetheless a bit controversial. So it'll be interesting to hear a bit from our panelists what they think about this. And I thought we would start with the DFI perspective on this. And so I think we'll start with Stefan from the IFC. So the question to start is, to what extent do you take country strategies and collaborations with governments into account when developing investment strategies and making decisions? And if you don't really do that, why not? And if yes, do you have any examples that you can share about whether this was impactful or not, and kind of lessons learned from that type of engagement?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I didn't have a chance to test before. Good, perfect. So once more, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My pleasure to be on the panel and also to listening to the presentation just now on the findings of the report, which we supported and engaged in the interviews, and I'm glad you finalized this and sharing this today. So my name is Stefan Dryhoff. I'm the principal economist at the IFC, the International Finance Corporation for the Africa region. IFC is, I guess is the largest private sector focused development financier. We have over 4,000 staff. We're Washington based, or we have over 4,000 staff across the world. Had commitments last year of 31.5 billion in FY21 and work in more than 100 countries. And Africa, of course, is one of our key areas of engagement. We're also part of the World Bank Group, as what's said. So we are one of the 4 institutions of the larger World Bank Group. And in that sense, I speak a bit of from a position of privilege this morning about our country engagement process, because of course we largely benefit from the larger sister organization, the World Bank, and the processes that they have set up. So maybe just for background, let me give a few pointers on how the bank and IFC engages with countries on a strategy level. So the core, the process is called in World Bank terms as country engagement, and the key of this country engagement is a country partnership strategy or country partnership framework, CPF. And we have this for every single member country. We go through this exercise every 4 to 6 years. It's a country-owned process. So we start engaging the teams and start engaging with government counterparts, but then also with the civil society, private sector, as a starting point, looking at the development objectives that countries have, and from there develop a framework, and then of course a framework for also World Bank Group engagement. That's the larger World Bank Group. So that is not just private sector, but it is covers all areas. Prior to that, the World Bank does a strategic country diagnostic. So that's the analytic underpinning. It's a diagnostic process, again, jointly done with the countries where we analyze particular areas, and that feeds then into the dialogue for the country partnership strategy. And that also has a private sector focus. For the IFC, we have a joint process. We're part of that large process, but then we have also our own country strategies, similar to the bank, but they are primarily private sector focused. So we look at the private sector context. We look again at, of course, government development objectives and how they intersect with private sector issues. And we develop then our programming, or really more than from a business point of view, IFC develops then a business plan that guides our engagement. And prior to this country strategy that IFC does, we also have a diagnostic tool. It's called Country Private Sector Diagnostics. And we do these also for all countries. It's a relatively new tool. We only started about 4-5 years ago. But we do all of these, we do it for all the countries, and we are getting more or less through most of the African countries. And the ones that you had under review, Kenya, Ethiopia, Ghana, have existing country private sector diagnostics. They're also online available, so one can look at it. And they, again, take into account government objectives, but not just that. And I think that's where I think in our strategic engagement, certainly on the analytic, when we start with the analytic part, with the diagnostic part, we start to sort of triangulate between different objectives. Of course, we look at the government objectives, but we also look at what we hear from the private sector. We look at what we hear from DFIs, from other shareholders. And, then, of course, IFC has its own views because we're active investors and participant in most of these markets and have been for years. So we try to triangulate, not to have one view dominate that, and then come up with our own assessment. And that's really what drives then our strategy in terms of sectors, but also areas of engagement. And sometimes these things can be, often they are harmonious, in a larger sense, but then not always. For example, if we look at Ethiopia, you mentioned the government priorities. We would probably, from an IFC point of view, and you'll see that in the country diagnostic, add some other sectors to it. We put a strong emphasis, for example, in the case of Ethiopia, on enabling factors such as energy, transport, ICT, and these are areas where we see not just potential for private sector, but also potential for transformation. And I think that's, from an IFC point of view, a change in strategy. It's in our internal terms. It's called IFC 3.0. It's basically we sort of try to move on, and I think we have successfully moved on from a traditionally more reactive process, the normal process where you identify business opportunities and you follow them if they make commercial sense and sort of fit into the larger picture, to a process where we try to actively identify and create market opportunities or markets. And let's say in the case of Ethiopia, I think there is, with these enabling factors or enabling sectors, there's a lot of opportunity for private sector engagement in these sectors, but also what these sectors can accomplish. They're the driver of a lot of other sectors and have great potential from a development perspective going forward. So that is sort of the approach that we take when it comes to engagement with countries. Let me perhaps stop here to see, maybe then get more engaged on the question to see if that resonates, and happy to address any questions. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Thank you for that input. I'm just a really quick question. Maybe you can just keep it short for understanding, so we can get to the other panelists here. But to what extent do other DFIs, are they able to make use of the analysis that and strategies that IFC is developing?
So the on the world, start with the World Bank side. So all of the World Bank documents are available. So country partnership strategies are published. The diagnostics are published. On the IFC side, our analytical, the country private sector diagnostics are available. They are online. And for everyone to see. The country strategies, IFC's country strategies are internal documents, so they're not being shared because a lot of them have then, gets more into the commercial side of things and into the business plan. So, the specific strategies are not shared.
Great. So I'd like to move on to Eric and get your perspective on these things. You're working in a development bank and have previous experience with that, and also previous experience. You have a long academic experience as well in this space. So perhaps you have some alternative perspectives as well on this. So go ahead, Eric. Let's hear
Okay.
what you
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me and to give some views on this. So indeed, I'm working now for the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is a very new institution. We are only 6 years old, and altogether less than 400 people. So it's interesting because we are very much trying to learn from the experience of others. And of course, I spent 9 years as the chief economist of the EBRD, and a lot has happened during that period in terms of how we approached this issue. So I'll come back to that a bit later. I think what's just one point to emphasize, and it becomes sort of obvious when you listen to the very broad program that IFC has and all the instruments, and of course the benefits of being part of the World Bank Group as well. It's a point that these DFIs it's a very broad spectrum of institutions, and one has to be a little bit careful when one put them all together, and there's also some design elements that one should be conscious of. So I mean, some of these DFIs are basically owned by one country, and some of them could be bilateral, which that they are so there is a giving country or giving and investing country and a recipient country, but IFC and AIB are multilateral institutions, and where the countries where we invest are owners, and often very important owners of the institution, and that creates this, and Stefan was emphasizing the country ownership of this, and I think that is extremely important to understand how these institutions work, the multilateral DFIs. So that element is I think it's a critical design element, which has to do with also some of the things that DFIs can offer in terms of sort of investor protection or management of risk are very much tied to that ownership. So I think the presumption is, which I think from my experience is a very real one, is that a government which would always be tempted, particularly in some of the countries that in the developing world to try to expropriate investors and not maybe necessarily taking specific assets, but changing the rules of the game and those kind of things, and that is much more difficult, I think, when you have the DFI as an investor, and the DFI where you as a government are is an important shareholder, or at least a shareholder, and that I think is something we should have in mind when we talk about these issues about to what extent do DFIs work with governments or not. So and that's why the institutions that you cover are different among themselves in this regard. So that's one thing that you mentioned, which I think is particularly true for the smaller institution, and it's, I would say, still true to some extent for AIB, that we are trying to be opportunistic. Obviously the ambition is for AIB to become a much larger and much more resourceful institution, and with more capacity to do all the things that you call for in the report, which I think all of that makes sense. And I think Stefan gave some good examples on how IFC has tried to deal with this, and the kind of document instruments that they have to get a more informed conversation with governments and so on. So I guess one has to understand some of these small institutions, that it's that it's in the beginning, and particularly when you're setting up, you have to be opportunistic. You won't have the resources to engage on these quite resource consumption or resource intensive exercises of dialogue with governments and setting up country programs and so on. And probably there is also a little bit of reluctance, I can say that from AIB side, to get too caught up in these country program exercises. And I think IFC, which I've followed a little bit that discussion within the IFC when they kind of geared up in recent years, that it wasn't without resistance, and there's some some reason for that resistance, because you can be too maybe tied up and too and you, particularly when you want to work with the private sector part of these kind of country programs, can become quite cumbersome and complicated. But having said that, I think it is very important, certainly, that one tries to align with the country development plans and with SDGs. So maybe just a comment on what you go through and very nicely, even though it's not so clear exactly how you do it, but you go through all these sectors or all these three countries and look at the SDGs and you sort of tick the boxes. It's not so obvious how you do that, and so I've just taken, so Ethiopia supposedly does not care about reducing inequality. It doesn't really want to ensure sustainable consumption. I agree, you can understand it's landlocked, so it doesn't care so much about conserving and sustainability of oceans, but maybe it has some other marine issues that it cares about. And of course, the landlocked nature of Ethiopia is a very it's a fact that complicates its relationship to other countries in the region, and so you would think also that some of this access to water and so on is important for Ethiopia. It also doesn't care about peaceful and inclusive societies, justice for all, and institutional development. And I'm saying, this exactly how you got to that conclusion is not so clear from the report. I was going to make a point about bankability. I mean, you set up the criteria here about additionality, development impact, and catalytic effects, and I think those are very important. And additionality is something particularly important when you work in private sector development. You don't want to crowd out private sector. You want to make sure that you are additional and also. And so that's very important. But the bankability issue is very important, because the bankability is about whether projects can be made to work in the context of individual countries, and that's also where these sort of opportunistic can come in. That a lot of projects that governments may want to favor may not be bankable from a DFI perspective. Let me end with two very quick comments. One is that, so I said at EBRD, I follow this quite closely. So the institutional development, if you say, and it was one thing that was very important part of what I tried to push when I was there, was to, when you talk about private sector development, it's important to have two legs. You want to have one leg that sort of tries to identify these deals, help to develop the pipeline of bankable, and projects, and making sure that there's additionality and all those things. That's very clear. I think what was less clear and where a lot happened in the 9 years that I was at EBRD was that the policy dimension, that private sector development is very policy dependent, and it's about developing the private sector, but a lot about developing the private sector is actually about developing the state sector to really make the state a supportive and facilitating actor in allowing private sector development. So that was I think the EBRD that I know the best of these maybe of all institutions that has that component, because I would say that AIB, we don't really yet have it. We very much want to go there, I think, in the end, but at the moment we don't have really the resources. I'm trying to do it in some specific cases, but in general we don't have it. But that development has, I think, made, for example, in the African context, the fact that EBRD is now looking at Africa, that they have those two legs is very important argument for them when they try to go into this country. Let me end just with a very quick point on the role of DFIs and coordination and working with governments, and it's something that I'm deeply involved in various contexts. It's the notion of how do you do this, and then this notion of country platforms. It sounds very kind of bureaucratic and maybe in a bit theoretical, but it actually is very I think a very important concept that is taking form, and it's something that I was part of the secretariat for the so-called eminent persons group, where we developed this notion of country platforms, and that was I think we had a lot of interesting discussions when we developed it at the time, but it has now taken on I think legs of its own. So the EU, for example, now using this very, I think, in an interesting way, creatively in its relationship to Turkey. It's going to be critical to how it works now in Ukraine. It has established a country platform, there are a lot of pilots around countries trying to do this, and I think there's a lot to learn from that, because it's the basis is to have country ownership, bring everyone on board in both the large international financial institutions, but also the DFIs, eventually the private sector and philanthropics as well onto that platform, agree on certain standards, transparency, debt sustainability, procurement, and ultimately SDGs. And I think all that, if we can get country platforms to work in a more systematic fashion, I think a lot of the issues that the report is addressing could be dealt with in a very effective way. Sorry, I was a bit lengthier than I had anticipated, but thank you for listening.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Eric, and I really appreciate a lot of interesting points about bankability, so that this type of analysis doesn't magically create bankable projects, and also this combination of looking at the policy space more broadly and how you interact and support government to support private sector investment. And then, of course, this issue about the differences in different DFIs is very important, and I think we go over to Bruno now, who has the difficult task of speaking kind of on behalf of all these different DFIs and trying to say something kind of in response to this question, this issue, from all those different perspectives. So Bruno, over to you.
So many thanks, and first of all, thank SEI and ODI for the report and for encouraging the debate, since it's helped to better understand how DFI works and how DFIs contribute to the SDGs and to the Paris Agreement on climate. I think the starting point is important to understand that DFIs are not development banks. Development banks have the mandate, the capacity, the tools, the instruments, as well as the leverage to be engaged in policy dialogue. I will come back to this issue in a minute. DFIs, as Eric has already pointed out, are opportunistic, and they rely on local, regional, and international investors that are willing to invest in a country or in a particular sector with our support. And for investment decisions, development plans are not decisive. The key is a level of enabling environment. So therefore, it is essential that governments create the right policy environment when translating development priorities into concrete policies. For example, it's not sufficient simply to say the priority is on sustainable energy for all. If the regulatory framework is not in place that allows for independent power producers. For example, one of our members, DEG in Kenya, was the first one to invest in renewable energies, and they found out that there were no regulated framework in place. Especially, there was no PPA, power purchase agreements, and so they introduced, as part of the due diligence process, this PPA, which for many years was being used in Kenya and replicated by other countries. So coming back to the key questions, do receipt and country priorities matter? Clearly, yes. But if these priorities are reflected in appropriate policies that allow investors to invest. But having said that, then we at the EDFI community are quite aware that we have to be engaged much more in helping governments in creating the environment for private sector engagement. Because if we accept what I have said, then we could not do a proper job, because simply because there's a lack of policy in place, and because there's a lack of policy in place, there's a lack of investors. And this is especially true and more complicated when we are talking about fragile states and post-conflict contracts in the context of Africa. And that is what we call upstream activities. For example, we at EDFI, we have partnered with the Climate Finance Leadership Initiative and have published jointly with the Global Infrastructure Facility a paper for policymakers on attracting private climate finance. And within the DFI roundtable that is jointly chaired by IFC and EDFI, we have created working groups at the country level, for example, in Ethiopia and Nepal, where DFIs identifies investment bottlenecks and then being engaged in the policy dialogue. And by the way, that what Stephen mentioned is all these papers that are produced by the World Bank and by the IFC, they're either being prepared in consultation with the EDFI members, or through our executive directors and the shareholder structures. So, and we are using these papers quite frequently. The upstream activities that I have spoken on are designed to help MDBs and development banks to better integrate private sector related policy issues in their policy dialogue with governments and their policy related TA and loan activities. So instead of building our own capacity for small institutions and know-how for rather small country portfolios, we strongly believe that coordinating more and better with the multilateral development banks and the development banks is the best and the most efficient way, not only for us, but also by doing so by avoiding additional transaction costs for governments dealing then with a separate segment of financiers. A good example in this respect is the joint work of multilateral development banks and DFIs in the context of the G7 on sustainable infrastructure finance, with a focus on what needs to be done to mobilize the private sector, where MDBs and development banks play a crucial role in supporting governments to create an enabling environment. We recognize that we have a crucial transformative role, and we would like to do much more. One example is introduction of renewable energy in South Africa. The government decided to abolish the monopoly of Eskom, has created a regulated environment, but there was no trust by the private sector. And this is why in the first first 3 rounds of procurement and tendering, mostly the financing was provided by development finance institutes, and by doing so we have provided also confidence and trust in the whole system, and the 4th round we were not needed anymore. That's really our transformational role, and we would like to do much more, especially with regard to climate and energy, where we see helping governments to transform to be in line with the Paris Agreement, and in particular in fragile and post-conflict countries. And to this end, our members have increased their advisory activities, helping clients to comply with accepted international ESG standards, transforming to a more climate resilient business model, and to promote skills development. We could do more, and therefore call on our owners to increase their risk appetite and to increase the access to guarantees and TA, which are essential in order to do what you are requesting for. Thanks.
Great, Bruno, and it's great to hear from all three of you that you've ended or kind of the solutions. The types of solutions that could be employed or are being employed have been outlined by you, and so I think we've got a lot of great input on that side of things, and very informative. I think we want to go now to look from the country perspectives and see the other side of the equation here. So I think we'll start off with Yofi Grant, the CEO of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. And I want to understand from your perspective, how do you work with DFIs and how do you work in terms of engaging with DFIs to promote also national priorities and national development priorities, and how has it been working? And if you have any examples, it's great as well.
Thank you very much, and my apologies for joining late. I'm actually out of location, so I got the timing wrong, but I'm still grateful to be here. So my apologies that I haven't listened to most of it. Indeed, for us in Ghana, we were probably the first country to mainstream SDGs in our budgetary process at the Ministry of Finance. And so what we tried to do was to create alignment between our objectives, our development objectives, and our plans to ensure that they are well aligned with achievement of the SDGs. But I'll just quickly probably rifle through some of the issues as well as how we engage on that perspective. So we define in our budget what our priorities are, and then we actually do engage with the DFIs to see where our assistance packages is. I must also say that for us, it's a question of priorities, it's a question of alignment of objectives, and then the question of achievement of the SDGs as a national priority. So on that, and that's how we engage with the DFIs. But I must also say that sometimes there are issues of confusion on defining the SDGs in the country perspective. Because let's take for example, in education, for us, the main objective is access to education. But to a DFI that is coming from a developed country, they will probably be talking more of the quality end of education than just the access to education. And when you have these definitional or conceptual differences, then sometimes it becomes very difficult to even understand the policy objectives of the country. And we see quite a lot of that in Africa. And also there is a view, a long-term held view, that very often the DFIs are pretty patronizing, and they come to tell you what they are going to do for you when you have your plan of what you want to do and what you want to achieve. And it's always an issue of negotiating and bargaining for that, and the terms which may not necessarily be favorable to the host nation. But we do have significant support from the DFIs, even from the investment promotion side, where we are, and I'd like to cite examples where we are benefiting from technical assistance from GIZ in building an aftercare service to ensure that we give necessary support to foreign direct investment that comes in. Although I recognize that DFIs normally do not engage on the FDI side, because they mainly engage with governments and do not do direct private sector support. In some cases, we have seen that, for example, the IFC. But I hope this would not be a jab. But in the minds of many private sector people, they would rather not deal with the IFC because it takes quite a while to get, a project passed through the IFC, and by which time the project is approved, things would have moved on and changed. So there are some. It's not almost always a homogeneous relationship with the DFIs, And I say that perhaps the real elephant in the room is the DFIs aligning more to the country perspective, because there are interests that need to be aligned. It's not just the fact that there is support available, but the interest and the outcomes must be aligned. Why is the DFI going to support this? It's development finance. So if I come to you and says that I want DFI support to build an ICT infrastructure, which to me would rather create a bigger economy for my achievement of SDGs, I expect that the DFI would understand my objective and my perspective. But then they'll come and say, well, no, we don't have ICT in our list of stuff. We would rather do health or education. And so very often we find quite a number of DFIs getting their knickers in a twist because they are either supporting programs that already have support or want to support programs that already have support, while there are other areas which the country may consider very important that have been left to the states to take care of. But all in all, for me, it's a question of a relationship. And that is why SDG 17 for us in Ghana is the most important one, partnerships and linkages. So where DFIs may not necessarily lend the support, they can create the linkages that can create more channels for other DFIs to also engage. So I think because of time, I wouldn't want to go into some of the details, but those are some of the things that immediately pop out. And secondly, most DFIs would want to deal with the state, with the governments. But I dare say that if you come to most of Africa today is very private sector focused, and takes a lot of the decision making out of the politics into real demands once you go to the private sector. So my appeal is that there needs to be a lot more focus on direct engagement with private sector, because that is where I think that you get best alignment of real interest as well as results, get a lot of results. Because when it's with the state, then you have to succumb to what the state tells you or gives you as priorities.
Thanks, Jofi. We do need to move on because we're running out of time here, and I want to make sure Nzeta has enough time. But I mean, great, interesting points on the need for increased dialogue, but also you're adding additional dimensions of maybe it's more about dialogue with the private sector than necessarily government. So that's something really interesting to hear as well. But let's move on to Nzeta so that she can have the final minutes here.
Thank you. I'll just go ahead and start, and I just want to build on what Jofi has pointed out, because it's a real problem around, particularly the DFI role in economic transformation, and a sense of lethargy that I see in playing that transformation role, particularly when it comes to making sectors feasible. So one of the things I think to consider in this conversation is, what is the DFI's role specifically in project origination through to reporting, disclosure, and in the project? Because sometimes what I see is a congregation of DFIs at the point in the investment cycle when all of the hard work has been done, and then we get stories about how there are no bankable projects, no project bankability is an issue. But frankly, if we're not dealing with the project origination, project preparation, and the actual funding requirement processes, then of course those bottlenecks are going to be there. And so what we see, particularly on our side, is that you will have a sense of a sector that maybe can be quite dynamic from a private sector perspective, but we will not see the attendant appetite for the technical and financial investment for origination through at least to investment preparedness. And as a result, when those few investment prepared firms are ready, there's almost a competition, not only among DFIs, but among other financiers to try and get that off the ground. So what we're seeing is almost a lopsided creation of investment possibilities and investment pipelines in many of our economies, which is a problem. I think just to the point around DFIs and how I've seen them interact with government and with private sector. And just to say, I work for a think tank, and so I work with DFIs, I work with government, I work with private sector. I think definitely the technocratic consistency of government is key, yeah? And not only just a policy consistency, but the technocratic consistency to the application of whatever work stream has been agreed to. And I think the form of governance in the country matters, yeah, but also the stability at the highest level of government actually informs the ability of those lead technocrats to follow through on whatever priority decisions that had been made. So I think it is for the DFIs to think through what is the process of allyship building in your priority sectors with the technocratic leads in those governments, because that will have a material effect on then the headline impact you have at whatever stage, because the leads of the technocrats may change, but sometimes the layers between the leads, those can be quite stable. So I think what I've not seen as much in many DFIs is a very deliberate relationship building process in the arms of government that matter, particularly around policy objectives and policy consistency, because that then tends to affect the private sector environment that I think the other panelists have agreed to. And I think just to make a final point around the brand and the relationship dynamics that DFIs have with governments, I think this point has been made. Every DFI will have a different brand in how the government and the private sector view it. And I think it would be interesting, I think, for DFIs to do that test in the market, to get a sense of how is their brand perceived by government, by private sector, because then that gives you a sense of the level of appetite to engage with you. Yeah. So I think for government to have the brand and that sort of stuff, but also their own fiscal position and the other options that they have in terms of financing, but then on private sector as well, you'll be interfacing with that. And I think I'll just close with just the encouragement around the country platforms, because the lack of coordination has a real impact on bandwidth, on whether it's the private sector or the government. You're dealing with multiple DFIs. Everybody has their projects, their methodologies, their data, their results. It gets a bit much. So I think really encouraging more coordination, I think would foster a deeper pipeline and more stable investment cycles. Thank you.
Great. So I think we're at time now. So Mons, maybe you want to close us out with a couple of words.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we did schedule this as a tight seminar for just 1 hour. So it's clear from the conversation that we could have gone on much longer, given the importance of the topic and the really crucial aspect of being a catalyst for DFIs, for commercially viable companies and projects, and this is going to be a close important topic for us over the coming years, without a doubt. Also within the Stockholm Environment Institute, where we're not centrally focused on financial mechanisms, etc., but really want to be at the forefront of bringing the sustainability aspects in the science of sustainability into the financial institutions and the practices of finance. So with that, thank you all for joining, and we do look forward to the continuation. And to be able to download this work, please visit the website there, stockholmsustainablefinancecenter.com and SCI.org, ODI.org. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Hi, welcome everyone. We'll get started with the webinar in just a minute. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Carr, and I am the Chief Knowledge Broker for OCTO, which stands for Open Communications for the Ocean. I'm very pleased all of you could be with us here today, and we're particularly pleased to have Carolyn Kowski here. Carolyn is the Associate Vice President for Economics and Policy at the Environmental Defense Fund, and she's going to be presenting today about understanding disaster insurance, new tools for a more resilient future. This is the title of Carolyn's new book that's just come out with Island Press. And in a few minutes, I'll be posting in the chat the link to the book and a discount for anybody who attends this webinar. And she'll be telling us some of really pertinent information from the book, but I imagine there's a lot more we won't be able to cover in this hour. So I'd highly recommend checking out Carolyn's book. And before we get started, what we're going to do for this webinar is Karen will give an initial presentation, and then we will do question and answers, which I'll moderate. So you can send in questions for Carolyn either through the Q&A panel in the user interface or through the chat panel. And we've actually enabled the chat so that participants can chat freely with each other and with us. And so we just ask, you are welcome and encouraged to send relevant information through the chat. We just request that you use it professionally. Carolyn, I will turn it over to you if you want to go ahead and share your presentation.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thanks.
And thanks so much for the invitation to be with you today. Let me share my screen and we can jump right in. Okay. All right, I assume that's looking good, or Sarah will jump in and tell me if it's not.
It looks good. Yeah, no, it looks great.
Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah, so again, wonderful to be with all of you. And as Sarah said, I'm going to talk about some themes from my new book, and I'm going to focus in on looking at some innovations happening in insurance markets to help improve the way insurance works and help meet social and environmental goals. So let me give you kind of a quick outline of where we're headed today. So I'm going to start by talking a bit about the role of disaster insurance in recovery. That's the primary role of insurance, is to help recover from these types of events. And yet we're also seeing that disaster insurance markets aren't fully meeting everyone's needs right now. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the shortcomings that we're seeing in disaster insurance markets. And some of those are driven by fundamental challenges in insuring disasters. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And then with all that as background, I want to then shift in the second half of the presentation to talk about some innovations that we're seeing. First, that kind of center the needs of people, that try to promote greater equity and close insurance gaps and make the financial resources of insurance available to more people. And then I want to talk about how insurance can be used to help promote conservation and restoration and other environmental goals and really promote nature positive activity. So that's where we'll end up. So that's where we're headed. So let's jump right in and start by talking about the role of disaster insurance. So as we all know, the costs from climate-related disasters are going up. Most of the data we have on disaster losses, like the data you see here from NOAA, is focused on direct property damage because that's the easiest to collect and measure. But I do want to stress that when we're talking about financial recovery from climate disasters, we're talking about, yes, a lot of property damage, but also more than that. Disasters can cause a large range of economic impacts. And that's why I tend to think of disasters as these negative financial shocks to households, to businesses, and communities. There are times when expenditures have to go way up to repair and rebuild that property damage to homes, buildings, and contents, but also all these other types of disaster-related expenses that you see here. And this is drawing on some recent survey work that colleagues and I have done looking at the financial recovery of households after some of the major hurricanes that have hit the US in recent years. And we see that after disasters, households also face a number of costs, like cleaning up all the debris and buying lots of preparedness and recovery supplies, having to pay for fuel or generators if the grid is down, temporary housing, both evacuation costs and during rebuilding, and so forth and so on. You know, higher transportation costs when transit infrastructure is down. So there's all these expenditures that households face in the aftermath of a disaster. And also it can be time when incomes decline because disasters can really interrupt businesses. And we see that about 40% of respondents to this particular survey reported that they had a decline in income associated with the disaster event as well. So we see this increase in expenditures, a decrease in income. So how do households cope with this type of financial shock?
And there's, if you could slow down just a hair.
Sorry, I do tend to talk too fast.
Yeah.
So with that type of financial shock, we know that there's really 4 buckets of types of funding or financing that households can draw on to cover all those costs that they face. So the first is savings. Households can and do deplete their savings accounts in order to cover the disaster costs and rebuild. But we also know that many households do not have enough liquid savings to cover the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars that a disaster event, a severe disaster, can impose on a household. We also know that if households have to deplete any savings that they've built up for retirement or their kids' education, they're in a much greater, in a more financially precarious situation after the disaster event. So without sufficient savings to cover costs, households could look at taking out a loan, and access to credit is an important source of being able to finance recovery for many households. But we also know that low and moderate income households often can't make use of post-disaster loans. We've looked at disaster loan data, and lower income households are often locked out of access to credit altogether because they don't meet basic debt to income or credit score requirements, and other households, even if they could get a loan, might not really have the resources to be able to repay that over time. So loans can be important, but are limited in the population they serve. Another source you might think is assistance from the government. And after a presidentially declared disaster, FEMA does offer grants to impacted households, but these are only a few $1,000s. They are not designed to make people financially whole after a disaster event. They're only there to kind of cover some immediate needs and keep people and make their house safe. So that means they can be helpful, but they don't come close to covering the types of costs that households sustain. We also know that other types of federal assistance can take a very long time to get to people, not just months, but literally years after the disaster event. So the bottom line with federal aid is that it's inadequate and takes too long. And so that leaves insurance, which is exactly designed for this type of situation to be an infusion of funds. But we also know, and we'll talk about this, that disaster insurance can be expensive and many households can't afford it. So you can see the challenge in trying to rebuild and also the real equity dimension here, because it's lower income households that struggle with access to all of these, and it makes their recovery much, much harder than that for more affluent households. So given the limitations in the first three, savings, loan, and assistance, that's why there's a growing body of research that households with insurance tend to recover better and recover faster than households without insurance. We see that households that have insurance coverage are more likely to rebuild, and they have better financial outcomes after a disaster event because it makes available those funds they need. In that survey work I mentioned earlier, we were also looking at what happens when households don't have insurance. And what we find is that when households don't have insurance, they often have to engage in really costly coping mechanisms. So they have to do other things in order to meet those disaster costs. They might have to sell some of their belongings. They have to cut back spending on important things like medical care. They might fall behind on their mortgage or other bills. But when we have insurance, it can protect against having to do all those things that have real short-term and long-term costs on a household. So all of that kind of motivates why disaster insurance is important and of increasing importance as climate change is increasing the kind of extreme events that we face. So, but that all said, we still know that it's not quite doing the best job of this right now. So the primary job of insurance, as I already talked about, is this financial recovery. And we're going to talk at the end about how to harness insurance to do a lot more than that, right? To help reduce losses ahead of time and protect nature, and we'll get there. But first, insurance really needs to at least do recovery well. But there's lots of signs that right now it's really struggling at this task. And so I want to talk about some of those current problems and then turn into how we kind of fix them. So the first big challenge is that lots of people don't have disaster insurance at all. And this is true globally. Swiss Re, a large reinsurance company, estimates that about 2/3 of direct costs from natural disasters worldwide are uninsured. Even in a place like the United States with very well-developed insurance markets, we still see a big gap. Lots of people exposed to disasters who don't have any coverage for it. So for the US context, let's look a little closer at why that is. So in the United States, most homeowners, roughly 85%, have a standard homeowners insurance policy. This is required by a bank if you have a lender, and many households keep it even if their home is fully paid off. This covers a range of bad things that might happen to your house, but not all bad things. And that's the challenge when it comes to disasters. So we know that these standard property policies completely exclude flood damage, for example. I'm focused here on climate disasters, but I just wanted to also note that they exclude earthquakes. So large classes of disasters are just not covered at all in standard homeowners insurance policies. And sometimes consumers might not be aware of that. We also know that even for disasters that are still typically included in homeowners insurance, like wind damage, so it's also maybe not fully appreciated that there is no such thing as hurricane insurance in the United States. You have to have both wind coverage and flood coverage for the storm surge or flooding from the intense precipitation. So you have to have these two coverages. The flood's not included. The wind is still in your homeowner's insurance. But we also know when that wind is from hurricanes, that more of those costs go back on the homeowner. So every coastal state exposed to hurricanes has what's called hurricane deductibles in typical homeowners insurance policies, which just means that if the damage to your home is from a named storm, the homeowner has to pay a much higher share of those losses than otherwise. And we see this with a lot of disasters, that a larger share of the costs fall back on the consumer. So we're also seeing, for example, increasing reports of things like sublimits. So that means this was an issue that was reported on after the Texas ice storm, that a number of households had burst pipes, but found out that their insurance had a sublimit, which means even if you have $300,000 of insurance coverage for a burst pipe, they'll only give you $2,000, even if the damage was $10,000, right? And so all these types of things combine so that after a disaster, often consumers who thought they had protection actually don't, and don't have the financial resources they need. Now, I noted at the beginning, and this is kind of really relevant for coastal areas, that floods are excluded from homeowners insurance. So to get flood coverage, you have to buy a separate flood policy. And while there's a small private market, most of that is offered through the federal flood insurance program. But we also know that lots of people at risk of flooding don't have a separate flood insurance policy. This map shows you estimates of the take-up rate. So that's the share of households in the FEMA mapped floodplain that have a flood insurance policy. So these are not county-wide take-up rates. They're take-up rates for that specific area that FEMA maps as high risk. And you can see that again, along the hurricane-prone coast, take-up rates are pretty good. They're often in excess of 60, even sometimes in excess of 80%. But as you get to inland floodplains, take-up rate plummets. And we see that in a lot of the country in inland floodplains, take-up rate is less than 20%. So lots of people at risk who don't have the protection of flood insurance. So why is that? And the challenge is that there's lots of reasons for that. One, and we could spend a whole talk just on this, is that we don't do a very good job in this country about communicating about flood risk. There's limitations with those FEMA maps, with disclosure. We just don't do a really good job of making sure that people know, particularly before they move in somewhere, what that flood risk is and what it means for them financially. So that can lead people to not insure because they don't fully appreciate the risk. We also know that people are pretty bad at thinking about risks and probabilities. There's a lot of behavioral economics and psychology research on exactly this point, and that they're often prone to a lot of what are referred to as decision biases. For example, people tend to be overly optimistic and think that disasters are something that happen to other people and not to them. But if you're kind of overly optimistic, that leads you to underprepare and perhaps not buy flood insurance. But a really big driver of the lack of flood insurance is the cost. So disaster insurance can be expensive, and lots of people simply can't afford it or don't think it's worth it. So I now want to take a little aside on talking about why disaster insurance can be so expensive. This is going to get slightly technical for 1 minute, and then we'll kind of move back on. But I just want to note that the foundation of insurance is risk pooling. So that's the idea of sharing risks in a group. So everybody, for example, makes a small contribution to a fund. When something bad happens to one of the people, they get to take the money. In another year, something bad happens to someone else, they take the money. That's the kind of basic concept, and it's formalized in insurance, where your regular contribution is your premium payment that you pay every year. And then when something bad happens to you, that's when you get your claim payment. And that bundling together of risks, bringing everyone's risks together, is this enormously powerful tool that has built the modern insurance industry. And we don't need to get into it in detail, but when you pull independent risks like that together, what happens is you don't change the expected loss that anyone faces, but the losses become much more predictable. You reduce uncertainty, and most importantly, you reduce the chance of a really, really severe loss across the whole pool. So that's what makes insurance possible. The challenge, though, is that disasters don't obey those laws. So not all risks can be insured. And economists have come up with this list of ideal criteria to make insurance possible. And we're not going to talk about all of them today, but we're going to highlight that one, that disasters don't follow this nice pattern. They're correlated, which means when something bad happens to you, it also happens to your neighbors. So when you get in a car accident, it doesn't mean all your neighbors got in a car accident. But when you suffer through a hurricane, a big flood, all your neighbors did too, right? And those risks and those damages can be really, really bad. That all means that when you look at losses over time from disasters, they get really spiky. And that's what I'm showing here. This is from New York City because we have a project in New York right now. But it's just exemplary of this pattern that with disasters, you have lots of quiet years, nothing bad's happening, then a huge year where there's enormous costs, right? That doesn't happen when you look at something like auto insurance, right? So car damages, car crashes, pretty stable year to year. Every year, some people get in a car accident, you know, there's some amount of damages. Next year, it's different people, but those losses are pretty stable. But now it's disasters. It's kind of low and then huge spike. Now, why does that matter? Insurance companies have to have access to money to pay all those huge claims in a disaster year without going bankrupt. And there's a number of ways they can do that. They have their equivalent of savings. They have their equivalent of insurance called reinsurance. They have financial instruments, but none of that is free and it gets passed on to the insured. So this whole aside was just to make the point that disaster insurance, because of that, can be more expensive. And often people can't afford it. And if insurance can't be offered at a price that, you know, people will buy it, the market breaks down. And what we've seen is a lot of government intervention in the United States and around the world. In fact, there's nowhere where there's a well-functioning disaster insurance market with lots of people buying the insurance without government intervention. These interventions take a lot of forms. We're not going to talk about them today. I just wanted to stress that when we're talking about disaster insurance, we're not just talking about private market dynamics. We're talking about public policy choices about how to distribute the costs of disasters. And we'll come back to that. So this was, to step back for a second, what we were just talking about was one of the biggest challenges with disasters, with disaster insurance, and a reason why people might not have it. It's expensive to provide, the private sector can't always do it, and it costs a lot. We also see some other challenges with recovery from disasters. So people often complain a lot about their insurance company. Maybe you've wanted to complain about your insurance company too, if you've had to deal with them. And this is some data from the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. And we find for homeowners insurance, and you see that people are often frustrated with the claims experience. They're the number one bar, I don't know if you can see it, but that top bar there is concerned about delays. It takes too long. And then there's a lot of claims about not getting the money they were supposed to, and poor customer service. And this kind of points to this other conversation that's been kind of brewing around disaster insurance and insurance more broadly, which is well summarized by the CEO of this new insurance company, not quite as new anymore, but called Lemonade. And he called attention to the fact that there's this profound conflict of interest at the core of the insurance business model. So you pay your premium into the insurance company, expecting them to give you your claims payment. But at that moment, when they're coming to pay your claim, every dollar they give you is $1 less profit. So they have this real financial incentive to limit the amount they pay out, right? And so Lemonade kind of said, we need a totally different model that doesn't have perverse incentives like that. And so they've designed an insurance company where they just take a set amount for their operating costs, and then what's not paid for claims gets donated to charities that their customers choose. So it's a very different model. But we're going to come to some other types of new models when we talk about using insurance for more nature positive outcomes. Okay, so to take stock of where we are. Disaster insurance is really important for people's recovery, and yet we're facing some challenges with people not having access, not being able to afford it, not having it meet their needs. So now let's move into what we can do about this to make recoveries better and really center people and their needs to make insurance work for them. So there's a bunch of new models that are emerging in this vein, and there's 2 bits of background information I want to give you before sharing some of them. The first is that it's important to note that insurance can be purchased at all scales. The standard kind of model is what we're used to here. Homeowners insurance, auto insurance, medical insurance. It's for you as the person, right? Or for your home. But insurance can be, and we'll talk about this, offered at much smaller scales or shorter duration. Standard insurance contracts are for a year, all the way up to sovereign insurance, which is insurance for countries. So for example, in several parts of the world, like in the Caribbean and some Latin American countries, the countries have gotten together and have insurance for themselves against disaster. So if a severe hurricane hits a Caribbean island, for example, this insurance will pay them to help them jumpstart their recovery. So we can have insurance, from these very tiny policies all the way up to policies for entire countries. I'm going to talk about the micro and meso models briefly now. Both of them draw on something called parametric insurance. So this is another kind of term to understand before looking at these new models. So the first thing to note is that our standard insurance that you're used to, your homeowner's insurance, again, as an example, is what's referred to as indemnity insurance. So that means the payout is directly related to the damage you sustain. A tree falls on your house, a loss adjuster, an actual person comes, looks at the loss, pays you the cost. With parametric insurance, the payout is instead related to an observable metric of the hazard itself. So you'll get a set amount when wind speeds exceed some threshold within so many miles of your house, for example. Now, this type of insurance can't replace our standard homeowner's insurance, but it does open up a new tool to address some unmet needs right now and to bring insurance to some populations that are currently struggling to have access to that financial protection. And that's because of two things. One, it's very fast. The payout can be made in a matter of days. That's not typical for regular insurance, which can take weeks to months to adjust the loss and get payouts to people. It also has much faster transaction costs because you don't have to send actual loss adjusters. You just look at this third-party observable metric, the trigger, and then you make payout. So how has that been used? First, I wanted to highlight microinsurance. This is a tool that's been becoming more popular globally. They are smaller coverage policies with much lower premiums, typically designed for lower income populations. And they have to be parametric in order to have lower transaction costs to make them affordable and to make it easy to get payouts into communities that might be harder to access. So they're fast and flexible, smaller amounts of dollars. It's new to the US market, though. While that's been used globally, it's new to the US. Puerto Rico so far is the only jurisdiction to have created enabling regulations for a microinsurance market. And the first microinsurance policies paid out just recently after Hurricane Fiona. This idea of microinsurance globally has really been used to bring some amount of financial resources to households that had no insurance. But because the dollars are so flexible, we can also think about other ways to use these type of micro policies. For example, they could be used to cover very immediate needs. So we know aid and insurance and loans can take weeks or months to get to people. These could be paid immediately to cover those very acute post-disaster expenses. It could be used for things like evacuation expenses or temporary housing. It might be a better policy tailored to the needs of renters or mobile homeowners, and it can also be used for things like to compensate for lost income. So there's a range of sort of niches that microinsurance might fill in the US. The other different type of model I wanted to mention was mesoinsurance, sometimes often referred to as an aggregator model. In these models, there's another organization that sits between the insurance company and the individuals. And the idea here is that this institution is typically the one either purchasing insurance and then passing the payouts down to people or arranging the insurance contracts. And this can take a number of different forms. So for example, we've seen lots of use of this by like credit unions, where they attach a microinsurance policy to their loans so that if a disaster happens, people's loans are forgiven or they get a cash infusion. And that's done automatically by the kind of intermediary institution here. We're also seeing interest in community groups, local governments, nonprofits play this role of helping establish financial assistance for households that wouldn't have it. Putting the institution in between the household and the insurance can help broadly and dramatically expand take-up rates and also reduce the burden on households of having to engage in the insurance market, and also minimize the risk associated with parametric policies that the payout might not exactly match need by having the institution in between assign the dollars to the highest need. I'm working with a nonprofit in New York City right now on piloting just such a model. So we can talk about that more if anyone's interested. So these are the types of new designs that are kind of being tested right now to see if we can get the financial protection of insurance to those who need it the most and who haven't been able to afford it to date. There's another interesting innovation I want to highlight, which is the idea of turning disaster insurance completely on its head and using it to prevent disasters in the first place. So insurance is typically supposed to compensate you for a loss after the fact, right? But what if it could prevent that loss in the first place? There's not very many examples of this kind of thinking, but one that's held up as an example that I want to share with you because I think it's this type of change in thinking that might be really helpful as we face escalating climate extremes. It's called the Kenya Livestock Insurance Program. And this was set up to prevent the negative impacts associated with drought in Kenya and Ethiopia. It is targeted at pastoralists whose animals can die of starvation during a drought. And indeed, drought is one of the leading causes of livestock death for these pastoralists. The way this program works is that satellite data is used to detect the onset of drought. So this is that parametric trigger. So when the satellite data indicates that drought is becoming more severe, then payments are made to these pastoralists so that they can buy food and water for their livestock to prevent the livestock from dying. So instead of insurance compensating them for the loss, which would the typical model would be the livestock dies, then you get compensated for it. Instead, we're going to kind of save the livestock in the first place. I really like this model, and for a couple other reasons besides how important it is to, try to reduce losses ahead of time. One is that to work well, you have to integrate the insurance with other aspects of disaster risk management. So for this program to be successful, there also has to be, a good supply chain and government program to make sure that that food and water is available to the pastoralists to help their animals, right? And when we see in a number of contexts that when you integrate the sort of insurance piece with the other aspects of risk management, the overall policy approach can be more impactful. I also want to highlight, and this is true across all the types of interventions I've been talking about so far today, that often they require support from the public sector or from philanthropy. So some of the models we looked at, the meso-insurance and the micro-insurance models, are designed to reduce the cost of insurance so that more people can afford it. But it's often the case that there is still a population that we want to help who has no disposable dollars to spend on insurance, who needs every dollar to meet immediate needs. And yet they often would benefit the most from the sort of financial safety net that insurance provides. And so we've seen globally that lots of times governments or foundations step in and subsidize the cost of insurance for those households that are, the most low income households. And that's the case in this program too, this Kenya program, where about half the pastoralists are purchasing it on their own, and some of the lowest income ones, the government is supporting the cost of the insurance for them. Okay, the last section here, the last thing I wanted to talk through before we open it up for discussion and questions, was some of the innovations that have been going on around how to make insurance helpful in supporting nature positive activities as we face, not just the climate crisis, but a biodiversity crisis as well. So there are three approaches I want to talk through. The first is reflecting the protection that nature can provide in the premiums and the cost of insurance. The second is ensuring natural capital itself. This has only been done for coral reefs, and we'll talk through that example and whether or how it might be able to be expanded. And then some sort of more novel approaches to insurance and underwriting and investment. So let's just quickly go through, in a few minutes, go through all of these, and then we'll have some questions. Okay. So the first one is having property insurance reflect the benefits of nature. So we know that some natural systems reduce disaster risk. Wetlands can store floodwaters, mangroves can buffer storm surge, slopes can be stabilized, with vegetation to prevent mudslides. Certain ecological forestry practices can reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire. And if the cost of insurance reflects the underlying risk, then in theory, if a natural system is lowering disaster risks for a property, the cost of insurance should be lower as well, reflecting this benefit. But for such pricing to actually incentivize new investments in conservation and restoration, there's a few challenges that need to be overcome. The first is that the insurance industry has to have sound models that quantify the benefits from nature, not just at a high level, like we know wetlands store floodwaters, but at a property level. So the wetlands are storing the floodwaters, but what does that mean for reduced likelihood or magnitude of flood claims at this specific property? That's a whole nother level of detail, and it's been difficult to achieve. There's models out there, but a lot of them aren't quite fully advanced enough for insurers to be really comfortable in using them to provide, serious discounts in premiums at a property level. The second challenge is an institutional one. It's difficult to harness the small premiums, the small premium reductions we might see from investment in a nature-based solution in order to take those reductions and use them to finance new investments in nature, right? So if we invest, again, let's use the example of wetlands to store floodwaters, that might lower flood risk for a whole bunch of properties. All of those properties might get a small reduction on their insurance premium, but in order to do more wetland conservation, conservationists are trying to figure out how you take all those small premium reductions and turn them into a flow of funding that can be invested in expanded conservation. And that's really hard because they're across all different companies and all different properties. And so it's a little bit of an institutional challenge. One approach is for local governments to take out a bond to pay for increased investment in nature-based solutions that would lower risk, and then assess property owners a fee to cover that debt servicing, with the idea being that, yes, they'd pay this extra fee, but they'd also see a reduction in their premiums, and it would be a wash at the household level. But it's really hard to make that actually work. Insurers don't want to guarantee any types of price reductions or have multi-year price guarantees. And with different companies and different types of insurance coverage, it's just difficult to, have that line up perfectly. So there'd have to be some political will to do this, even without that being able to match perfectly. Another approach that's being talked about is something called community insurance, where communities might buy insurance on behalf of all their residents. That's been talked about. It's a very interesting idea, but hasn't actually happened in practice yet. But the idea would be that if the community was purchasing the insurance, then the premium reduction for investment in community level nature-based solutions would be substantial enough to drive those greater investments. So great idea, still have some institutional kinks to work out to make it actually promote greater investments in nature. Okay, the second thing was insuring a natural asset itself. And I'm sure some of you listening have read about the coral reef insurance policies that have been happening over the last few years. So the first one was for the Mesoamerican reef, which stretches along 4 countries from Mexico to Honduras. It's the largest barrier reef in the Western Hemisphere, and it's really valuable, right? It's a tourist attraction. It supports the economy of many coastal communities. It's habitat for many species. It supports fishing and provides livelihood to coastal residents. It can reduce wave energy and, protection to the coastal development. Yet corals are under threat. I'm sure most people listening know that half of the world's corals have already been lost since the 1950s. Scientists estimate that 90% are going to be gone this century. Now, those threats are largely from things like climate change and pollution, but very strong storms can also damage reefs. They can break off coral, and if those pieces fall into rubble from the storm, they might not be able to regrow. But if you send divers in, like in the picture there, right after the storm, they can reattach the coral and help it repair itself and grow back and not have as much sustained damage from the storm. So how do you pay for that? Well, a novel approach to financing that was pioneered in Mexico, where a whole group of many groups who care about the protection of the reef, so hotel owners, the local government, the Nature Conservancy, the Parks Commission, Swiss Re, the big reinsurance company, got together and they created a trust to help protect the beach and the reef. And one thing the trust did was purchase a parametric insurance policy that they would get a payout when a big hurricane happened. Well, that policy was tested with Hurricane Delta in 2020, and the trust got $800,000 to pay for divers and boats to go out and begin these repair work to reattach the corals. That's now been replicated further down the reef, and I think also recently in Hawaii. It hasn't really been replicated to other systems though, and I think there's a few reasons why that we need to think about. The first is that Natural systems are what economists call public goods, right? Everybody benefits from them. And so nobody really has an incentive to pay for their protection. And the same thing is true about insuring them. So what I think was actually really innovative about the Mexico example was less the parametric product and more the institution that got all the groups that benefit from a healthy reef together to all contribute and work together in maintaining that reef. And so that type of institutional work has to be done before you kind of can take out the insurance policy, because otherwise people, point fingers and want somebody else to pay for it, kind of a classic public goods problem. But when we think about replicability, there's also some other things we need to think about. The first is that some ecosystems after big disasters don't need intervention. They're best left on their own to heal themselves. So we need to identify those ecological systems where something like having these divers go in, something that requires money, because insurance is about money after the fact, right? Would actually support important work to help repair the system. And then I also, two more points. The first is to highlight insurance isn't free, right? You have to pay that premium. And sometimes it's not cost effective to transfer premium to a private insurance company. Sometimes it might be better for a trust like that to hold the money in a savings account accruing interest and then have it there to make the payments themselves to the divers when they need to. And so that's a balance that has to be made for each context about how much the insurance costs, how much savings they have, how much money they're going to need for repairs, right? And that's true for any insurance. There's times where it's really cost effective and very important to have that smoothing mechanism of insurance, and other types of risks, it's much cheaper just to cover on your own. And the final point I want to make is that, and I think this is really important when we get to these kind of the intersection of insurance and nature, is that there are some problems that insurance can really help solve, and there are some that it really can't. And it's important to identify the places where it can't too, right? To know where this is a helpful tool. And one of the biggest challenges for coral reefs is around climate change. It's ocean warming and ocean acidification. And insurance cannot help with those threats. And that's what's really leading to the dramatic decline in corals. And so these repairs after a hurricane are helpful, but they're not going to stem that huge loss that we're facing associated with climate change. Okay. Next one, number 3, is looking at new risk transfer approaches. So the point here is that lots of types of environmental activities require pretty standard insurance. So let's back up for 1 second to give a good example. So over 95% of the protected land in the US is owned by government, but a growing number of stakeholders are highlighting that greater conservation on private lands, which is the majority of land in the US, is going to be needed to address the declines in plant and animal populations that we're seeing, and land trusts play a critical role in that, right? They hold easements and fee simple lands in conservation status, but they have to protect those sometimes against legal challenges. And a legal case in the late 1990s that required a conservation organization to pay out lots of money to defend an easement alerted the land trust community to this risk. And many realized that without insurance coverage, a really bad legal case could bankrupt them. And this seems like a situation that's perfect for insurance, right? Rare, but potentially catastrophic financial risk. That's what insurance is designed for. But land trusts were unable to find commercial insurance policies to give them the protection they needed at a price point that they could really afford. And part of the problem was that standard insurance didn't really understand these risks and saw the potential customer pool as very small, and so didn't invest in understanding them. And when traditional insurers aren't familiar with a risk profile, they tend to charge a lot more for it, more than the land trust could pay. So in order to overcome these challenges, the Land Trust Alliance created Terra Firma, which is an insurance organization, but its structure is, I think, unique in the world. It's a charitable risk pool, which means it's a nonprofit, and it's a captive, which means a captive is an insurance provider completely owned by the members to whom it provides insurance. They're sometimes used by, like utilities have a captive that provides insurance only to utilities and is owned by them. So this is a nonprofit captive. So it's only for land trusts, and it also provides them with other risk management services as well. In 2020, it offered this kind of defense liability insurance policies to hundreds of land trusts across the US. And I think the success of this highlights how innovations in how we actually structure risk transfer, so we don't need standard insurance companies to help with the pooling and transfer of risk, and that can help meet the needs of sort of niche products and institutions to help them with the risk management that they need. let's now turn to one. I have just a couple more slides and then we'll be done here looking ahead. I wanted to talk about one other sort of niche thing. So we could have these novel business models, but we also can have novel products and novel brokers helping with it. So let me give examples because I think examples make all this much clearer. So groups that do ecological restoration or manage lands for recreation also need a bunch of insurance, right? They need workers' compensation and they need liability and auto coverage and all these things, right? But similar to the land trust, many of these groups were finding that insurers didn't have the expertise and it was cost prohibitive to get these coverages for them. So a few years ago, two folks, an insurance broker and a conservation specialist, a founder of a group that had been working to connect young people to work experiences in restoration and conservation, teamed up and created Conservation United, which is an insurance broker, which means someone who helps you find insurance coverage, designed specifically for folks working in conservation and restoration to help them with all the standard insurance they need, but understanding the risk, and so offering them much more affordable prices for that. And so they've saved many environmental groups a lot of money in those insurance purchases. They've also started developing some novel products too. So things like ensuring wetland mitigation banking and carbon offsets. So as we see the emergence of environmental markets, we're also seeing the emergence of the risk management tools to go along with it. Okay, 2 more slides and then we'll be ready for questions. I want to talk about underwriting and investing. So underwriting. Underwriting is the process by which insurance companies evaluate the risks they take and whether they want to insure them, and if they do, how much they're going to charge. Through this process, insurers can actually choose to insure or not insure things, right? And have an impact on environmental outcomes. This kind of lever of using underwriting has been getting a lot of attention around climate policy. And so insurers have been being pressured by a number of activists to make pledges that, for example, they won't insure any new coal because there is no room for new coal in a Paris-aligned future, and to make similar types of pledges on other types of oil and gas and carbon-intensive sectors. And indeed, the UN has pulled some of this together through the Net Zero Insurance Alliance. But thinking about underwriting for more nature positive activities is still pretty new. And it could take a number of forms, right? It could be insurance companies refusing to insure sectors, firms, or projects that have really negative impacts on the environment. It could be saying, we're only going to insure you if you undertake these important measures to reduce your environmental footprint. It could be charging higher prices for things like liability coverage for environmentally harmful activities, because there is then a higher risk of lawsuits against them. So this is all kind of coming together under a lot of new conversations about what role underwriting decisions can have in conservation, in climate, and part of the broader ESG conversations around insurance. Okay, the very last one I want to mention is that insurance companies, I was talking earlier about how they have to have access to money to pay all these huge claims, right? So because of that, they are large holders of capital. They have a lot of money just sitting there because they needed to just sit there so that they can access it really quickly if they need to pay claims. So in general, they need to put their capital in safe and more liquid types of investments. But again, paralleling the climate conversations, there's been a lot of pressure that insurance companies, since they do have so much capital, start taking a climate lens to that and divest from carbon intensive firms, and also proactively invest in things like renewables. But we're also seeing an emerging conversation similar to that divestment conversation around nature positive activities. So different types of screens on what types of investments should be excluded because they're harmful or should be included because they're helpful. I'll say sort of merging the investment and philanthropy aspects of insurance too. There's a very interesting new model that has emerged in Canada, where a team of Canadian insurers teamed up with Ducks Unlimited to actually fund investments in expanded wetlands near urban areas in order to promote sort of nature-based solutions around areas where they were insuring property. So I think there's even further innovations to be had in how we can unite some of these things for greater environmental protection. Okay, so that's everything I had. I think that's left us with at least 15 minutes for questions. So let me stop sharing now And I'll turn it, Sarah, back over to you to kind of moderate any discussion that we now want to have.
Okay, thank you so much, Carolyn. This was fabulous. It's great to get the primer on how insurance works, and then more details about how it can be an environmentally positive aspect. We had a couple questions that came in sort of mid-presentation, which I'd like to cover. And then some more that came in. I just remind everyone you can go ahead and send in questions either in the Q&A or the chat. I was also going to note, I just saw something last week that Hawaii got coral reef insurance. It was the first ever US-based coral reef insurance policy. Yeah, so that seemed like exciting news. So a question that came in sort of midstream, they said they'd love to hear more about the nonprofit community-based organization insurance pilot you mentioned.
Yeah, sure. So this is a project funded by the National Science Foundation. It's got a lot of partners working together, including us at EDF and our nonprofit partner in New York City, the Center for New York City Neighborhoods, as well as the Mayor's Office for Climate and Environmental Justice, and Guy Carpenter, and another disaster recovery group, SBP. Anyway, a whole bunch of partners. And what we are piloting is one of these kind of mesoparametric models that I was talking about, where this nonprofit is going to be purchasing a parametric product actually related to flooding from intense precipitation events. New York City has seen growing risk from intense precipitation like this whole region. And last year there was a couple back-to-back really severe rainstorms that just led to really devastating damage and actually loss of life, tragically, in New York City. And what the city found was that unlike coastal areas of the city, which there's been a lot of education and investment since Hurricane Sandy really called attention to those risks, the folks living in some of the areas subject to these rainfall-related flood risks were often very unaware, had no insurance coverage for it. And so our project is targeting those rainfall-specific events. And I'll say it's been quite a challenge to develop what that parametric trigger looks like, because we're one of the first rainfall-related products out there. But the basic idea is the Center for New York City Neighborhoods, I digress, sorry, will get this policy that when there's an intense rainfall event, we'll pay out to them, and they will then use the money to make emergency cash grants to households in need. And so the pilot is really designed to cover that delay piece that I think I alluded to, that lots of forms of assistance take too long to get to people. It can be weeks or months, sometimes even longer, before people get the dollars they need to recover from a disaster event. And more affluent families, that's fine. They can use their savings, they can, charge their credit card, whatever it is, to kind of tide them over until those resources arrive. But we are finding for lower income households, it's a really harmful situation to have these immediate needs and no way to meet them, right? And so that's the kind of population that's being targeted with this pilot.
Okay, that's fantastic to hear about, and we'd love to follow the progress of this.
Oh, we have I'll just say there's a website, edf.org/inclusive insurance, if anyone wants to look at it more.
I'll look to find that during the next question. Let's see. There was a question that had come in. Is the livestock program, is it based on parametric insurance?
Yes. Yeah. And the trigger here is related to the satellite data. So parametric insurance has really also really grown because of this growth in data and technology that we have right now. Yeah. And so it uses measurements of drought from satellite data as the trigger. That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. There's a question. Great webinar. Could you comment on whether there's a role for reinsurance in disaster insurance and finance?
So reinsurance plays an incredibly important role in disaster insurance. So basically, a lot of disaster risk would be uninsurable locally, right? Like you couldn't have, if you were just insuring property in Florida, you would be bankrupt whenever there's like a big storm. And so what insurance companies do is they purchase insurance for themselves, which is reinsurance. And reinsurance allows these types of disaster risks to be diversified globally, to pool them globally, so that they're holding some, hurricane risk in Florida and some flood risk in Germany and some wildfire risk in Australia. And all these disasters get pooled together. And so primary insurers are able to provide disaster insurance to the extent that they can get reinsurance for it. So absolutely, reinsurance is really central and plays an important role here. And reinsurers, are sophisticated analysts of catastrophe risk. And as we're seeing in places like Florida, when they're assessing that risk is just growing up, those prices go up, and that's another driver of higher insurance costs for disasters.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn.
Yeah.
A question that came in, what hopes do you have for something like the STORM Act or / revolving loans for states? And how could insurance be incorporated into this?
Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't thought specifically about how to incorporate insurance, but I will say that I think it's really critical that we view risk reduction, disaster mitigation, and insurance as complements. Like, they have to work together. And the reason disaster insurance can get expensive and hard to get is because the risks go up. And the only way to solve that, you can subsidize it and pass those risks around and put them on the taxpayer instead, but you can't actually make those costs go away unless you lower the underlying risk. And so to stabilize our insurance markets, we definitely need to invest in risk reduction. Also, there's tons of uninsured costs, and going through disasters is really, really hard on families, and we don't want them to have to do that. So we need to invest more in lowering risks. And so there's a lot of things that need to be done on that front. And part of it is how we get the capital to do that. And loans might be, part of that solution. There's a lot more federal dollars going into resilience building in the last couple of years. We've seen huge infusions of grants to help communities invest in mitigation. And I think there's other roles for insurance to play here too. So for example, one is at the time of rebuilding, wouldn't it be great if your insurance policy gave you a resilience bonus so that you got extra funds if you built back stronger? And that would also be beneficial for your insurance company because you'd have lower claims in the future. Now, insurance companies are a little bit hesitant to just give you a bonus because they think you'll get the bonus from them and then switch companies and they won't kind of benefit from lower claims. So there's a few kinks to work out, or you might have to pay for it. But in general, I think more thought needs to be put into how we kind of link those things so that you could have money so that, because we know what to do to build stronger, right? The Institute for Building and Home Safety, for example, has like a fortified standard, and those homes really withstand very strong hurricanes. And so we'd really reduce disaster losses if we built to that standard more. And so can we encourage that, for example, in rebuilding? The trickier question is when we're building in places that we really shouldn't be building, right? Where it's just too risky and the cost of continual rebuilding far outweigh the cost of the property or the benefits of being located there. But even there, I think there's a role for insurance to help, because we know that there's not enough federal money to buy out everyone who's going to need to relocate from sea level rise and from growing climate risk. And so another tool would be to use private insurance policies so that when you face a complete loss from a disaster like a hurricane or a flood or a wildfire, you can use that money to not rebuild in place, but move somewhere safer. And California has really opened that up with some laws and regulations that insurance companies after a wildfire have to pay you the full cost of your claim, not to rebuild, but for you to take that money and move somewhere else. The problem is it's not tied to a program right now to then put that risky land into open space, which is what we do with federal flood buyouts. So instead, other people just move in and then they get damaged, and it perpetuates the damage. So we need to couple that type of insurance-based financing with these kind of public sector programs to keep the land out of development. Sorry, that was a long answer for that question.
No, that was fascinating. No, thank you.
Yeah.
No, that's fascinating. Okay, there are a couple of questions about the livestock insurance program that you talked about. First of all, is there a link to it, or can you give me some clues and then I'll find a link? I've
some things have been
about it years ago.
And afterwards I can send you some links if you want to share it with people. But
Okay.
If people Google Kenya Livestock Insurance Program, I'm sure you'll find a bunch of the pages on it.
Okay.
But if not, I'm happy to send some stuff afterwards. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And I included that in an article I wrote years ago, so I could probably find it too.
Yeah, it's been around for a while, and I'm surprised that there hasn't been sort of broader replication of that concept because I find it so compelling.
And on that subject, one of the questions that came in is, can the livestock program model work in a different context to prevent other types of disasters? Do you have ideas around that, how something like that could be used?
Yeah, it's sort of like the coral reef thing. Like, you have to find the right model where that's helpful. And where this works is when there's some type of intervention ahead of time that would cost money that could really lower losses. And so identifying what those preparedness measures are. Often preparedness measures, there are lots you could do that aren't super expensive, like a flood's coming, drive your car to higher ground, right? But it could be used to finance things like temporary flood barriers, to protect communities, households or communities, that type of thing. The way that it's been replicated, or the concept has kind of expanded in more widespread use recently, is in something called forecast-based financing, which is using this kind of concept, but it's not actually insurance, it's for aid. And so the concern here was that in a lot of cases, international aid after disasters came too late, was ill-suited to needs, and again, wasn't doing anything to prevent things. So the Red Cross has really been leading this idea of forecast-based financing, which is when you see this forecast that something really bad is going to happen, like the satellite data showing drought, or there's a forecast of, a really bad flood event, then the aid is triggered. And so it's like using that same idea of automatic payouts based on some important weather or climate data. But in this case, the recipients aren't paying an insurance premium. It's not an insurance product, but the money is then gone. So it's been used in places like, I think it was used in Peru ahead of a flood in order to because one of the big challenges there apparently after floods was some public health concerns about contaminated water. And so they sent out supply. So they used the payout to provide supplies to sanitize water to prevent sort of disease outbreaks associated with the flooding. So those types of things. Oh, I think you're muted. Sorry, Sarah, I can't hear you.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Another question. Thank you for this presentation. Super useful. Have you been involved with or heard of work around influencing insurance reinsurance for the global shipping sector, given the risk of both catastrophic events and their cumulative impacts on the environment and their contributions to global emissions?
No, I haven't, but that sounds very interesting. So if whoever asked that has some resources they could share, I'd love to look at them. I know there's been some movement. This is not what they're asking, but there's been some interest in getting insurers to commit to like pulling back insurance for illegal fishing vessels and stuff like that. And it seems like this might be a place where this idea of underwriting restrictions might be useful. I don't really know what I'm talking about here. I'm just sharing ideas based on what you just said. That you might want to say that we're going to kind of pull back insurance unless certain, climate related changes are made. But that sounds really interesting. I'd like to think more about it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the illegal fishing has been around. I included that in the insurance article. So it seems like there's such tremendous potential there for influencing things.
Yeah, to use it more as a lever for or an incentive for behavior change. Yeah.
A question, can you provide examples of insurance premiums paid for disaster planning?
No, I don't know of insurance paying for planning activities. I don't. It kind of gets to the kind of bigger point, right? That insurance usually is giving you money after something bad happens. And a lot of the things we've talked about are how to make it, helpful ahead of time. I do want to say that I think some of the solutions that we've talked about a little bit, like having an insurance payout, an extra payout for mitigation or to relocate, or the Kenya example, do require planning ahead of time and information and educational resources made available at the time too. So the insurance has to be coupled to those types of activities to be impactful. So to come back to this idea of giving people a bonus to rebuild safer, in the aftermath of a disaster is a terrible time to be trying to convince and educate people. And they don't have bandwidth to be doing research on the best type of roof, right? They're just trying to get their family safe again. And so you need to have that all easy for them and there and available. So it's not just the money, but it's what exactly needs to be done to your home, who can do it that they can trust, that's going to charge them a fair amount. And that all kind of has to be a package deal. And so because of that, I think, and I know we're out of time, but I think a really important future avenue for this is how to develop better partnerships between insurance and nonprofits and community groups to have that type of comprehensive response.
Okay, thank you so much, Carolyn. And we are out of time, although there's a couple questions I really wish we had been able to get to. But thank you so much, Carolyn, for your time. And thank you to everyone who attended. if this is something we should do again, so we can get to the questions we weren't able to this time, let me know. Just shoot me an email at sarah@octagroup.org, and we can look into covering specific areas in more depth. But thank you so much, Carolyn. We really appreciate you giving the time to do this. And I think you all saw the information about the book, so you can read up more about insurance and what it can do for the environment. And thank you to everyone who attended.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the invitation again. This was great.
Okay. All right. Bye, everyone.
Take care.
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
Can I welcome members and officers here at City Hall and the public in the gallery watching or on the webcast to today's meeting of the GLA Oversight Committee. Since the previous meeting of the committee, Assembly Member Hall has stepped down and has been replaced by Assembly Member Boff, as agreed at the London Assembly plenary meeting on the 7th of September 2023. Can we record our thanks to Assembly Member Hall for her time on the committee, and a big oversight welcome to Assembly Member Boff. You'll be so glad you've joined us. I'm already delighted. Please, may I remind participants to turn your phones off or put them on silent, and can I also ask members to ensure there are no electronic devices in front of your microphones. Can I ask the clerk, Nicoletta Kemp, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for absence have been received from Assembly Member Pigeon, for whom Assembly Member Bakari is substituting, from Assembly Member Sahota, for whom Assembly Member Desai is substituting, and from Assembly Member McCartney.
Thank you. Moving on to declarations of interest, can we list the note of offices held by Assembly members? And can I ask members if they have any disclosable pecuniary interest in specific items listed on the agenda? Perfect. Can we confirm the minutes of the meeting of the committee on 20th of June and the 12th of July 2023 to be signed by me as a correct record? Thank you. And can we note the completed, closed and ongoing actions arising from previous meetings of the GLA Oversight Committee? Thank you. And can I ask the committee to note the following recent activity or action, taken by the chairman in consultation with the deputy chair and party group lead members under delegated authority, to agree the committee's letter to the head of facilities management GLA regarding the restructure of the facilities management unit, and to agree up to £3,000 for the purpose of hosting the Parliamentary and Assembly Procedural Officials Network (PAPON) Conference 2023. Noted that was. Yeah, I thought that one needed a reminder. It's a test, isn't it? Another test. On to the main business for today. Welcome to the panel. We have Shirley Rodriguez, the Deputy Mayor for Environment and Energy, Catherine Barber, Assistant Director for Environment and Energy, and Enver, Acting Chief Finance and Assistant Director to Group Performance. And there's somebody else here as well. But there's no...
Hi, I'm Ken Raquel-Necreed, Head of Impact Investment Analysis for Group Treasury.
Okay, and many thanks for joining us as well.
I think it's so unfair that Kenroy doesn't have a proper nameplate. Can we not? Yes, we need a Sharpie. I think.
Should we whip one up quickly? Yeah. I think. On this.
So let's promote him to having a nameplate.
Yeah. The first question is, who's got a Sharpie? Yeah. Okay. So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Shirley, first question is for you. What progress has been made on the green finance since you last appeared in front of this committee in November?
Huge progress since I think.
Could you just do the mic, please?
Huge progress since I think officers were in front of the committee, I think, last November. As you're aware, last February, the Mayor announced plans for a green bond programme, aiming to issue a £500 million green bond supported by £90 million worth of GLA funding to support the project development and cost of finance. As many of you will recall, the the economic instability last summer, following a certain budget, made market conditions really unfavourable, in particularly for green bonds. So the GLA's planned green bond issuance was paused whilst we worked out an interim way of taking forward the proposals that the Mayor had. So what the Mayor has done is worked on establishing a green finance fund, same ambition, but using other resources available to the GLA that we're hoping to, or that we're aiming to refinance later through green bond proceeds once that's able to proceed, and if favourable rates or other sources of funding can be secured. Earlier this year, we've been working on developing and then published in April the draft Green Finance Framework, which sets out the governance framework and the project eligibility criteria. We will be, intending to launch a green bond once and if market conditions improve, and proceeds from that would be deployed via this Green Finance Fund. And that all lending under the Green Finance Fund is in line with that green bond framework to make sure that's possible. The Green Finance Fund was then launched at London Climate Action Week in June, and the first window for expressions of interest to the Green Finance Fund is currently open. It closes tomorrow, the 29th of September, and we're looking forward to reviewing the applications. So lots of progress on the fund, less so on the green bond for the reasons I've stated, and then I'm sure Catherine and Enver and Kenroy can talk a little bit more about the detail, but we've also been working to staff up the environment team who are working on that, LTL colleagues and finance colleagues have been working very hard on that, and I just wanted to thank everyone in the environment team, the green finance team, Enver's team and Kenroy and Luke at LTL for all the work that they've been doing to really push this ahead. It's phenomenal progress for something that is really needed, but is very complicated. So, we had to take the due process, basically, to make sure the fiduciary duty, statutory obligations, and so on were taken into account.
Thanks. And Catherine, this may be for you more than Shirley. On that last point around the applications, do you know how many applications have been received in this tranche?
So we'll know that tomorrow, and we're happy to update the committee afterwards.
Okay. Is there not a ballpark at the moment about?
So we've had contacts with all of the boroughs. We know that some are definitely putting in applications, others are possibles. I think it does take time for people to get used to a product when it's new. Essentially, the Green Finance Fund is a new product on this market. We've had to explain what sort of projects can apply, the kinds of terms and conditions that we'd be offering, why it's worth coming to us rather than taking out Public Works Loan Board, borrowing, etc. So it takes a while to warm up. We know we'll get some applications from within the GLA group, some from boroughs. We'll see beyond that.
Thank you. And I think probably following on from what you're about to say there is if you could outline the difference between the Green Bond Programme and the Green Finance Fund.
So essentially, as Shirley said, we looked originally to finance this by borrowing through the issuance of a green bond. The market conditions for that weren't favourable over the last year, but the Mayor didn't want to wait on supporting decarbonisation or other environmental projects, and so has made money available out of the GLA's own reserves. That's why we're calling it a fund for now. It's possible that later we will refinance it by issuing a green bond. So the sorts of projects that we're talking about are the same. They are in renewable energy, energy efficiency, clean transportation, etc. And we've issued a draft green bond framework that was published in April. And that means that everything that we do is consistent with green bond principles. So if we get to a stage where the market is ready for green bond issuance, everything we're doing under the fund, we could then go out and say, this meets all of the standards and expectations. We now want to release this as a bond. But for now, we're calling it a fund, the same sorts of impacts and projects.
And following on from that as well, do you have any current thinking about the scale, timing, cost and structure of how the green bond bit may come about and what it may look like?
Yes, I mean, as I'll try that one. I think as Catherine's outlined, I think the way to look at this, the green bond program, in effect, it's how we go to the market to borrow up to 500 million. And the Green Finance Fund is the mechanism through which we deploy that money. So the Green Finance Fund has the governance around, and set out the categories for financing project. So it's a continuum, Mr. We go to mark. So the ambition is to secure up to 500 million from the bond market, subject to improved market conditions. But we're also looking at other sources as well in the event that doesn't materialize, because if we don't get to the point where it's economically viable to borrow from the bond market, we need to actually look at other sources to provide the finance for this. So it could be up to 500 million.
Thank you. I had an indication from Assembly Member Russell.
Yes, it's just a point of clarification on Catherine's answer to the first question, because you said, I think, that when boroughs and others are considering whether to take up the this way of financing things, so the green finance or the Public Works Loan Board, how people can make a distinction between those two. And I just wondered if you could just say a little bit more about that, because presumably we need to understand why people would go for your green finance initiative rather than the Public Works Loan Board.
So there are a number of things that I hope would make us attractive. Our wider work on low carbon finance, it also includes the work of our accelerators. So we engage both within the GLA group with public authorities outside the GLA group as well, including local authorities, to help them develop projects, and we do that with the Mayor's funding and up to now also with EU funding. That finishes this year, and that's a well-established scheme, but people are then within our ecosystem, they know us, they talk to us about what their plans are. We always say that we will provide finance competitively. We know that, for example, local authorities have access to PWLB, so you would expect them to get at least a slim discount on that, but we don't want to obviously to offer too much if they are making savings or getting a payback from their investments. We're then not offering a generous subsidy on top of that, they just don't need it. But there are criteria that we apply to decide whether to then reach into the £75 million that the Mayor has made available to accompany, so that there's the 500 million of financing which we can offer as loans, but then to make that an attractive package, either by helping to sort of spread when the repayments have to come in, or to make the interest rate a bit more attractive, we can use some of that £75 million to soften it a bit, to make it an attractive proposition. But we only do that when the cost savings or the payback from the projects are not themselves sufficient, just to make it a kind of attractive proposition. So if they need that interest rate subsidy to make that a viable proposal. And then we also look for proof of additionality, so that the project wouldn't have gone ahead if we hadn't been helping out with that, some of the Mayor's money for that. And then we also have metrics, for example, about tonnes of carbon per pound invested. So there are various criteria. We don't hand out the money too easily. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you. Very quickly, Catherine, I may have missed it. Assembly Member Best asked if you've had any applications in so far, and you said you're expecting some tomorrow. And listen, I always got my essays in late, so I completely get that. Have you had any yet?
Yes, so I suppose I should draw the committee's attention to the fact that we have financed some projects already. We have
the two that I know of, yeah.
So we've financed three. And that's up to £185 million. And so what is coming in next will be the first round of expressions of interest. We started within the GLA group, so we've made commitments to TfL and to LLDC. And then beyond that, we've been reaching out to the boroughs, to NHS, further education institutions, etc. And that's what we're calling round one. That's what closes tomorrow.
Good. So I knew about the two of those. Yeah. I didn't know there were three. I read about the two. But have you had any in so far outside of that?
I'm afraid I haven't opened the box. My colleagues may have taken a look. I know we're going to get some. We're very confident about that. Whether the boroughs and others have hit send, okay. I'll confirm that after tomorrow's deadline.
But we don't know if there's been any.
Well, the deadline hasn't yet passed, so I don't.
Okay, but all right. Okay.
Thank you. And Catherine, quickly, if on that £180 million limit, if there is a project that, say, is an amazing project but £190 million, how much flex is there within the scheme? Or Shirley, is that a question for you?
I think it's probably more a question of Enver. I think we've got a budget, so I think we would be looking to adjust, I guess, and really review the project. But I think over to Enver to decide that.
Just to sort of clarify the numbers, so we've out of the 500, we've allocated 185. So there's 315 left, not 180. And so it would have to come in wanting more than 315 million on one scheme. I doubt we'll get one that big. If we do, we'll look at how we prioritise. At the moment, the limit is 500 million. So I'd rather we have the lucky problem of being oversubscribed. At the moment, we've been asking for applications and haven't been in that luxurious position of having too much choice. So we'll cross that bridge if we get to it. But the limit is 500 million, and I can't give you a bigger number than that right now.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Well, luckily we seem to have explored some of my questions already. Can't imagine how that could possibly have happened to Assemblymember Fortune. What environmental projects, this is to the Deputy Mayor, do you think that the 500 million Green Finance Fund should be funding? What would you like to, in an imaginary parallel universe where you have complete choice, what would you like? And everyone's applying, massively oversubscribed.
Well, there are three categories: energy efficiency, transportation, and renewable energy. So those are the ones we've identified because those are where the biggest emissions reductions can happen, and because we targeted the functional bodies initially and then expanded it to hospitals, universities and so on, it's largely around their estates and their fleet decarbonisation, so areas where they have control over. So we would expect to see those coming in. The huge issues about retrofitting buildings, trying to retrofit with renewable energy, and then obviously cleaning up and decarbonising our fleets and all the accompanying infrastructure, all things that those bodies are grappling with. There isn't enough finance in their own budgets, which is why bringing forward a funding facility or green fund like this is helpful, but we know this isn't enough. We need to do much more, as do government, and many other cities are obviously looking at this.
And we will be looking to the 500 million going only on capital expenditure. These are all going to be CapEx projects.
That's right.
Okay. So in terms of the transportation, which you mentioned, I understand that there are certain projects, well, not just transportation, but that you've excluded energy from waste infrastructure projects. You've also excluded fossil fuel boilers being reinstalled, vehicles powered through fossil fuel combustion, and ethanol or brown, black or blue hydrogen. What about biofuels? Are they ruled in or ruled out?
Can I? Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Go for it.
They're not on our list of exclusions, but we would want to see evidence of environmental benefit, and we also ask questions of environmental harm. So I think we take that on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, because like hydrogen, some people will categorise certain forms of hydrogen as green hydrogen, and the same with biofuels. Some are green biofuels as opposed to ones that are possibly unsustainable, like shipping in pellets from Canadian forests across the sea. I won't mention who does that because I'm sure we all know. And so you were saying that 185 million has been allocated already, and I wondered if you could just set out for us what that money has gone to. Is that to these two big projects?
The two big projects are the solar membrane on the Olympic Stadium roof, which is, they're looking at the moment, and the other is to ULEZ related infrastructure, and then I think some of it is earmarked, I think, for other TfL projects. I think you've got the detail, haven't you?
There's the two big ones are with TfL. One is the ULEZ one, and then there's one around the LED lighting at stations and various programs like that. And then the third one is the membrane at the stadium.
And could you break down the 185 million between those three projects approximately?
150 for the ULEZ.
150 for ULEZ.
Just under. And it was about 30 for the other TfL projects, and then 5 for the membrane.
5?
Yeah.
Just 5?
Yeah.
Okay. And does that require planning permission?
The membrane?
The membrane.
Yes.
Well, they're doing it, so I'm assuming that they've got whatever
I think
building.
Ken Roy's shaking.
Yeah, you can.
Yes, it does, and they have actually been going through the process of securing that.
And do we know any other stadiums that have had that sort of membrane installed elsewhere, either in London or outside London? I seem to remember seeing somebody talking about one on the news, but or is this a whole new technology?
Yeah.
I'm not aware, but it is relatively sort of new technology, and you know, sort of they've done a lot of feasibility to ensure that it works and would fit. And I think if it doesn't prove, you know, to be feasible, well, the feasibility study indicated that it is, but I think it would be, you know, sort of quite a significant, you know, sort of technology to apply elsewhere, particularly for those building and properties that have uniquely shaped roofs and particular roofs that are constrained by the amount of weight that they can take.
Sure, maybe not good to put on a building that is made out of rack, for example, because that might not be very efficacious. I'm going to assume that you are not going to be able to tell me, I'm going to look at Catherine for this one, what projects are currently being considered, because the closing date is tomorrow and we haven't opened the application box. But what sort of targets do you have for the timing of the allocation of funding after you open the box tomorrow and you're inundated with all of these applications that fall into the correct categories, hopefully?
So we'll have to see what we get in. We've said previously that we wanted to have 2 waves or 2 rounds of collecting project ideas by the end of this financial year, and I hope that will still be the case. Of course, it depends what we get back. If we're completely oversubscribed and we allocate everything through round 1, then job done. But I'd be surprised if that happens. Assuming not, we've got what we get in tomorrow, and then any further projects probably in the new year. So we've now allocated 185. I think we'd be doing pretty well if half of the money was allocated by the end of this financial year, but I'm speculating at this point. You know, we'll see what we get tomorrow.
And we will presumably be measuring the projects that we decide that the decision is made to allocate money to in terms of the environmental benefits. So presumably tons of carbon that don't end up in the atmosphere, but because we're also looking at mobility related projects, will we also be measuring reduction in particulate matter 2.5 and 10, and also NOx? So we will have a full set of indicators to see all of the benefits that will flow from the projects.
Yeah, and we've also looked at, sorry Catherine, I was jumping in, but because we're asking for looking at co-benefits as well, there'll be other things that we might be able to report on as well, depending on the project, whether it's impact on vulnerable areas, you know, in terms of climate adaptation or green space or whatever comes through, I think.
But you will be developing a matrix so that we can assess the projects against each other, as well as just being able to see that they have made a general improvement.
We're certainly going to be reporting on the improvements. Whether it's a matrix, I'm not sure, but I have to leave that to maybe Kenro can answer.
Yes, we have set out core indicators that we expect. We ask the projects to report against, and you know, we will be doing. I think it was mentioned at the meeting last week that we'll be doing an impact reporting, annual impact reporting on all the projects that we've supported under the scheme.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could I just confirm, when you keep saying that the previous project was ULEZ infrastructure, what parts was that?
What parts of ULEZ infrastructure? I think it's the infrastructure was like signage, Raji. Cameras.
It's the infrastructure to facilitate the expansion. So you know, sort of the signage, cameras, as well as the IT infrastructure that's necessary. So those are the key bits that were actually financed under the scheme.
Okay, thanks. I wonder if it wasn't talking about signage, because I just get confused every morning when I step out of my house and it tells me I've got a mile to get into the ULEZ zone, and I'm in it. So I wonder perhaps if we need to take another look at signage. Assemblymember Prince, did you want to come in still?
Thank you. I just had a question around KPIs. Are there going to be any KPIs around any of this at all?
Well, there's a KPI of trying to spend all the, I think it's 500 million, well, the 200 million, yes, initially. But then I think there are a series of KPIs, and Catherine, I think I'm trying to find the bit of paper that says it, if you've got it to hand.
It's fine. So the key metrics are carbon savings. Decarbonisation is the Mayor's top priority. But we've talked about other potential environmental impacts, whether that's NOx, PM 2.5, PM10, etc. savings. There may be other things that people come forward with. So we'll be tracking those energy savings as well, of course, for the energy efficiency projects. And we do have a threshold, kind of the minimum value for money that we would accept for tonnes of carbon per pound invested. And one of the things that we're doing is also benchmarking some of those other environmental indicators to look at how other green bond issuers or other cities or states have done that. I'll say that generally in energy savings per pound or carbon savings per pound are quite familiar. Where it comes to air quality improvements or biodiversity improvements per pound, there's less out there to compare ourselves against. So, you know, we may be at the forefront of that, but yeah, we're looking at that now.
And will you be publishing those KPIs?
So, as Ken Roy said, we'll publish the metrics at the in the annual report.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I'm going to hand over to Assemblymember Bakari, but before I do, sorry, I should have said that Shirley's only with us for the hour. So if anyone was bursting at the seams to ask Shirley a question, then get your hands up before 3 o'clock. Assemblymember Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add to the question on the list for green financing, in the green bond principles, which are the GLA basis, its green financial framework, the International Capital Market Association actually lists sustainable water and wastewater management as one of the key areas that could be focused on, but it's not on the list. Given the Mayor's limited powers, elsewhere to intervene with the pollution in London's rivers, don't you think this is a missed opportunity, to finance some projects that could actually be really helpful right now?
I think, as we've said, we're trying to focus on the areas that are really that we know are top of sort of the ways of reducing emissions in order to then reduce the impacts of climate change. So the energy efficiency, transport, renewable energy. We have said that we want to look at sort of thematic funds, for example, around nature-based solutions. But our focus really is trying to get the water companies to really focus on delivering their responsibilities in this area in terms of river pollution and sustainable urban drainage and so on. So there's a number of sort of other areas where we're pressing
I appreciate
them and governments. But yeah, absolutely, and it's something that we've asked the Green Finance Institute, who I think are also looking at nature-based solutions. It's a big issue, and as we know the rough cost of what we think it's going to be to deal with mitigation and the net zero target, the number for how we can adapt London, just like many other cities, we absolutely have no idea, and that's really one of the things that, for example, the Mayor has asked Emma Howard-Boyd, who's chairing the London Climate Change Impacts Resilience Review, to have a look at as part of her evidence gathering with insurance companies and others. We know globally it's in the trillions. There is so much that needs to happen on adaptation, so it's right that we start thinking about how we look at nature-based solutions and other adaptation mechanisms.
Great, thank you. And I also want to ask you, Shirley, about the green bond being a one-off measure, or are you anticipating further use of debt funding in the future?
I think we need to, again, I'll defer to Enver and Kenroy on this, but we want to look at what is feasible for London. We know we can't do this through public finance. We have to look at private finance, investment, debt, all of these sort of various measures. But what's appropriate for London, what's appropriate for each sector, will need to be taken into account, I think. And obviously the impact on borrowing limits and repayments and so on. But I'm going to leave Enver and Kenroy maybe to fill you in a bit more on that.
I think you've answered it really well, actually. So I was going to say that we just need to be cautious about how much we borrow. So some of the money that we've already lent out, for example, to TfL and ULEZ, that's got an expected payback of 4 years. So that's quite short term, whereas the membrane's 18 years. So our, excuse the pun, but our plan is to recycle that money when it comes back. We can't keep lending sort of 500 million here and 500 million there and leaving the GLA's credit rating at risk. So that's where my job comes in, to sort of say, yes, this
yeah, I can
important.
appreciate that it's all kind of new territory. I mean, Enver or Shirley could answer this, but the GFI London Finance Climate Report circulated to this committee suggests that the GLA should be looking into other options of external borrowing. I'd like to know a little bit more about that. Would you consider, now I was really intrigued by this, the Islamic bonds and the performance bonds, and what's your thinking about that?
If I probably start with the performance bonds, this is certainly one of the things that we, I think it's generally sort of referred to as sustainable linked bonds, and we'd certainly consider a wide variety of options, including the sustainable linked bonds. But I think we settled on a green bond because of the sort of flexibility that provides, as opposed to the sustainable link, where you have specific KPIs that you have to hit, and if you don't, you could be penalised. Alternatively, if you do, then financially you could be better on. But given that we didn't have a full influence over what projects eventually would come forward, we'd rather keep that sort of flexibility which the green bond provided.
I mean, I was intrigued by the Islamic bonds. Have you looked into that and whether that would fit the criteria that you have?
I think we haven't looked into a wide detail of it, and it's probably something that we sort of maybe explore. But but just back to in terms of what we were trying to do here was sort of in terms of the green bond and the flexibility that those principles and the ICMA, the International Capital Markets Association principle, provide. Given, unlike sort of when you issue a green bond, you have a specific project or group of projects in mind. What we were having here is a loan fund scheme where a wide variety of projects, albeit in 3 categories, would come in, but quite a wide variety. So we wanted to make sure that whatever system we set up was flexible enough to accommodate that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Fortune.
Thank you. Enver, just picking up on something you said there, that the TfL payback is 4 years.
That's what it says in the business case. It's on that basis that we've lent it.
Is that challenging?
Don't know yet, do I? It's too early.
Whose problem does it become, I suppose? Right, but I think I read somewhere cash balances are still about 2.5 billion, so there's plenty of cash.
Yeah.
Okay. Shirley, regarding some of the projects, those projects that do very well, will they be in a position to cross-subsidise those that perhaps aren't performing financially?
That's the sort of recycling of savings issue, isn't it? Yeah, if that's possible, I think. But I think we know these projects are difficult because retrofitting a hospital and so on, the payback period we just heard for just the solar membrane is tough. I think our focus is going to make sure, just to be on making sure that people do pay back and then looking to other sources of finance to boost that fund, I think. But again, Enver or Kenroy, you've probably got more to say on this.
Yes, I mean, I think the approach that we've actually taken for this, recognizing the issue of sometimes the inability of projects to pay back or the savings that they might generate won't cover. So our primary focus, therefore, is more rather than providing project finance, which would probably make it difficult to actually make the case. We're more providing finance akin to corporate finance, so we're looking at the entity itself as in the main from a payback perspective, as opposed to so the broader question then is from an organizational perspective, they might be able to actually, if they generate a savings in one project, that might be able to subsidize, another project within looking from the perspective of someone who will borrow from us.
Okay, so that vehicle is there, but it sounds like there's still a little bit more thinking to do on it, and it's going to depend on kind of the output of some of these projects, I suppose. And then we're looking at some of the projects and the way they're being, and how success is being measured is going to be in that carbon reduction. So if we see that we funded a project and it isn't delivering those reductions in carbon that we want, what happens then?
So that is actually in the responsibilities of the steering committee. And I think we circulated the terms of reference before this meeting. So they do have within that, I think the idea that if a project is not performing according to the objectives of the Green Finance Fund, that can be withdrawn.
Okay, and then is there any expectation for money to be paid back or returned to the GLA?
Yep.
There'll be insurance policies in place, right? And
I think our preference would be trying to work with organizations to actually try and deliver this. We certainly don't want to be punitive. So it's part of the job that my team and the environmental team will be doing is to work in very closely to monitoring how things are progressing with these projects to make sure that they can, and so certainly one of the things that we do at the outset is to try and to test the feasibility of what's been said to ensure that we don't get to that stage.
We do recognise there's an opportunity cost, so that's why the feasibility approach is really tough, and which is why when we look at the applications that come in tomorrow, it will take some time to make sure that we're really confident that they are going to be the ones that we want and they meet the objectives and that they can deliver the savings and so on.
Honestly, I recognise the inherent risk in some of this technology that may be sort of innovative and sort of new to market as well. Last one from me. I think there's is it a 36-month period in terms of delivery where there is an opportunity, is there not, to fund projects that have already been delivered? Am I correct in that assertion? And for people to apply for that, would they go through the same sort of application windows?
Yeah. I think maybe what you're referring to is the sort of what they call the look-back period that's referred that's mentioned in the draft framework. Yeah. It's sort of a standard sort of condition within the bond market, whereby you can finance projects. If you go to the bond market to secure funding, that funding can be used to finance projects that have started sort of up to 3 years ago. So you can refinance projects that have started up to 3 years ago. So we have actually included that in our draft framework. It's there as an option, because one of the things while putting this together is we, as I mentioned previously, because of the not having a full sort of control over the nature of the projects coming through, we wanted things to be as flexible as possible. So we try and create a framework to facilitate that. Whether we'll use it or not sure yet. We haven't got anything up to that length of period, but it's just the flexibility to have if necessary.
So I was going to ask Catherine. Oh, sorry, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, obviously we want to fund new projects, and the work that Catherine's team through the accelerators work is to identify, new projects from boroughs, universities and so on. Through the accelerators, identifying potential projects and encouraging them and helping them with business cases so they're feasible and can apply preferably to us or Public Works Loans Board or whatever. Also the work that we've been doing through the 3CI in the net zero national pipeline. There's many of those projects sort of sit in both camps, I guess, because everybody's looking for any source of financing. So I wouldn't want to leave you with the fact that just thinking people are just going to come in with projects that were already been funded. We are very, focused on trying to encourage that pipeline, because without that pipeline, the markets don't have the confidence that there are projects there to finance. So we need that as well as the finance coming forward.
Well, that's what I was going to ask then, but I think maybe Kemroy answered it, but I'll double check, which was the late homework being delivered tomorrow. Is any of that going to fall into this sort of look back applications that you're expecting?
It could do. I mean, that would be within the scope of the eligibility of the fund. It won't be late if it comes in tomorrow. Only after that, then we'll be waving our fingers at people.
11:59, I used to send mine.
Yeah, I suppose just to say, we circulated the mission and objectives for the fund of the Green Finance Programme, and the Mayor has made it clear that he wants to accelerate decarbonisation in London. I think sitting on the credit committee, if I received 2 identical proposals, but one of them was something that happened 2 years ago and another one was going to happen, but it needed some help from the GLA to finance it. If it was a new project, then that for me would take priority, because it would be more in line with the Mayor's goals.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a last question from me on this section. When we were here in November 2022, we talked about, in relation to the green bond element, creating market excitement around this. Do you think there has been market excitement around?
I'll start with when we launched it at London Climate Action Week. We did it at the 3CI event, which had a huge buzz, actually. Lots of investors, developers, consultants, local authorities, government officials. Catherine talked about the bond after I'd done the sort of opening. But certainly the conversations I had with people were people were pleased that it was happening, really recognised the need for it and wanting to do more. And I think, as ever, and I'm sure Enver and Kenroy are much more closely involved in this world. They are excited, but I think desperate for more investment, I think, and wanting to do more. But I think needing to understand what the pipeline is and what the sort of macro conditions are, at government level, the market context and so on.
And Catherine, is that something you would agree with, that there's market excitement?
I think I agree up to that point. I do think, and I'm not trying to get political, but I think investors would also want to say that there's a bit of alignment and congruence between that local government level and at national government level, that any investment that they're making in particular, like renewable energies or any particular themes, are supported all the way through. And so just being at the climate budget session for the last 3 days with 13 other countries, the outlook from the outside looking in now is that confidence probably isn't there as much as it might have been a few weeks ago, to back investors to think this is a good thing to go into, because it might not have the same kudos as it might have done a few weeks ago. So that hasn't been proven by any facts, it's just a perception that was fed back to us by other countries from the outside.
Thanks. And I'm going to go to Assembly Member Cooper for the next section, but were you going to ask any questions of Shirley? Because
I might do.
Okay, I was going to try and let you go early, but
it's fine. I'm here.
I haven't been known.
That's no
but
problem.
Okay.
I might do. I have been known to ask the Deputy Mayor a few questions.
Oh no.
In the past, and I suspect it may happen in the future. I just have one question actually that I just wanted to start with. Then we want to move on to talk a bit about the governance, and I think the details of the people on the Green Finance Steering Committee were sent to us a bit of time ago in the past, and I just wondered if you could update, because at the moment it still lists under GLA leads David Galley, who is now lately not of this parish. So I wondered if someone has replaced him.
Yes, so the terms of reference for the steering committee are by role rather than by name. Perhaps previously we sent you names, but yes, it's the chief finance officer, which that role is currently occupied by Enver.
Right. Okay. So so it would be the executive director, Good Growth, the chief finance officer, the assistant director, Environment and Energy, the assistant director, Group Treasury, Head of Climate Change, and the Head of Impact Investment and Analysis, who now has his own nameplate, I'm pleased to say. That's the GLA representatives.
That's correct, and then it's chaired by the Chief of Staff.
Chaired by the Chief of Staff, with the Deputy Chief of Staff, and then also, obviously, the Deputy Mayor for Energy and Environment, and also Natan, who's is on policy and delivery. Okay, so I mean, obviously that's got a sort of balance between the people on the sort of more financial side, and then on the more on the environment and energy side. Shirley, you set out briefly the sort of 3 areas for capital expenditure. Is there more of a hierarchy or more of a methodology within that that says, oh, actually, this project is going to be better than another project? Or would you say that energy efficiency takes precedence over transport, or transport takes precedence over renewables? Or you're looking at each project on its own merits? What sort of methodology are you using?
I think that it's on its own merits. You know, there were 3 things to look at: carbon, the cost of carbon, the additionality, and whatever the other one was. But yeah, so meeting those criteria, and I think that's the job of the LTL advisors and the credit committee then to take the right balance. I think so. There's no preference over one over the other.
So, and this is probably more to Enver. Are you confident that you've got the right balance on the Green Finance Committee between the environment expertise and the financial expertise when choosing which project should be given funding, bearing in mind we're not going to look in the box until tomorrow?
I'd say I'd go for quality over quantity, and just hope that the environment people that we have got the teams behind them, so that even though if you've got 1 or 2 people there, they've done the necessary assessment and work before they come into that committee. So it's not about the number of people at the committee, but it's more about the work that they've done before it comes to that committee. I don't chair that particular committee. I chair the credit committee, and I've got external experts there that ask the right questions as well. But yes, I'm confident that my environmental colleagues will test what comes before that committee before it does.
So it sounds, Catherine, as if there's a job of work for you and some of the staff who've been appointed to do that scrutinising of the environmental credentials of the different projects to ensure that they're going to deliver the benefits that we've just been discussing. Are you feeling confident that you've got the team in place now? Because I know we would spend some time trying to get people recruited. Got the right people there?
That's right. So this time, nearly a year ago, when we came to you in autumn, I think you were asking why nothing was happening, and are things going fast enough and so forth. At that point, we didn't have a team at all. We have recruited for every position. At one point, we hit the glorious heights of all 9 roles being filled. One colleague has now moved on, so we're recruiting for that role. But 8 out of 9 is pretty good, and that is both for colleagues on the London Treasury side, financial experts and carbon analysts, and then 4 on my side in the environment team. So we're well established now.
I think I just wanted to add, it is a difficult one to keep to get the team staffed up and financed, because everybody's looking at this. So it's a highly competitive field, and private sector and public sector salaries are obviously not the same. But I think people who come here are very motivated to really work in this area, so that's brilliant. And I think if you wanted any testament to the sort of Rottweilerness of the team and their expertise. I know the team, when we were advocating for the public sector decarbonisation scheme, the fire brigade had put in a number of applications, were turned down. And our team went to bat for them and got them to change their minds and secured funding for them, which really shows their technical expertise, but also their advocacy skills, I think. So hugely important, I think, to have that. And again, thanks to them for all the work that they're doing.
Well, that's good to hear. Obviously, there can be external factors that can cause delays, and that can then lead to loss of confidence. It can also increase expense. So, for example, COVID has caused the Thames Tideway Tunnel, a huge infrastructure project, to be slightly delayed, and also probably has costed a bit more. HS2 appears to be no longer high speed in its original conception. It appears to be joining Old Oak Common to Birmingham, which I don't think was what it was originally planned. But I mean, that is partly there are assessments being made on the massive increase in cost applied to that project. Do you think that we are in any danger at all? Because you were talking only about capital expenditure projects, probably infrastructure projects, that there could be delays that could increase the costs and threaten the viability of some of the schemes that we might want to see coming through for this kind of funding?
I mean, again, I'll ask Catherine and Brent Kenroy to come in, but, you know, I think when people are looking at the feasibility of projects, you look at everything and you try and foresee what there might be, but there are always unforeseens like COVID, like RAC, like Grenfell, you know, combustibles and so on. So those things you can't foresee, but I think obviously we try to do our best, and then I think we have to mitigate those if those eventualities incur. There are known, I guess, things that you can try and project or predict, like inflation. We know sort of roughly how unstable the economic conditions are. You know, Ember talked about market uncertainty because of policy prevarications and dithering, which, you know, isn't helpful, which then causes the cost of investments to go up, or in fact loss of confidence to invest at all. Those things you know, are out of our control, really, and all we can try to do is then either help mitigate or try and find alternative sources of finance to help plug the gaps. But it is a problem, and we really just do need a sort of period of stability and long-term signals, really, so that the market can invest confidently.
Well, yes, I do agree. I mean, there's an argument that says that HS2 has partly suffered from the blight that it's suffering from because of government dithering and delay, as you say. But Enver, do you think this is a problem that we've taken sufficient care to navigate our way past in terms of delay increasing costs?
As Shirley said, it's about assessing what the threats are when you're making that investment choice. And if one of the criteria is that this is the schemes we want to do, ignoring the ones that already happened, but the ones that future ones are shovel ready within 3 years, that sort of reduces the horizon of the risk in terms of, can we, none of us have got a crystal ball, but can we accurately foresee all of the risks that might occur in that technology in the coming 3 years? And I'd hate to say here that we've got it all covered. That's why we have steering groups and credit committees to sort of challenge that, and other external experts as well, and people that are experts in the finance world in this market, and why we created a green finance team of people whose job it is to just look at this day in, day out. Some of the risks, as I was talking to some of our colleagues from overseas, is sometimes the technology doesn't come on board as quickly as the project may assume it does, or there's a knock-on effect. So, you know, you can replace all the trucks in the city and say, right, all the trucks that come in have got to be electric from this date onwards, but then you need the vehicle infrastructure to be able to charge them up, whereas it's renowned, for example, that cars can be charged up overnight. Trucks have a requirement to charge up during the day, so can the national grid take that? So you start getting into and this and that and then the other, and have we got all the bases covered? And I'd say probably not.
I mean, absolutely, and sometimes people start talking about technologies that simply don't exist at the moment. I believe the Prime Minister has been talking about carbon capture and storage, which a lot of people have talked about for a long time, but doesn't really exist as an actual thing, really, particularly yet. I just wondered if I could come back to you a bit more, Shirley. We've explored the fact that you want to focus on using the proceeds of the Green Finance Fund on renewable energy, energy efficiency and clean transportation. What was the logic that led to the choice of those three specific areas?
The biggest source of emissions in London for you know, our buildings and transportation system, essentially.
Okay. And is there any chance that it could be used on anything to do with agriculture? Because obviously that's a huge source of emissions, or is that not something we're looking at?
Not yet. I think, you know, we talked about adaptation earlier, but I think similarly, any of those sorts of areas that are out with, you know, the current terms of reference, I think we could only move on when, you know, I think we've got more than enough demand for finance from those areas before we get onto the others. But that's, as I said, we are keen to look at other thematic areas like adaptation, nature-based solutions, and so on.
And I think we've agreed that at this stage we can't possibly say how the other 315 million might be split between those three areas. Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I'm finished.
Thank you. Assemblymember Russell.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, I have a question for Catherine. So say the market conditions for the issue of a green bond were kind of in a good place. That would mean that the GLA was committed to paying out interest, which provides a risk to the GLA. So I'm wondering what the internal oversight arrangements for the are for the sale of green bonds, and also whether Assembly members or this committee or Budget and Performance Committee, how the Assembly would be kind of involved, consulted, informed in terms of what those governance arrangements are. Is that for Kenroy?
Yes, I'll take that one up. Well, not least the actual management of some of those interest rate risk that you sort of alluded to, rest of my team, and and I think this was discussed at the Budget and Performance Committee last week, and the key bit for us is a matching exercise in effect, really. So if we're borrowing at one rate from the bond market, we need to actually lend as close as possible, if not identically, at the same rate, and therefore minimizing the interest rate risk to the GLA. So that's really what we need to actually make sure that we manage properly. But notwithstanding that, I mean, because there's always potentially a timing issue, there's 75 million available to cover some of that risk. You touched on the governance, and there's sort of two layers internally within GLA. Firstly, you have the credit committee, which actually looks at and agrees what sort of interest rates we will actually provide to projects. And and part of the work that we need to be doing is also to show how we're doing that matching exercise. But also you have the Green Finance Steering Committee that we also report to on the general performance as to how the program is actually performing. But and again, like was sort of discussed last week at the Budget and Performance, that's also an avenue for the committee, the Assembly, to scrutinise how that's performing.
Okay, so those meetings of the Credit Committee and the Green Finance Steering Committee, are those minutes public? Are the meetings held in public, or are they behind closed doors but the minutes get published?
They are behind closed doors, and the reason for that is that there are commercial sensitivities, of course, as people come to us and ask for financing. But as we've said, we will publish at the end of each year a list of the projects that we financed, the likely impacts, the net proceeds that we've received from green finance, any payments back, what we've allocated outwards, and how much there is left to allocate. So we will be transparent, but we'll do that not on a project by project or sort of month by month basis. We'll do that at the end of the year.
So when you say the end of the year, is that the end of the sort of calendar year or the end of the financial year? So are we expecting that in kind of April or
so
December?
The Chief Investment Officer made a commitment last week at the Budget and Performance Committee that we would do it at the end of the financial year. So I think that's been our offer.
Okay.
But one more thing, just to say that I think there is a part of the part of your question that hasn't been answered, Assembly Member, which is when can the committee have a bit of a say?
Yeah.
So I think that, I suppose I'll personally commit that at the point where we think the green bond market is picking up, that I'll get the relevant committee clerks to add it onto the next available agenda of either the Budget Performance Committee or this committee, so that we can come back and involve you, if that suits.
I think that would be very much appreciated, and presumably it'll just depend in terms of timing on whether there's a budget or oversight meeting coming up next. But I think presumably the Assembly would like to know about this as soon as possible. So
I doubt it'll be like an instant thing anyway. So if once the market starts to pick up, we think, look, it's starting to get better. It might be something that's now going to be coming up, rather than we just think, well, let's do it next week. Okay. It won't happen that quick.
Okay, very good. So my next question is about the Green Finance Fund, and wondering how you're going to measure the impact of that fund. Is that for Catherine or for Kenroy.
Yes, I think we've sort of touched on this before, but maybe just to say something about the indicators, because this was something we've had tested a few times. We do have comparisons that we can draw with the Mayor's Energy Efficiency Fund, which is still running this year, comes to a conclusion next year, and that also financed projects both in energy efficiency and in renewable energy, and that had forecast impact targets, and so with the hundreds of millions of pounds that it secured for investment, it had CO2 outcomes that were expected, megawatts of renewable energy installations, etc. And so we can compare ourselves against that, and I hope we would be doing as well as that. And those outcomes are published by Amber Investments, who run the Mayor's Energy Efficiency Fund for the GLA. And we could share some of those after this meeting, if that would be helpful.
I think that would certainly be helpful. And does that break it down into individual projects, or is there some other method for kind of tracking what's happening with the individual projects?
So obviously, when business cases come to the credit committee, we'll be aware of the projected carbon savings or the projected generation capacity that they're suggesting, and we will track that over time. But I wouldn't expect a uniform carbon saving per pound. If a project is more innovative, or it's a first of a kind, then that may be more expensive, but it's still worth doing because it can lead the market. In other cases, people will be doing energy efficiency projects that have that are fairly well established and have a decent payback, but they're quick to get moving. And I think we would expect to see a balance within the portfolio of those different types of project.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Would you not be taking probably these items to the quarterly, putting it in the quarterly performance report?
We can consider that, Assembly Member. I think we've started doing that with climate budgeting, and we do like a summary level. Yeah. It's about how much of that performance report goes into detail, because it's a very specific part of a very specific part of our agenda. And when you look at the performance packs, the level of detail we go into is usually one indicator per area, so it would need to go through sort of a ratification. I mean, we can gather the information as whether it should form part of that public report. It's something we could, instead of public, share with the committee instead. So I can't guarantee at the moment that I could put all of that detail into a quarterly pack, which is meant to be for the whole corporate organisation.
I think that we just need to balance the sort of time collating the information and then reporting it and doing all the verification. So quarterly sounds a little bit too much, but why don't we take that away and see what we can do?
We can see what's practical.
Yeah. Yeah, I think perhaps not an in-depth report, but if it was a headline, almost,
a headline KPI type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be reasonable to do that, and we can keep the detailed scheme by scheme stuff non-public, but we can always share.
Yeah, well, if you give a headline, then perhaps it should show if there's something interesting happening that people might want to ask more about, or if it's ticking along.
Which is sort of what you've been doing.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's sort of what you've been doing anyway.
Yes, I mean, in the previous financial year's KPIs, that wasn't part of what the Environment and Energy Team or Green New Deal mission was reporting against. But actually, in our overall commentary about progress that we'd made as a mission, we did start writing about the Green Bond or then the Green Finance Fund. And I think in the last quarterly edition that we presented to the Assembly, we mentioned the two investments that were being made in the TfL and LLDC. So although it wasn't an official KPI, we knew that the Assembly would be interested, so we included that in our write-up.
Thanks. Shirley, you're still here. Are you having a lot of fun, or do you want to take this opportunity to go?
I think, no, I just want to finish and say, as I said, thank you before, but, this is such an important issue for us, and not just for London, but for all the UK cities and internationally, about how do we mobilise more finance into this area. There is a lot more money going into, renewable energy and so on, not enough into energy efficiency, and I think that's partly a function of how difficult it is to get a return. So really, I think just starting this work gets investors interested. We're having these conversations at our level, city level, 3CI and elsewhere internationally as well. It really is galvanising people. So, but we obviously need to accelerate this.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us anyway. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. I'm going to be talking about the second party opinion review. Catherine, this is for you. Could you tell us about the outcome of that review of the draft London Green Financing Framework?
With apologies, I feel like I keep passing things to Kenroy, but he's actually the person who commissioned this review, so he knows his stuff.
Yes, I mean we're literally that review is actually ongoing at the moment. So we hope it to be concluded fairly soon. It might result in some amendments, enhancement, I should say, rather, to the draft framework. And once that's finalised, we will actually publish the finalised version. So it will go to the credit committee if there's any amendments. The committee will actually look and sign that off. But as soon as it's finalised, it will be made public.
And what were those enhancements and changes that you're going to be doing?
Well, it's based on some of the discussion we've been having with the reviewer that's looking at it at the moment. I think there were some areas around do we want to set out there were two bits. One was, do we want to actually have an independent verification of the impact and how the financials are actually managed? So again, I think that was a given, but they said it's not written down in the report. So we'll need to take that and to the credit committee and say, here's potentially how to enhance it. Could we look at that? So it's more around mechanical stuff like that, as opposed to the broader policy of these are the three main areas. It's really more what I consider sort of operational and mechanical aspects of the framework.
And the deadline for the final publication?
Well, we're certainly trying to get that out as soon as possible. So I think my team is sort of working quite closely on this, and we're trying to really wrap this up in we're talking about weeks rather than months.
Right. Okay. And so so you will be publishing the second party opinion. That is the intended thing. Okay. Envy, I'd like to talk a little bit about the credit committee. That you said you chair the credit committee, and I'd like to know a little bit more about the external representatives, if I may. What is their background, if we can?
We had an interim person while we were recruiting. I think we've only just recently recruited, so I am going to pass this over to Kenroy. Okay. I haven't seen the applications, so I believe they are being assessed. Yeah.
Well, yes, the interim person. I mean, he had a sort of a wealth of experience around finance, investment finance, and banking. Coupled with investing in and sustainability assets, as well as policy work. So very well qualified for that role. As Andrew said, I mean, we've went out to then recruit sort of permanent members, and we have sort of selected or identified three, sort of even equally qualified members with a mix of public finance, private finance, investment policy, and sustainable experience. And we hope, subject to the usual reference and checks, to announce those three members shortly.
And have you got clear understanding of their roles and what contributions you're expecting from them, and has that already actually started?
Yes, I mean, it is very much to provide independent, objective critique, guidance of when coming to consider the applications that are coming forward to the committee.
I'd like to talk about how many times they've met. Have you got a number? The credit committee.
We've only met twice.
They met? Sorry?
We've only met twice so far.
Twice, yeah. Okay. And you've had to make some decisions. So let's just on scrutinising what I want to kind of cotton down is that in the budget meeting on the 21st of September, it was announced that £180 million of the 500 million of Green Finance Fund had already been committed, and yet we've only got a chance to scrutinise this recently today. So you've only met twice. What decisions have you made, and how can we make sure that we're in the loop in a more
I'm not sure you can be involved in the loop because that's why it's been delegated to us. So what we do is as we said before, we'll put an annual report as to what those decisions are, so we can give you what's already been decided, so you can ask questions about what's been decided, but it's not.
Right. Okay. Now you mentioned something about adding to the agenda to.
That was about if the green bond.
That's
if we
different to this.
Yeah.
So can you perhaps add to your agenda for the credit committee a better way of relating back the information to us in a more timely manner? Is that something that we could do?
There hasn't really been a time lag between seeing you and when those decisions, because the committee's met twice in the last sort of 6 weeks, and this is the first invite I've had on it. So we're being very transparent in giving. There was only 3 decisions so far, and we've said we've got a pipeline hopefully coming in tomorrow. So there isn't even a time lag in reality of letting you know what those are, how much we've spent, and there will be an annual report that covers, as the Chief Investment Officer has promised, will come out with all
any projects that have been approved that you can note?
I've told you the 3 that we've done, and the rest will be dependent on what applications we get tomorrow, and those will take a while before they come in front of the committee, because they've got to go through, as we've just been discussing for the last hour, about the sort of assessment as to which ones should come forward and the criteria, and further work with those who've applied. So and then they've got to go through to the steering committee, and then only those that make it will get as far as the credit committee.
Can you tell me a little bit about the responsibilities of the Green Finance Steering Committee and the Green Finance Fund Credit Committee and how they work together? Just some kind of clarity on that.
Pass that one to Catherine.
Yes, of course. So we circulated terms of reference for both of those committees in the pack that we sent to the committee your committee beforehand. The Green Finance Steering Committee is really setting the strategic direction for us. That's why it has the representatives of the Mayor's Office. So they've set us the mission and objectives that we are to deliver. It also acts as a project board and oversees the implementation of the whole programme. So if we were not on track, if by this time we hadn't invested any money or come to them with the wrong sorts of projects, we'd be hearing all about it. The role of the steering committee is also to make those strategic connections with other things that the Mayor is trying to achieve, so the other corporate priorities and policies. They look at our project plan, where we say this is what we're expecting to do in the next quarter, these are the staff that we need, etc. And if we recommend any changes to that plan, we discuss that with them. We take them the expressions of interest, so they don't look in detail at business cases, that's not their expertise, but they do check that it fits with the strategic objectives of the Mayor's London Environment Strategy, of the Green Finance Fund, etc. And then if they say yes to that, then we pass that on to the Credit Committee to look at the detailed financial analysis and carbon and environmental analysis. And we also take them our risks and any issues that are arising and resolve those where we can. The Credit Committee is smaller and more technical. It receives the project proposals in detail and scrutinises them. It also is responsible for the framework that Canroy has described, and once we get the second party opinion in, if there are any proposed changes to the framework, it's the Credit Committee that will approve those. It satisfies itself that the assessment of projects has been carried out properly. So we say, we quiz London Treasury colleagues on, have you run the maths properly? And they explain why they have, and we challenge that. and eventually it decides on the investment recommendations. So that's more technical, and the steering committee, as you would expect, is more strategic.
Great, thank you for that. I needed that. Yeah, that was good. Well done.
Thank you. You're dwindling over here, but quality, not quantity.
Absolutely.
Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions on risk management. And the first one is, this is directed to Catherine or Enver, however you want to split it up. What are the main considerations and when balancing the environmental goals with the recovery of the loan? Don't all rush.
It's between us, really, but go ahead, Enver.
It's a really good question. There are criteria, so, you know, Catherine was mentioning earlier around it's got to have no more than X amount of pound cost towards tonnage of carbon reduction. There's got to be sort of payback period that fits within certain criteria. It doesn't really get in front of me until it's at least met the minimum. It's always a tough one because it's a decision that, you know, I have to grapple with, not just with individual projects but across the whole spectrum of what the GLA group does. And it's, you know, safety more important than housing, and is housing more important than net zero? And then when they all overlap with one another, and well, actually this one ticks more boxes than climate, it ticks more overall agenda items. So when we look at that, we're looking at how many sort of overall targets is this going to help towards, and then there's the whole payback risk, so we have to balance that. I think if there's a payback risk, that probably takes priority over anything else, so we have to minimise that risk, and that risk is minimised by who we lend to, and we have a certain criteria, and as Chief Investment Officer described to the Budget Performance Committee, it's usually almost the lowest possible credit risk organisations, ones that have got a similar credit rating to the GLA that we would lend to, but using our powers and economies of scale that we get that sort of discount that we pass on to them. But usually there's a minimal risk in terms of payback. That's got to be the highest priority. And then you weigh out, well, what's the best payback in terms of air quality reductions, and how many boxes does that tick? So when it comes to committee, we've got all of those factors to consider. We've got the hopefully free people that will be available as well, external to the organisation, that will help give us that much more objective view around some of those non-financial aspects as well. So I would say, well, and you would expect me to say that, I'd say the finance stuff prevails over anything else first.
Yeah. So yeah, sorry, Catherine. I'll come back. I'll ask follow up in a second.
And I think I'd give the mirror image of that, which is that a project that didn't have decent financials wouldn't make it to the credit committee. So it might have fantastic carbon savings, and I might really like it, but if Enver and colleagues don't say that it stacks up, we wouldn't even look at it. Of course, then once the financials are good enough, then I'll be pressing for the projects that have the highest carbon savings. One of the questions I think that is implicit in much of this discussion is, how do we prioritise if we are oversubscribed? We have not yet been in that fortunate position. Maybe we will be after tomorrow. I'll be delighted if we are. But that's something that the steering committee has guided us on. They could have said to us, you know, we want to go for the most innovative projects that have never been done anywhere before, or they could have said we want a balance across all of the boroughs, or we want a balance across the three different pillars of the programme. And actually what they've said is, if you are oversubscribed, go for the projects that have the fastest delivery and the largest expected carbon reduction. So basically accelerate the net zero delivery as quickly as you can. So that's something they've said to us, and we will operate accordingly.
Thank you. So yeah, just going back to the sort of risk of it, Enver, what you're basically saying is there's a certain level, and in terms of recovery of the loan, if they don't get across that, then they're not really going to get into consideration as well. Now, I'm by no means a finance specialist, as I'm sure you're aware, so please do advise me if I'm making any incorrect assumptions, but in terms of interest levels, interest rates where they are at the moment, that has got to surely have an impact either on the predictions of being able to get the money back, or the affordability of people putting in bids overall. So how is that affecting your judgment of payback of the loans, or is it simply that the ones that won't pay back won't come in front of you?
Well, let's assume that we think they can pay it back because they're safe. The interest rate is obviously a decision that has put some parts of the GLA group and other organisations off borrowing because they're saying now's not a good time. If you're borrowing, if you think that in the short to medium term interest rates are going to come down, which fingers crossed we're all hoping they will, then it might put off an organisation borrowing for 20 years at a fixed rate that we would give now, because in 3 or 4 years they'd look at it and think, why on earth did I borrow money at that rate? So we'd have to offer flexibility going forward, and I think Kenroy described it better than I, that what you do is you offset and you try and match your lending and your borrowing at the same time. So we've got a whole team of people whose job it is to play the money markets every day, and that's what they do. That's why we have these experts that spend their time doing that and then just tell me how much money we've got available. Yeah. We have the flexibility to reconsider that loan arrangement later on, but at this stage, if we say we will lend you, we're lending it at a particular rate, and then we use the 75 million pot that Catherine was referring to, which is 75 of the 90 that you'll all know about, which is there to subsidise certain rates. So what we'll do is, if we said this is 6%, we'll let you have it 5%, so we'll take the hit on the 1% and we'll pay that 1% over the duration of the loan from that 75 million. We haven't had to do that much, but that's what it's there for, to help offset that and to mitigate that risk for us. So we're taking it out of one pocket, funding it from another, and it offsets it.
Okay, thank you. Catherine.
Just to try to inject a small note of optimism, it obviously has been a really difficult year economically. One thing that we've also seen, as well as the high interest rates making it harder to make those business cases, is as a result of the conditions we've experienced with high energy prices, which none of us would have wished for, nonetheless, energy efficiency projects are now more attractive because they are they're saving higher costs, and we've definitely seen that within the GLA group, a sort of heightened concentration on energy bills and then how they could be reduced, and I think that's true across the public sector. So wouldn't have wanted that, but it is focusing minds.
That's interesting. And just to come back to Enver, I want to finish on this. At the start of your previous answer, you sort of saying effectively, and correct me if I'm wrong, we will lend to safe organisations. We'll lend to safe. These are the people we lend to, and we won't. Has the recent sort of instability around markets, stuff like that, has that affected your consideration of who is safe, who is a safe organisation, who is a safe institution or not, or is that the same?
It's the same, because it's mostly local authorities, so they're in one category, and then you've got the next category, which is like NHS trusts, social housing, and we have an external expert company that assesses that first. We haven't had any yet, but there might be some tomorrow, I hope. So we've put sort of the belt and braces around it to make sure that we've got the right opinions before we take things forward. So you can imagine we're cautious when we need to be, but local authorities are safe, and even if they're under a 114, their credit rating somehow doesn't get affected because of the backing from government and stuff. So.
Because basically, one way or another, it's all the money's got to keep going around there. Thanks very much for that. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Enver, Kenroy, I just wondered what you would say or respond to the kind of accusation that there's been in the media around green bonds being a fad, and I think the Japan government pension investment fund's chief investment officer stated that green bonds are more costly, complicated and cumbersome than other bonds because they may attract a similar, same or similar interest rate, but have less liquidity. What would be your response to those accusations or suggestions?
I mean, certainly, given the added need to demonstrate where you're investing that money once you've borrowed it on the green bond, there are going to be more, shall we say, bureaucracy compared to a normal or ordinary bond, so I think that's probably the first thing to say. So I think that's probably a given, because as implied by the question, people are going to want to know: are you really investing in a sustainable or energy or green investment? Because that's what you've actually set out that you're intending to do. But I think with more and more, with really comprehensive impact reporting, that should actually allay any concerns that people have about this. I mean, for us, it would be hard for anyone to say that what we're doing is not supporting environmental, activity. But what we're looking to do is also, as I touched on previously, is to also get someone to actually verify, look at the impacts that we've done to say, yes, this is indeed environmental activity that's undertaken green. We're investing in green infrastructure.
Yeah, I think that what people would be concerned about would obviously be that is their money safe as taxpayers, and is it being spent well, and are they getting the best outcome environmentally and to the public purse? So I suppose what would be your reassurances around that this isn't just a fad and it is the best way to utilise?
Well, the thing is, I mean, this is, after all, from our perspective, public funding, and we don't treat it differently. It might be labelled as green finance, green bond, but the same, relevant checks and indeed scrutiny that goes around invested public funding is also applies here. We've gone to the bond market, the green bond market, because you have one of the rationale is because a lot of institutional investors have responsible investment strategy and want to actually invest in those areas. Had we not gone to the green bond market, we probably would have gone to PWLB. They don't label theirs it's not labeled as green fund, but it's still a source of finance that will actually help us to facilitate invest in those environmental infrastructure. But the same principles and checks and balances that go into invest in other public monies also apply here.
Thanks, Kenroy. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. Well, to coin a phrase, who would have thought? Earlier, Assemblymember Cooper stumbled into the risk management and has actually asked my questions already. That probably much better way of asking than I could. So no, I haven't got an issue with that. But there is one question that I would like to ask. If I can find it. Where we go? Yeah. So, do we know if the investment, I know we've only done 3 so far, but do we know if this is creating green jobs, the investment fund?
What a good question. Well,
I thought so.
We don't specifically ask about job creation in the application process, I believe, Kenroy, correct me if I'm wrong. We ask about kind of wider environmental, social impacts. The projects that we're talking about are within the GLA group. and I don't believe that that people have come to us saying we need to therefore expand our staffing to do this. I think what is happening is that staff who are employed by the GLA group are being given the green light, no pun intended, to go ahead with projects that will make a difference for carbon savings, energy savings, etc. And if it weren't for that financing that we're making available, for example in TfL, perhaps they'd be doing other maintenance and renewals projects, but because this money is available affordably, it's allowing them to do projects that might otherwise have been delayed.
So can I just say, perhaps would it be worth monitoring if there are any jobs created? I mean, it's a good thing if there are, isn't it, surely?
Yes, I mean, whilst, as Catherine indicated, the core indicators are, sort of environmental, but we've given projects within the application the ability to include any wider impacts that might be, sort of derived from the projects. And, I can't tell off the top of my head if jobs created was any has been included, but certainly we would actually, encourage and ask them to report on wider impacts, potentially jobs as well.
Thanks, Assemblymember Prince. And I'd say members ask the questions, they can't control how guests answer. That was certainly the case when Assemblymember Fortune asked the questions. I'd have to go back and see on Assemblymember Cooper, of a VAR that one later, and see if you strayed or not. But Assemblymember Fortune, over to you.
Thank you. I actually asked for clarification on your question, which is how many applications have we had? And we said, and the answer was, we'll know tomorrow. Yes. Well, no.
You're the chair. You have to.
And then I said, will we know? And then we were told that so I didn't go anywhere near Assemblymember Cooper's question. Well, I'm going to put a crisp 5 on it. So my questions were about risk, which actually, when Ellie asked her excellent question earlier, she got some of the answers for the questions I was going to ask, which was about, no, it's absolutely, that's what happens with questioning when you're an effective questioner, which was how you're managing risk in terms of those projects which aren't making a cash saving. I think you covered that by saying that you wouldn't invest in them, they wouldn't get to the table. And then how do you manage the environmental benefits that come out of it, which you talked about that as well. So they were covered from me. So a couple of free-range questions then, in terms of managing risk and lessons learned. So there are 2 bonds that we've issued previously, one around Crossrail and one around the Northern Line extension, was it, I think? What did we learn from those exercises? Thank God you're here, Kenroy.
Yeah. Well,
they all look straight at you.
Quite. I mean, I think that probably the first thing to say here, I mean, the approach that we're taking now is different. I mean, where those were a single specific activities, project, if you like, that was actually so it's a bond for a specific. What we're doing here, it's potentially several, sort of projects that will be, so if we do actually issue a bond, will be, will be covered. So it's and covered within the three areas, the 3 categories that we're doing. So that's probably the first thing to say, and it's not entirely like for like, but certainly one of the things, and probably going back to a previous question, it's around trying to keep it as flexible as possible. You don't want to create terms and conditions within that framework that make it quite difficult for you to actually, deliver once you've actually got the funding, and this is one of the things, not just looking at the ones that we've actually done, but also other cities as well. Equally, I think one of the bonds that we've also done was a sort of a variable one linked to sort of performance, and again there, sort of what we didn't want to do is to be tied into here's a specific indicator that you must attain, because we don't have a control over all the projects, or as much as we'd like. it makes it difficult to actually hit that, and you could be penalised financially if you don't hit that.
Just to unpack that, then the answer is that the previous issuances, they were for specific causes, they were specific financial vehicles to deliver something.
Yeah.
So you get a result there. This is different. This is more of a fund you can dip into.
Indeed.
So in terms of the lessons we learn from that, it's going to be in terms of, I guess, process and setting it up.
Yes, and I mean, to some extent, I mean, the process of going out there and get, you know, it's what you do a framework. You talk to the banks and lawyers to actually get it up and running. Yeah.
So in the market, and I may be off target a little bit here. I had a quick shoot through Tinternet beforehand to see if I could find it. But there's something in the back of my head is telling me that was it the Glasgow Alliance, Mark Carney's vehicle that was set up to do something similar, to have an investment fund specifically for green projects, that run into trouble. Like I say, if I'm wide of the mark here, that's fine. But are there any sort of indications from commercial projects, or any risks or concerns that are being raised by commercial projects that could influence us? That's what it was called.
I haven't kept abreast of that. I mean, but certainly one of the things that we have, you know, sort of, I mean, been looking at. I mean, because the Mayor of London Energy Efficiency Fund, MEEF, which is externally managed, so that's quite similar to what we've been doing, and it's, you know, we've drawn you know, quite a lot of lessons from that. I mean, you know, so that not least, I think those were more what I call operational issues, more than probably along the lines of risk. You know, sort of keeping, you know, sort of, I mean, the process simple. You know, some of the people who we're lending to here, the entity that we're lending to here, can get funding from PwC quite easily. So it's how do we make it quite simple for them. I think one of the key difference here is and going back to linking it back to risk, is who we're actually lending to. We're very, very cautious about that, and you know, sort of GLA Group, local authorities predominantly, to manage that sort of credit risk. And I talked about how we're then managing the interest rate risk around matching.
So really, it's the application bar is a touch higher. Okay, so we come back to the applications again. Catherine, you've got an exciting day tomorrow. It's going to be like Christmas, unwrapping the box.
Last week.
I bet you're glad you wish you hadn't said that now. And you tip all the applications out. Can we get a list? And I know we can't get the details because of commercial reasons, but can we get a list of who's applied? It'd be interesting to see if it's just ourselves applying or if we are reaching out to partners, because that would be an element of risk if people aren't picking up on the opportunity.
Sure. I think we've got a responsibility to our steering committee to update the Mayor's office first, and colleagues there, about the what we find inside the box. But I'd be happy after that to update the committee on the sorts of applicants that we've had, whether that is from GLA Group only or whether it's gone out to boroughs as well. I should say that we've agreed with the steering committee that if we get applications from boroughs, we will anonymise them, so that we tell them it's this sort of project, it's renewable energy, and it's going to have this many megawatts per pound, but we're not going to say it's from the borough of such and such, and that's just to avoid any risk of political you know, compromise, and we want to protect them, and so in the same way I think it wouldn't be appropriate for us to come to you and say we've heard from borough X, Y or Z, but we can say, I think, if we've heard from, you know, what different categories of applicants we've had.
Yeah, so it's partners, not just the GLA family as well. And rather than wait for the next meeting, have you got any idea when that might be, timeframes?
When is our next steering committee? It's in October, I think. Yes. Perhaps I'll commit by the end of October to update, if that's all right.
Fabulous. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Update us on the list of categories by the end of October.
So at that point, with the permission of the chair of our steering committee, I'll come back and say, did we get applications? Did we get them from more than just the GLA group? In a way, the easier part for us to lean on is the GLA group, because the mayor has made his net zero 2030 target very clear, and through the climate budgeting process that Enver described in such detail at the Budget and Performance Committee last week, we've really forced all of the functional bodies to think about their pathway to 2030 and to say what they can afford out of their own budget and where they can't afford it. And then those unfunded projects, we have really pressed them to come to us in the Green Finance Fund to borrow from us in order to accelerate their progress. We don't have quite that same clout with the boroughs or financial education, further education institutions, NHS, etc. So we're waiting to see whether our powers of persuasion and the offer that we're making with this product are good enough. So that, for me, is the real test.
I get that, but my only question was, are you only going to tell us the categories at the end of October? I don't see... I mean, we're discussing this today, we're scrutinising it, it's an item on our agenda. You can send it confidentially to us. I don't see any reason why you'd hold that information from members if you know it tomorrow. We don't mind being the second, third, fourth email that knows that information, but I don't see why we'd have to wait till the end of October to know that.
I think what Catherine was saying was that it needs to go to the Green Steering Group, and they're not meeting till mid-October, so it can't be before they get it.
So we can't know the categories of who's
Not categories,
applied?
it wasn't categories. The question from Assembly Fortune
and that's why I clarified, and I asked, so I asked Catherine, so what are you when are you telling us so we can have the categories?
I'm really not trying to be slippery here, but it's possible that some of the applications that come in actually won't be eligible. And so then if I come to you and I say it's fantastic, I've got 11 applications, and then later on, by the middle of October, when I go to David Bellamy and the others and say actually half of them weren't legit, or they'd misunderstood our process, then I might be overexciting you if I shared those numbers straight away. So just being cautious, we'd like to do that first filter and then come back to you.
And 11 would be a good number.
So I would, let's see what we get.
Okay.
We will see. I genuinely don't know. We've talked to a lot of
very exciting, so don't worry, we won't get very excited. But it seems like 11 seems like a high mark at this point, is it?
We'll see what we get from the boroughs.
Okay.
Genuinely, I know that the one or two have said they'll definitely put in applications, and a lot of others have said they're bubbling up, they're brewing applications, but whether they come to us in the first round or the second, I don't know.
Okay. I've just got an image of council leaders across London with cauldrons. Assembly Member Boff.
When does the public find out what these allocations are?
So we've said we'll publish an annual report, and our Chief Investment Officer has said that will be at the end of the financial year. But we've been pretty transparent. I mean, we launched
this is not a trick question. I'm just
end of June, and straight away put that in the public domain. We've told you today about the ULEZ investment that was within a very short period after the decision was taken.
So all the details available to the steering group, we will know by the end of the financial year.
Yes, so I would expect that the Mayor will really want to talk about these investments, so I'd be surprised if they don't go into the public domain sooner.
I would say that the annual report is the one place where it's all come together in one place, but you'll be hearing about the individual investments much sooner than that, as and when they come through and they've gone through the necessary assessment and criteria. If we can take them all, for example, in one particular steering group and one credit committee, we can tell you soon after that, but I don't know how many there's going to be, and if there's only one or two, then it won't be that long afterwards. But if we've got many of them, then we won't be able to review them all in one go, and we'll have to work out how we're going to prioritise them. But we will let you know as we go through and those decisions are being made.
And we'll be able to see the number of applicants, not the names of the applicants necessarily, because I suppose that some of the applicants would want to remain confidential if they're not successful, but we'll see the number of applicants, how many were invalid, how many failed to persuade Kenroy, and then how many were successful.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
We will see that in a tabular form with the data.
We can make that available.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think it looks like everybody is done, so that just leaves to say thank you to Catherine Enver and Ken Roy. And next time, I promise you'll have a nameplate all the way through. Yeah. But thank you.
Thank you. Just reflecting on a few of the questions we've been asked and thinking perhaps we've replied quite literally, but sometimes it's helpful to bear in mind the spirit of what we're being asked. We were asked, I think Assembly Member Bahari asked us about how you could influence or have sight of what the credit committee decisions are and say whether you approve or not, really. And I think the place to look is at the mission, the aims, the objectives of the Green Finance Programme. Take a look at those, and if you think that those are wrong, let us know. We'll discuss it with our steering committee. And similarly, the draft Green Finance Framework, for which we're getting a second party opinion, but it isn't yet final. Again, if you have any comments on that, we would be happy to have them. I wanted to correct something that I said to Assembly Member Fortune about if a project goes wrong for any reason, whose responsibility it is to then withdraw it from the programme. It's actually the credit committee. I've gone back and checked the terms of reference, so I think I said steering committee, so just to correct that for the minutes. And then finally, what we haven't talked about today is future funds. We've talked a lot about the debt financing, which would be us borrowing and then on lending through the Green Finance Fund. We're starting to think about how we could do co-investment, taking or attracting in private investors alongside GLA finance in the same way that the Mayor's Energy Efficiency Fund has done over the last few years. That's still running this year. It runs into 2024, but we're starting to think about what will replace MEIF. So we don't yet have announcements to share on that, but if you're thinking what you'd like to ask us about next time, in a few months' time, that would be a good subject to return to. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually meant to ask you what we should be asking about next year. Where would we be? So thanks for preempting. Okay, I will let you leave. Have a good evening, guys.
Thanks, Ken Roy.
Yeah.
Ken Roy and his assistants.
Is Mary in the wings? Oh. Can I ask the committee to note the report as background to putting questions to the invited guests, and note the discussion that we've just had, and delegate authority to the chairman in consultation with deputy chair and party group leaders to agree any output arising from the discussion that we just had. Thank you. Right, I'd just like to, everyone's here, so welcome Sylvia, Chris, Naran, Vicky and Mary. Thank you for joining us. Mary, are you going to lead this first?
I think it's me.
I'm going to ask Naran to make the opening statement.
Thank you.
So the first item we're going to discuss is the data incident and the GLA's response.
Thank you very much. So we are in front of you this afternoon to answer your questions and discuss the lessons we have learned as a result of the data incident. As you'll know from our previous discussion with the Police and Crime Committee, this incident was the result of a manual configuration error on the part of a GLA employee in November 2023. We are sorry that this incident occurred and regret any concern which it may cause. The error led to it being technically possible for visitors to the GLA website to see personal information submitted via 2 MOPAC e-forms, information that should have been completely secure. The 2 online web forms affected were one used to enable members of the public to contact MOPAC about issues relating to victims, and the other to contact MOPAC Police Complaints Review Team. The data was visible on account of human error, not on account of any cyber attack or malicious act. MOPAC notified the GLA immediately upon identifying the problem, and the GLA rectified it within minutes before taking down the forms altogether on the 25th of February. We should stress that there is no evidence that any of this information has been accessed by anyone with malicious intent or has been misused. Nonetheless, the vulnerability of some of the data subjects means that our primary focus has been to ensure individual data subjects are safeguarded and supported as appropriate. Since February, we have worked with colleagues in MOPAC to meet our statutory obligations in line with GDPR and to keep the ICO informed of our activity, and we're part of an ongoing investigation by the ICO. We have worked with independent experts to determine the extent to which the data may have been viewed and subsequently shared. They have found no evidence that any of this information has been accessed by anyone, as I said, with malicious intent or has been misused. As a result of the incident, MOPAC have contacted 392 individuals in July to let them know that it is possible that their personal information may have been viewed by people who should not have been able to do so. We want to ensure you that we have fully investigated the incident to understand how it happened and to learn lessons. We have put in place measures that ensure that this error could never happen again and accelerated an existing plan of information governance improvements. As we set out in our paper, there was work already underway in the GLA led by the information governance team to improve our processes before this incident occurred. Actions taken subsequently are part of the wider work on information governance and the safety and management of the data we hold, and we have increased our investment in this area to accelerate the process. In particular, we have looked at our records management, training improvements, governance improvements to our website, and wider digital improvements. We have also spoken to our senior leadership team and wider digital and are looking really carefully at our mandatory training. The incident is a strong reminder to us that we ensure that we have the right processes and knowledge in the organisation for the personal data we hold. This is why we work on information governance continues, including our records management improvement. We have today brought along other colleagues from relevant parts of the organisation with anything from a technical nature that you may want to ask us. Thank you.
Thank you. Naren, one of the things you said there's in your papers and through the statement, we should now know what happened. A manual configuration error, which
yes.
Is to do with permissions, is the simple way of saying that somebody pressed the wrong button?
Yeah, it was absolutely a human error, yes.
So it's just on a web form when you're setting something up to post to a website, you select on permissions and you've pressed public instead of private? It
was the permissions that were set on the web form incorrectly, yes, that's correct.
Okay. I mean, and there's not really, is there any way to mitigate that really?
Yes, and we have done some mitigation, and I can bring Vicky in just to talk about the mitigation that we put in place as a result of that.
Yes, so we've done several things to enhance our security posture. In the back end, the content management system where the permission setting was, that has now been locked down and is restricted, so that won't happen again without the right protocols being followed.
Surely it's open to somebody, I imagine.
Yes, but at senior level.
Okay, so not people that would be posting every day.
No.
Okay. Was that all? Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to come back to around as well, you said there's no evidence that anyone has accessed this information with malicious or intent or misused the information. Does that mean there's no evidence that it's being viewed by other people, or just there's a degree of separation between people that have been defined as having malicious intent and not?
Yes. So just to say that we have we are some independent investigators to ensure that this evidence hadn't been misused in any way. That's not to say, because it was open to the public, that's not to say that people would not have viewed the information. But as we understand it from the work that we have done with investigators, that we do not believe that that information has been misused in any way. And just to also say as well, through the contact that we have had with individuals that have contacted us, we have no evidence that that information has been misused. And in addition, we have also provided those individuals with access to a credit reference agency for 12 months to ensure that their information is not used for any financial misuse or purposes of any kind.
Thank you. So it may have been viewed.
Yes, I mean it was on our the information was open to the public for that period of time.
And is there any hits on the website in general, or on that page, that you would be able to give a number on how many people would have viewed that?
So we're limited, and I'll bring Vicky in a moment. There is work that we did at the time around Google Analytics, but Google Analytics also has its limitations. But I can bring Vicky in just to
It will show you how many times a page has been viewed.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, but there are limitations to, so we can see when people have accepted cookies, then we can see what access, but if people deny cookies, then we wouldn't be able to get that information via Google Analytics. But via the Google Analytics information that we do have, we know that the majority of them through investigation are likely to be staff access.
But just on that, how many hits did Google Analytics say the page had?
Well, there are multiple pages, so it would be multiple. But we can come back with those statistics.
Okay. Are we talking in the tens? Are we talking in the hundreds? Are we talking in the thousands?
As I understand it, and we do have the figures, I don't have them in front of me, unfortunately. I think it was in the tens as opposed to in the hundreds or in the thousands.
But low numbers.
It was really low numbers, but we can come back to you because we've got the breakdown of that information.
Okay. And is that how you've established that nobody had malicious intent? Because you can pretty much say that there's 10 people, 12 views on this page, say, and we know that it was accessed by X amount of GLA staff or MOPAC staff. Is that pretty much how you're saying that assessment's been made?
So the investigators that looked at this, they have multiple tools, and what they can, in terms of kind of what they can do, they can look and kind of track whether or not any of this data is on the internet or being used in any way.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add to that we've also not just done that once. We've conducted three investigations over 3 time periods to ensure that, not just a moment in time, that data has been accessible. So we've commissioned that security review, which has come up positively on all three occasions.
Assemblymember Russell.
Thank you, and thank you for the information that you've given about this, because it is obviously a really serious thing that people's data is available in a way that it shouldn't be. I just want to go back to the original kind of mistake, i.e. setting up the permissions incorrectly. Because if you think back to that period when the website was being transferred over, a lot of us on the Assembly had some kind of difficult experiences with the way that the new website got set up. And I think from our sort of use of the website experience, nobody talked to any of the political groups, at least not our group. Sort of obviously can't speak for the other groups, but I think it applied to all of us, about how we use the website. So for instance, there were things around the way the Mayor's Questions database got set up originally that made it just not work, and we were all trying to do our Mayor's Questions and we couldn't filter by member name. And so when that transfer went over, our impression was that not enough thinking had gone into the purpose of each part of the website and how it works and how people use it. And so I'm just wondering if you're doing any thinking about the purpose of the website and your governance of the way the technical things are done. So you can just imagine someone just setting up the permissions thinking they were doing the right thing, but not understanding that the data that was being collected on those web forms was personal data, and that there would be a real risk around that being made available to people accidentally. And so I just wonder, what work you're doing around sort of governance to make sure that future mistakes aren't made, because there is a gap in understanding between the people who are doing the technical job and the people within the GLA who are actually using the website for their work.
There's lots of work that had already started and is ongoing and accelerated, as Niran said, in information management. For us in the digital space, along with the records of processing activities updating that we've been doing, we've also done a full sweep across all of the web forms and all of the data that we hold. We've updated all of the data protection impact assessments on all of that, and we're putting new processes in place to ensure that when new requests come in, we have a really robust way of ensuring that the right training's done, we're collecting the right data in the right ways, for the right reasons, for the right amount of time as well. So we've updated the retention policies as well. We've also done some in-depth information management training for all people in the digital experience unit, and included the CIU, the City Intelligence Unit too, and we're hoping to roll out something similar across the organisation where people are involved in using the website to collect personal information. So we've done a lot of work and also included, we're updating the way that we escalate privileges, so that we're making sure that people are signing the right declarations, that they've had the right mandatory training and refreshment training, and we're also have updated our incident management protocols as well, because obviously managing this incident has also taught us a lot, and we've made sure that we've got really robust processes in place if an incident of this nature should happen again. Which we hope not to. But I think overall, yes, that's been at the heart of what we're trying to do. We're trying to not allow anything of this nature to happen again. And that responsibility just doesn't stop with us on the technical side. As you say, we need to ensure it's a culture piece across the organisation, which Sylvia in information governance is leading on.
Niran, did you want to?
Yeah, I did. Just wanted to say that, firstly to apologise. I know that the experience that members had, and I remember. I think I was here before where you talked about where things weren't working for you, and I think there is. Firstly, there is something about the kind of size and scale of the project that was undertaken. This was a 3-year project. It was multiple sites that were coming together. So the scale of it was not small. But we, as Vicky has said, we have certainly learnt lessons, not just from this incident, but actually in the way we involved people across the organisation in the build of the website. So that is something that we absolutely get. And one of the things I would say is that now, in terms of kind of our focus on digital, it is about the user experience, which we have to put at the heart, but it is also about the experience of people within the organisation and how they're actually using our technology.
So, because Vicky, you gave lots of examples of the very, good, robust processes that you've got in place. You didn't describe anything much about that kind of relationship between the users of the website and the kind of tech team that are making changes and making sure that the website is working. So have you made, are there from your end, from that sort of digital end, are there kind of changes to your processes that kind of take on board how particular parts of the website are being used and what the purpose of that is?
Absolutely. We are really focused, as Niran said, on user-centric design, data-driven decision-making. We want to be a digital-first organisation, and to do that we need to listen to the communities to which we serve, to which we support and enable. We're doing several things. We've got a community of practice, particularly around the user experience that we've set up. At the moment, it's kind of focused on kind of internal GLA staff, but we're looking to hopefully open up user groups where we can gather information. In turn, we're also in the process of working with our colleagues in external relations and other areas with regard to updating the content strategy. So how do we want to engage with our communities, both externally and internally, to ensure that our products are fit for purpose? I always describe digital as being like, if you think of IT as the engine of a car, think of digital as of the experience of driving the car. So it's really important that we understand everybody's needs so that we can create the right experiences for people. So I'm happy to take an action to ensure that your group is spoken to soon.
Sorry, I've got one more. So I think you said 392. Niran, you said 392 people had their personal information potentially viewable. Are you content that all of those people that you've been in contact and you're comfortable that their data is safe and that they feel supported?
Absolutely. So, as you may be aware, we set up a contact centre immediately after we sent out notifications, both via email and by Royal Mail as well. During that process, we had about 104 calls to the contact centre over that 28-day period. That was for 76 individuals. We did have some repeat callers. We put that was a specialist contact centre to provide advice and support. People have also had the ability to put in subject access requests in terms of kind of the data that we hold on them, and so those have been directed to MOPAC. So MOPAC have been handling them. We have had some follow-up calls which MOPAC have been dealing with, and we continue to have really small numbers of contact now that come in directly into MOPAC. At the time, we also offered people access to Mind, which was a counselling organisation, and we did have a very small number. I think it was about 5 people in total that took that up. And as I said before, we also offered the credit checking service to every person that we did get in contact with. So where we've had to provide some additional support, and sometimes that's been interpreters. So we have done that too. So where people, it may not have been their English, may not have been their first language, and they've come to us to get more information, then we've also found interpreters to help us explain to them exactly what has happened. And what I should say is that we have worked with the ICO. We have completely undertaken our legal obligation in terms of contacting all 392 of those individuals.
And just by what you just said about some of the people needing interpreters, so this sounds like some of these people were particularly vulnerable. Are you comfortable that you have made sure that all of those people are well looked after?
To the extent that we can, in terms of there will be some people that won't want to come forward or won't want to come and speak to us because of the as I described earlier, just the nature of the data. These were the most vulnerable individuals, and for that we are deeply sorry. And what has been important is that when they did contact us and they were able to obviously speak to us, we provided numbers, a number and also email addresses, because there are different ways in which people want to contact us, that they were able to do so. For the first weekend, actually, we kept the contact centre open. As I said, we kept that contact centre open for 28 days, but people can still contact us. There is an email address that they can come through. As I said, for those that did, I know, and I speak on behalf of MOPAC, I know that there was care and consideration given to those individuals that did contact us. Like I said, we did have some repeat callers, who may not have got the information they wanted the first time, who may wanted more information and more comfort. We also, as part of this, did contact a number of our stakeholders in terms of kind of charities and that sort of thing, just in case people, they saw a spike in people contacting them, so we did engage with them as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've got an indication from Assembly Member Fortune and then Assembly Member Bacon.
Very, very quick one. The member of staff who miskeyed, who I'm sure is mortified, what level of seniority are they at?
They were a relatively junior member of staff.
So that's the key of my question: is are we happy that people have got sufficient or adequate seniority when they're accessing information?
So that is what we have now amended as part of our lessons learned. Yes, and just to say, we conducted a very thorough investigation when this incident happened.
Okay, and that's across the piece, Mary, as well. That's not just around data access, around this specific project.
Yeah, so that's a very interesting sort of extension of it, isn't it? So I think, as you can see and hear, we have focused down very hard on the reasons this occurred and the implications, immediate implications. And as you say, staff who then find themselves in this position, it's not only worrying for them, but also they worry too about what's then going to happen to them, and so we've tried to, support people. It raises a broader question about the support and cover that we give more junior staff, particularly when by making such mistakes it can have such a devastating impact potentially. I think it's fair to say, Assembly Member Fortune, we haven't yet extended our thinking to that. We haven't taken our thinking to that yet. We're still managing our response really to this particular incident, but it is something that we should think on, definitely.
And it's feeling reassured that the appropriate people have got access at the appropriate level. That's the
exactly, and that's a big lesson from
sorry,
this.
would you mind if I just came in as well? And just to say that the work that Sylvia is doing around records management that we refer to, this is work that was going on even before the incident, but this is about kind of what data do we hold in the organisation, who has access to that data, and how that data is appropriately being managed. So as Mary has indicated, there is work going on, and there is ongoing work going on to ensure that that this doesn't occur again.
Thanks. Just a couple of quick questions, sort of clarifications coming up from previous lines of questioning, one of which is back to the question of who could access and how easy it was to access this information. I'm trying to get a grip of it through previous questioning. So it's not just that if you didn't, so staff could access it because they knew what they were looking for. If you, as a member of the public, came across the page because presumably you were actually trying to fill out the web form, where was this button, this link that could accidentally take you to all this information? Was that something that people could have accidentally, or would you really, in your assessment, would you really have had to be a member of staff to go, that's what I want and that's where I'm going?
So I'm going to perhaps bring Chris in just one moment, but just to say that this wasn't on the front page of our website or anywhere else.
It was a separate page.
It was in a very separate page.
To be public rather than behind.
Absolutely, like you would have had to have looked quite hard onto our website to actually find it. It wasn't. There wasn't a link to the front page or anything else. But I'll bring Chris in terms of kind of what it looked like.
Great, thanks.
Yes, so on that web form, as you mentioned, the top left-hand corner of that was a results button. If you clicked into there, you could then navigate into further submissions and then view the submission data there.
Right. Okay, so it's possible that people could have stumbled on it accidentally, but you would really have had to be pressing a lot of weird buttons. Okay, thanks. That's helpful to sort of understand from the scope. Just something that I don't, and apologies if I've missed it. So obviously you notified the OCO within absolutely as quickly as possible once you found out about it. How quickly did you start notifying the people who were affected? Apologies if this is here and I've missed it, but I can't see it.
No, so it was a while, and there was a very specific reason for that. So we discovered this in February, and we didn't notify till July, and the reason for that is because there was work that we needed to do to fully understand the people that whose data may have been accessed. We had to conduct as part of our investigations, and like I said, we did this with the knowledge of the ICO, was that we conducted a number of risk assessments. This was work that MOPAC essentially did, because this is MOPAC data, and that took quite a while to go through. So and also we needed to be absolutely clear how we were going to contact these individuals, because of the vulnerability of these individuals as well. So some of those individuals would have there were essentially two types of notification that were sent. One just to contact us, another which provided more detail. Some people were contacted via email. So there was just a lot of careful consideration that needed to happen before we could make contact with those individuals, and absolutely understand that feels like a long time from February to July, and I absolutely understand that, but there was a huge amount of work going on in that time with MOPAC, and MOPAC going through each of those data subjects in terms of kind of contact and how contact was going to be made.
And I know that PCC are looking this as well, but that, you're right, it does feel like a long time. And just finally, you said that people whose data has been was affected are going to get 12 months access to Credit Reference Agency to make sure that. Is that long enough, considering, okay, you don't believe it's gone anywhere, you don't believe it's being stored anywhere, this information or anything else, but presumably there is a possibility that it's there and could be used in the future. Is 12 months enough?
So we took advice on this. So all the way through this, we have taken advice from experts in this space, and that, you know, we were told that 12 months felt like the right amount of time. That is something that we can absolutely keep under review, but that was the advice that we were given.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that everybody is done on questions for this. With that being said, can I ask the committee to note the GLA response to the data incident? Noted. And I think everyone's leaving, aren't they? It's just Helen that's coming. Thank you, Niran. And Chris, Sylvia, sorry, did you want to say anything? I feel bad that you came.
I might actually, since you're giving me the chance, I might just come back on Assemblymember Russell's point. I just want to be clear that there was a robust programme in place to assess the requirements of yourselves and your staff as part of the rebuild project. We held a number of websites with what we call the CMS users, the users of the website. We had 3 or 4 sessions there to understand their requirements, and we had subsequent surveys that went out to staff, subsequent engagement sessions. Well, I've taken clearly those that we need to work directly with your office and your offices to ensure that any future adjustments are taken into account. So we'll put some focus on that. Specifically on MQT as well, we have a model in place where we work with what we call a product owner, so someone that is responsible for the platform. That platform was launched about a month after london.gov. So we worked incredibly closely with them to ensure they got everything that they needed from that. However, yes, there were some issues that we needed to address after its launch.
Yeah, I didn't raise that because I wanted to have a moan about that process. I raised it because of the possibility that sort of thinking about how the website gets used might have contributed to the situation with the kind of the way that that decision, the fatal decision got made to change that setup. But so I kind of absolutely wasn't trying to say, oh, we're very hard done by. But thank you for looking at it, because I do think it is worth looking at, and I do think there are lessons to be learned from it, just about how the websites do get used in this building for the particular purposes, like, you know, the timelines of when MQT meetings are, and yeah. So thank you for picking that up.
Absolutely, no problem.
Thanks. And I will moan, I think the MQT page is awful and it's so hard to use, and it's, apart from the lovely picture of you, Ellie, that I get to see every time I go on there. Apart from, I have no idea. You're the chosen one. But yeah, no, thank you, Chris. But I think maybe that's one for another day. But I do think that the MQT needs a massive update.
No worries. We'll look at it. Yeah, thank you.
Are you staying? Okay, lovely. I'd like to welcome Helen Ewan, Executive Director for Assembly Secretariat, who's joined us for the quarterly finance report. Did you want to say anything briefly? Please.
Very briefly, Chair, if I can. Just by way of introduction, this is the first time I've brought a report of this nature to the committee. The Oversight Committee typically considers Assembly budgetary matters twice a year, around November time, when we're starting to think about the propositions for the coming year's budget for the Secretariat, and then again typically in March, April time, when you are asked to approve proposals for the allocation of the Secretariat budget. Certainly in recent years you have not received regular reports on Secretariat spend. I think it would be sensible and appropriate for us to bring you more regular information, and so that you can scrutinise the Secretariat's budget on a more regular basis. So today I think my question is that something that you would welcome and find helpful? If so, is the format that we have provided in the first report here today useful? I think it's worth saying that because this is a Q1 report, it inevitably is at this point in the cycle fairly high level. We will, if you are content, we will come back in November with Q2. I would expect that to include more detailed projections around underspends towards end year. So, as ever, in Q1, more limited information to provide, but we would expect, if you are comfortable, there to be a richer discussion as we move through the financial year. I've also said in the report that we are proposing to do some additional work to think about how we present performance information to you alongside the financial information. That is more complex because of the nature of how we measure the performance of a scrutiny body like ours, but I think it's something that we ought to be looking at, and we'll bring proposals to you in due course.
Thank you. I think certainly on the first point about wanting to know whether it's helpful, I think the committee would say yes to answer that question. I don't know about the format if people have comments on that. I know Assembly Member Boff has indicated.
Very simple question. If we do get on the next report and we have still a surplus for whatever reasons, does that open the door for more rapporteurships?
I would expect to come to you with an explanation of why those underspends have arisen, and with consideration from the budget leads as to how that money might be deployed. We would want to discuss with members how that money could be usefully redeployed. I'm sure rapporteurships is something that would be in the mix, and as you know, we're going to come to members with proposals for how we manage that process in general.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't really need to tell where the underspends come from, but if you walk up into the Maria Celeste that is the Conservative Group office, you realise there's been some staff turnovers, which means we must be saving money somewhere.
Has there? I hadn't noticed.
Well, probably that shared HR service that we're still looking for, Andrew, might come in helpful if there is a Marie Celeste situation. And no doubt those positions will be filled very quickly, just as they are everywhere else in the building.
Chair, if it's helpful, I can say that one of the things we are looking hard at is how we very much more actively use underspends in year to provide the additional cover that we need within our teams.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think it's certainly on the rapporteurships, I know it's something that grinds members' gears. I know that Assembly Member Cooper, as I remember from our last Oversight Committee, you've planned an international venture that we want to find out about as soon as it's available. So, yeah, that may be a possible way forward. But I think the general note from us would be that this is a good thing to have. Certainly something in addition on performance, while I understand your concerns to be amazing. I think the format for me was good, and I don't hear any indications from others, so I think it would be good to go forward as we are. With that in mind, can I ask the committee to note the quarterly budget position and forecasts of the London Assembly Secretariat? Thank you, Helen. I'm moving on to the London Assembly Work Programme.
Do you want me to say it on the webcast as well?
Well, I'm prepared for it now, so I won't have that same anxiety that I had earlier if you do.
Well, I'm delighted to see that our next meeting is going to cover the shared HR and shared IT services, and I shall look forward to finding out more about them and their existence.
Thank you, Assembly Member Cooper. So can we can I ask the committee to note with delight and excitement the London Assembly Work Programme for 23-24, and also note next item being to note the Oversight Work Programme for 23-24. And the next meeting will be on the 1st of November 2023 at 10 a.m. in the chamber at City Hall. I have no other urgent business, so this meeting is done.
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority.
This is Rob Johnson, President of the Institute for New Economic Thinking. I'm here today with an extraordinary man who I've known back to the days when I worked in finance, but knowing him and being able to keep up with him are different things. This is Jim Chanos. He has his own investment firm, has been involved in the markets now for over 40 years. Recently, he's been teaching a course, I guess recently, for the last 13 years, he's been teaching a course called A History of Financial Market Fraud, a Forensic Approach. Jim has written things on the INET website and in many other places related to financial instability. He's written about China, and he is one of the people that, when I look at who is successful, independent, high integrity, courageous, and practices what he preaches, Jim Chanos fills that bill as well as anyone I've encountered. Jim, thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you for that over-the-top introduction, Rob. It's good to be here.
Well, you got to have a bubble before you can have a crash, but we aren't going to have a crash today. But let's start talking about recently the phrase, the golden age of greed. You've talked about what you're observing, what kind of things are happening in the United States and perhaps in the world economy. And with a global financial market, it's not even clear where the sovereigns are sometimes. But paint the picture for us. What is the golden age of greed?
Well, it's actually worse than that. It's the golden age of fraud. And so I coined that term a couple years ago as I started to see, post-pandemic, the excesses really begin to build in the financial markets, both public and private, culminating in 2021, which was the most speculative year that I've experienced in the markets in over 40 years. And one of the things I teach in my class, Rob, is that the fraud cycle follows the business and financial cycle with a lag. That is, the longer you have an expansion, the longer a bull market goes on, the more the incidence of fraud occurs as it matures. And then, of course, once things turn down, you begin to get fraud exposed because many frauds are at their basis a Ponzi scheme and need to raise new capital. And so the poster child for that, obviously, is what we saw happen in crypto last year, which was the red hot kind of culmination of speculative frenzy, lack of oversight, lack of law enforcement, and just pure unadulterated greed that got caught up and then exposed in all kinds of schemes that were at their very nature simply Ponzi schemes. And I think that now we see another aspect of what I teach in the class, and that is when people ask, where's the regulation, where's law enforcement? One of the things that is as old as financial markets is that we don't see oversight or new laws and regulations until after people lose money. And that is certainly now the case in crypto, where after the fact, we're going to see much more regulation. As we speak, the SEC is cracking down now on both onshore and offshore crypto firms, and so on. So it dovetails with what I teach in real time. In fact, last year, anecdotally, the now infamous interview in Bloomberg with Sam Bankman-Fried was released on a Monday afternoon in April. I teach my class at Yale on Monday afternoons. And I was reading this while I was having my coffee before class. And I ran up to our audio video guys to ask them if they could put this interview that I was reading on my smartphone up on my PowerPoint for that afternoon's class, because it's very rare that in real time you see an industry luminary discussing his industry by describing it as a Ponzi scheme, which is exactly what SBF did in that interview in late April with Matt Levine and Joe Weisenthal on Bloomberg. And so, you know, it all came together last spring and summer in this particular subspace of the financial markets to talk about, to prove what we've been talking about and what I teach about these cycles of greed and fraud that occur in financial markets when things go too long and oversight becomes lax.
And do you see, which you might call, a recipe or a vision for a corrective structure of governance that would diminish these, like how overreaches or these calamities that follow excess?
Yeah, it all depends, and I know that's kind of a weasel answer, but in past cycles where we've seen large amounts of speculation and large amounts of fraud, the evidence is mixed. So, for example, if we just look at the market since the 20th century, I mean, after the crash of '29 and the resultant amount of fraud that was exposed, and people forget about that. If you look over my right shoulder back there, there's some stock certificates of Ivar Kruger's firm, the Great Match King, as written about by Frank Portnoy. And the Securities Acts of 33 and 34, which came after the crash, was not really about the crash. It was about all the various different pieces of paper that were floated on American investors through state regulatory vehicles, and so-called blue sky laws that ended up, basically being worthless. And so that was the real impetus to get the framework for the SEC and the securities laws that we still use today. So there, the backlash was tremendous. But if we go to say the global financial crisis, I mean, we got Dodd-Frank, but there was a lot that was undone or not done after that wave of fraud and excess that we saw in the residential real estate market. And of course, part of the problem there politically was that lots of everyday people were committing the fraud, right? People were lying on their mortgage applications. And then Wall Street was going in on the lie or looking the other way, or did willful blindness and looked the other way as these things were packaged into leveraged securities and then distributed throughout the global financial system. So it became very, very difficult to prosecute the bad guys when we were kind of all the bad guys. And then you could look at the corporate waves of fraud in the dot-com era with Enron and WorldCom, and then also go back to the savings and loan crisis where George Bush Sr. put thousands of bankers into jail for simple loan fraud, and back in 1990 and 1991. So it all depends. I mean, we've seen pendulums swing where the public gets outraged, loses lots of money, and demands change and justice. And then there are other times where the public kind of shrugs and says, they're all crooks. What are you going to do? So we'll see.
Yeah, I would guide our audience to look at this or listen to this podcast. It's a 6 or 7 part series by Alex Gibney and David Sirota called Meltdown. And it was not about the meltdown of the financial markets in 2008. It was a meltdown in the confidence of governance, regulation, and expertise that fostered Tea Party, fostered Occupy Wall Street,
Yeah.
a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and I guess Donald Trump.
And the feeling that everything was rigged, right? That it was rigged on behalf of the rich guy and market participants, and not rigged to the detriment of the public. But what's really crazy, Rob, is that in the 10 to 12 years that followed that the public decided the way they were going to get even was to speculate themselves in crazy securities in 2020 and 2021. So they started buying crypto. They started buying worthless meme stocks. They started buying SPACs. And to get back, and if you get on social media and read what's in the mindset of these small investors, is they want to get back at the man. They want to get back at hedge funds and regulators and the SEC, and not understanding that, in fact, they're the ones that are being basically duped again to buy these securities. It's a remarkable experiment in human psychology.
Yeah, it's almost like imitation of the person that harmed you. There's got to be a Freudian term, identification with the aggressor, I think was the Freudian phrase for replicating the practices of those who abuse you.
I kept pointing out to a number of them on social media during the meme stock crazes, and there's been a few of them, that overpaying for worthless pieces of paper is not going to stick it to the man. It's going to stick it to your portfolio, and making these statements in the markets can be dangerous. And so it really is. It really has become a bit more of the wild, wild west, and certainly so in 2020 and 2021. And I think we're going to be paying for that going forward in maybe some unspecified ways.
In the middle of 2021, I was down in Coronado Island for an event celebrating the life of a man that was extraordinary. And one of my friends came up to me and said, "You used to be really interested in all these financial markets." And he said, "I've been making lots of money." And I said, "I didn't know you were a financial guy. I thought you were a surfer." He said, "In these financial markets, you get your toes on the nose and you ride the front of the board." And I said, be careful. There's sharks out there with their jaws open. And but it was just a kind of a silly thing. He was so enthusiastic. This is June of 2021. And he was very, what I'll call, emotionally intoxicated.
Well, we're still seeing the echo chamber of that. Option trading is hitting new records. And what has a lot of people like me concerned is that now the volume is all coming in what's called zero DTE options, 0 days to expiration, meaning people are buying options for stock prices on that day that expire. And so this is like literally gambling, going down and just betting on red and black. And so we've really gotten a casino-like culture coupled with the equity culture that is a bit frightening in terms of market structure. And again, I mean, regulators have kept their kind of hands off this. I don't want to date myself too much, but if we go back far enough, one of the ideas was that the Fed was supposed to not only take away the punch bowl, but was supposed to warn people when things were getting overheated by such indications as raising margin requirements that are completely quaint and antiquated in today's markets, but nonetheless would send a message. And as we know, really since Volcker, the Fed and others have had as their third mandate financial market stability, and some might say maintenance. And that's now the unlegislated third mandate for all central banks. And in and of itself, after enough years where people get used to that, the so-called Fed put, it breeds its own instability because people take more risks than they otherwise would, assuming that the government has their back. And every once in a while, they find out to their horror and misery like 2000, 02, and 08, that it doesn't necessarily happen that way. And so it's concerning. And then, of course, we overlay on that the fact that in this golden age of fraud, as I've called it, we're seeing all kinds of egregious corporate actions that I think really should be cracked down on and aren't. The most prominent, when people say, well, where is the fraud occurring right now? The most prominent is right in front of our faces by the aggressive use of pro forma reporting metrics by corporate America. If you look at most corporate reports right now, they do not publish, at first and foremost and front and center, their GAAP results. They report adjusted metrics. So GE, stodgy old GE, is a great example of this. GE put its earnings out 2 weeks ago, and GE had 16 pages of adjustments in its earnings report for the fourth quarter to get you to the number that they wanted you to get to as to what they thought their profits would be adjusted. Not what they were adjusted if you take out a bunch of bad stuff. And Silicon Valley has taken this almost to an absurd level. I have companies that are going to report that have 80% of their revenues are share-based comp expense, where they're just issuing stock instead of cash to their employees. And under the current guise, companies add that back to their P&L. They say that's not an expense. So increasingly, and it gets to this equity-based, equity-based world that we're in, more and more companies, particularly aggressive companies, are paying their employees lavishly in stock because they don't consider it an expense. And the SEC has guidelines on this that it is just not enforcing. And so routinely you'll hear someone like an Uber or a company like that talk about we are now adjusted profitable, and this is the first time in 10 years we're and then you look at the financial statements closely and you realize they're still losing money. And that is, to me, kind of black is white and white is black. And I think it's something that the SEC and other regulators should have cracked down on a long time ago. I'd love to report to my partners our investment results without the bad stocks. I get thrown in jail if I do that.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting dilemma to see all these machinations that you can be, because of your expertise, alert to. We're also seeing a lot of the public that you mentioned a few minutes ago wanting to catch up, but they don't have that insight or that equipment. And then you have, let us say, the large number of people that don't do much beyond subsistence. And as the despair in all these categories starts to rise and the loss of faith in governance, like you'd said, system is rigged, which was kind of a mantra of Donald Trump's 2016 campaign. And I always encourage people to look at the video of the 3-minute speech that he made on the night of Game 7 of the World Series, which was the Sunday before the Tuesday election, when the Chicago Cubs were striving to overcome. I think they hadn't won since the early, 1904 or something. And the turnout for those games were huge. He played this ad 6 or 7 times over the course of the game to the national audience. And he kept saying, the system is rigged, and the only people strong enough who could band together to fix it are the American people. And it was this piece of propaganda that showed Lloyd Blankfein with Hillary Clinton, or Hillary Clinton with Xi Jinping, or George Soros and others in the background. And he's casting all of this, we call discord, and then saying, we're going to fix it. And a lot of people bought into that.
The guy who took 6 or 7 of his companies bankrupt, and I was short a number of his securities in the 90s and the early millennium in the junk bond market and the equity market. And being short Donald Trump's companies was was like watching numerous slow-moving ocean liners hitting multiple icebergs repeatedly. I said that at a fundraiser, and President Obama loved that and stole the line. But it's true. I mean, to have Donald Trump give us a lecture on the system being rigged is high comedy in my eye.
Well, I was going to say
that has nothing to do with his other politics. It's just, as an observer of financial markets, he was a master of that, and so it really is ironic. But what's even more frightening, as we've alluded to, is that the outrage of 2009 and 2010, which was Occupy Wall Street and Tea Party, as you mentioned, has turned itself into, well, I'm just going to go to the casino myself and put it all on red. And, that to me is even more frightening because it's as if, and someone said this the other day at a meeting I was at, he said, it's kind of like the public is that guy at 3 a.m. in the casino at the roulette table with 8 or 9 drinks in him, and half his stack is gone, but he's going to be damned if he doesn't get his money back before he goes to bed. And it's he's going to lose everything. And I just worry that where this is going to put us politically come the next true bear market, where a lot of these small retail investors who are in the market like never before get wiped out, and they're going to get wiped out. And so I think that would worry me as an observer of political economy through the lens of finance. And then what will the backlash be? What will people want to do at that point? And so will it be anti-Wall Street? Will it be anti-corporate America? Will it be some combination of both? And how will the politicians on both sides of the aisle, stoke that fear?
Yes. Well, Martin Wolf, the famous columnist for the Financial Times, has just released a book on the crisis of capitalist democracy. And I worked with him quite actively on the book, and we just did a podcast a couple of weeks ago. It just came out on 7th of February. And he comes from a family, not his mother and father, but relatives who were destroyed by the Nazis. And the ominous sense that he has, it's not even what will the government do? What kind of government will people submit to in the despair, say after the fall down of the markets in the next recession or bubble breaking deeply? And then the last piece I guess I want to add to make this tension even greater is we have the baby boom aging out now. And those people with 401ks or whatever, if those all evaporate, given the cost of elder health care, what kind of crisis are we going to have when the people who need support, money evaporated, and the size of the working age population relative to the retired population is at an all-time low? There's a lot of stress on the horizon.
So 2 thoughts there. So the first one on Martin Wolf's book, and I look forward to reading it, is that what was really terrifying and what brought forth the 30s, particularly in Germany and Italy, was and even Soviet Union, was the first crisis of the early 20s, right? And then amplified by the global crash in 29. And so you had in Germany and Italy and of course through civil war in Soviet Union, you had this horrible wipeout of savings and capital in the early 20s, in Germany through hyperinflation, and in Italy through economic depression, and in Soviet Union through civil war. And then just as things were sort of maybe trying to right themselves, even though politically it polarized those countries, well, certainly Germany and Italy, then you had the crash of 29 and 32. And that's what brought Hitler in, for example, was the fact that not only did people lose their life savings in the hyperinflation in 23, but then everybody hit the breadlines in 1930, 31, 32. And at that point, people said, I have nothing to lose. I'm going to either vote communist or National Socialist. And we know what happened. And that's what worries me, is that if this occurs, within anyone's memory of 08, 09, and then the backlash is going to be, I think, significant, number one. Number two is in terms of 401ks and healthcare costs. I really do think that one of the other aspects of what we've seen in the equitization of society and the financialization of society is beyond just the Fed put in the markets, is now a general sense, particularly post-pandemic, that, well, if worse comes to worse, the government will send me a check, will make me whole, will open up the floodgates, and we'll get national health care or whatever it might be. And that is the flip side monetarily and inflation deflation side of what happened post-pandemic. We now have a belief, in light of what the government did to stem the pandemic, what makes people rationally think they won't open up the floodgates in the next depression or recession? And probably they will, and that's fine. But I'm just saying that we now can see a different script from the deflationary 40 years, from 1979 to 2020. When I got on Wall Street in 1980, rates were 14% going to zero. And that's not going to be repeated. And so we saw labor ascendant in the late 70s. I was earning $14 an hour working in a steel mill in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to pay for my college education. And I got all the hours I wanted at night, weekends, holidays, because the union workers there were making a lot of money and all had, lake homes and whatever. And when I got on Wall Street in 1980, I made more money in 2 months in the summer of 79 working in steel than I made in my first full year on Wall Street. Imagine that today. But that was the peak of labor. That was Thatcher's election in 79 and Reagan in 80. And the pendulum has swung back. And now, of course, it's all capital and no labor. And if that pendulum swings back the other way, and it's, we've seen it happen a couple times in American society in the last 150, 200 years, people are going to be wrong-footed. And there will be, like we've seen when those things change, wholesale societal changes and political changes. So it will be very interesting.
Yeah, and the movement they now are calling deglobalization may play a role in that.
That might. It might indeed. Which gets to our friends in China.
Yes. Well, how would I say? People like Branko Milanovic and others have made a good point, which is God wasn't necessarily born in Pittsburgh and Detroit, and the globalization and development did create a rising tide for living standards for many, many people on planet Earth. But that process perhaps was maturing, but also with some of the breakdowns related to adversarial nationalism and the pandemic and so forth.
I would edit, he may not have been born in Detroit or Pittsburgh, but he ended up vacationing in Davos.
Yeah, man. Peter Goodman will have to put that on the jacket of his paperback edition of Davos, man. But I think the sense that I have now is that we are in what I'll call an unstable dynamic. And there is all kinds of tension directed at governance. I know a lot of people the other night who said the State of the Union address was brilliant, but can we practice what we preach? And I said, somebody said to me later, and it reminded me of your comment moments ago, Trump preached what he practiced, but with a mask. And Biden has put out something that, whether it's dealing with the cost of medical care for elders or financial transparency, he just went through a whole laundry list of things. But the sophisticated people I know are saying, how is he going to implement that in the world of money politics? And I don't want to fan the flames of cynicism and drive us further towards that authoritarian alternative. And I do myself find myself grateful that the President of the United States did, which I might call, shine a light on directions he would like to see us go for better balance. Not necessarily every single thing he said, but the thrust of it. But nonetheless, his stepping out like that made me think we really are in a treacherous place, that the impetus to his breaking away and making that speech is probably related to concerns of despair within the White House.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I don't know, but I would say that, the inability now, obviously, like most presidents, he got whatever legislation he's going to get through, he got through in the first half of his term. And now, it's going to become incredibly difficult with a Republican House. So it has to be via executive action and the regulatory system. And so that's why you see the initiative about things like junk fees and things like that. But even then, it becomes more and more difficult and politicized as we get closer to a presidential election. Because if the White House does do that, and I think they should in many cases, it will be painted as regulatory overreach and big government, stomping down on business, and so it's a tough row to hoe, without a doubt, politically.
Yeah. Well, as I mentioned, Bill Grider used to say the Fed is independent. He'd say they're independent from whom? And now people are saying, how are we going to protect freedom when the only freedoms that seem to be protected are things like a space program for Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos on his own? And where's the common good? Where's the protection of students from the profits of gun makers?
I'll go one step further with Tesla, and that's the company we're short. In the interest of full disclosure, is NHTSA allowing them to test their full self-driving beta software on roads that you and I are on, where other automakers, legitimately use test tracks and test for years. He's testing them on our highways. And I think if it was any other company, if it was Toyota doing this, the federal regulatory apparatus would have told them to stop it immediately. But because it's Elon Musk, he gets a pass. And part of that gets back to the equitization of this country and the financialization of this country that I talked about. He's held up as a hero, and Tesla is the most owned stock by retail investors in the world. And so he's going to get, I think, special treatment.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting hypothesis. I hadn't thought about that broad-based retail coalition that might be underpinning it, and he can play the common man in the theater of the financial markets now. That's wow. Let me reach back a little bit in history. My former wife was the head of Japan analysis in the 80s for the Federal Reserve under first Volcker and then Greenspan. And we watched that bubble burst, and we watched that country aging. And yet, when you look at satisfaction in life, you look at surveys, longevity, whatever measures you want, the Japanese didn't collapse. And I guess I want to contrast that with some of the ominous things that you and I have put on the table. How was Japan, and how would I say, these are still dynamic things. The downturn could still be tomorrow. But were they able to step aside and have a U.S.-China positive multiplier be the rising tide that raised all boats and sustain them to avoid a crash? Or are there things we can learn from them so that we don't, I say, fall off the cliff?
Well, one thing that everyone forgets about, and the Japan analogy is somewhat apt. I think it's more apt as it applies to China than the U.S. But what everybody forgets about that, the 40 years, no, 35 years at this point, that Japan has stagnated, is that Japan has had declining population. So its flat GDP over that period, or up slightly, on a per capita basis, is actually up in line with the EU and the United States, or not far off. And so that because the country is shrinking, again, the way the math works is people really haven't individually felt it. And so that's a really important point people should consider. However, I mean, Japan in 1989 at its peak had is eerily similar to China in terms of the economic model. And I have a slide in my China deck about this. You know, Japan was heavily an investment-driven GDP model, although nothing like China. It was at its peak, it was investing about 30% of its GDP in investment. China is in the mid-40s and has been for better part of 15 years. It was investing in Greater Asia. Now, in China's case, they're investing internally, but Greater China is supporting that in terms of Hong Kong and Singapore and South Korea. It had a basically government-driven economic model. If you remember, Mitty and Minnie were directing investments by corporate Japan in many cases. It had an export-driven economy and with a pretty controlled currency. So there were a lot of similarities between the Japanese economic model of the late 80s, which was the miracle, and the Chinese economic model from, say, 5 to 10 years ago, when it was still putting up those big numbers. And then the final similarity, which is the most ominous, was Japan had a real estate bubble and had a banking system that peaked out at about 400% of GDP in terms of assets. And now let's go to China and take a look at what happened in China over that period. So when China entered the WTO in 2001, it had an economy about $1 trillion US in terms of GDP. It had a banking system that was about $1 trillion US in assets. 40% of those assets were bad. They were loans to state-owned enterprises that ultimately had to be worked out over time. They wrote some of them off over time because they had to recapitalize their banking system in the Western financial markets in Hong Kong and New York. And so it took them a while to work that out of their banking system. Fast forward to today, Rob, and China's economy is about 15 trillion US, and assets in their banking system are roughly, well, actually over 60 trillion. So they're 4x. That's very similar to where Japan was at the peak. It's very similar to where some of the bad European countries were in 07, 08, like Ireland and Spain and Iceland. And so you start to get up to a banking system that's 4 or 5 times the size of your economy. And it's the banking system that the banking system tail that wags the economic dog. And how does this happen? Well, it almost always happens because of real estate, which is a leveraged asset class. I joke that Chinese apartment prices are the second most important price you got to know other than U.S. Treasury rates, because it's roughly a quarter of China's GDP is residential real estate. And China is still building 20 million flats a year, even though it doesn't need them.
And a declining population.
Yeah. And China, I've joked long that China's the only advanced country that knows its annual GDP on January 1 of that year.
they can preset it.
Well, and by legally, right? I mean, and it's an accounting identification. If half of your economy is investment, you can literally direct investment to make a GDP number. If you never write off the bad investments. But I
guess what you're saying in a dynamic sense, these buildings or these what you might call excess apartments don't add to productivity and therefore income to service that growth in the balance sheets of the banks or the financial institutions. If they were investing in productivity enhancing resources, human capital or physical capital or whatever, you might have a more optimistic sense.
Which they were in the Deng Xiaoping reforms after Tiananmen Square, and even in the first 10 years of the new millennium after they entered the WTO. It wasn't until after the GFC that this went crazy. And we've seen this massive increase in banking assets and apartments and apartment loans driving GDP. And a lot of it was government driven, right? I mean, they needed to make numbers. The way the Communist Party worked was the local party was set targets by the national party. You need to grow 7 or 8% this year. Well, what's the easiest way to grow 7 or 8%? Stick a shovel in the ground. Now, the problem with this is that you can't segue into a consumer-driven services economy, which is what most modern economies are, because you remember your macroeconomics, Rob, S equals I, right? So the fact that if you're going to invest 46% of your economy every year, you've got to save 46%. And thus the problem. The segue to a consumer-driven economy will create speed bumps, the like of which no Chinese premier wants to encounter. And every time that they try to sort of rein this in, and they've tried 3 times since I've been following China closely in 2009, 3 times they've tried to hit the brakes. And all 3 times they've let up and hit the accelerator again because the economy immediately goes into stall speed and they panic. And I've called it the treadmill to hell. They can't get off it. And there's no other playbook. And so the inevitable reset is going to happen. It's just a matter of when and from what level. Where like Japan hit this reset in '89. And Japan's alternative is to muddle through for 40 years with no growth. I don't know if China has the cohesion internally and politically, and they might, to do that. And that is either that or you're going to have to face a severe downturn, clean out the system, clean out the bad debts, and start over. I don't know if they have the stomach to do that. And or if they don't try to find foreign adventures to offset that risk. Starting 2019 in Hong Kong, now the saber rattling over Taiwan. And that's always a possible response policy-wise as well.
Yeah, ominous for all parts, particularly with an end game of nuclear threat. It's interesting to me, I spent a lot of time going back to the time of Tiananmen Square in China. And I remember there was a place, probably around 2012, where a lot of professors at universities were saying to me, we had this old model where you'd run around the country, say the equivalent of high school students, and test who are the best and the brightest. You'd bring them in and teach them to be the government. But now, in the advent of the digital age, there's a whole lot of what I'll call private sector potential. And there are a lot more people who want their children educated, whether it's in engineering or the skills, the 3 R's or what have you. And these professors were talking to me about their frustration that the economics of the support for the universities by the state wasn't what I will call working to upgrade human capital where all the potential lied. And they said, we've had a lot of people migrate from the farms to the cities, and they work many times with their hands. Then they moved in manufacturing in the beginning. Then they've moved to construction of infrastructure and construction of real estate. But we're not building the human capital. And I guess just to conclude that vision, the way in which Jack Ma has been dethroned is sending a very negative signal about technology is creating what I'll call freedom and independence that maybe the government doesn't want the society to inhabit.
Well, as we know from our own wrestling with big tech becomes a power center literally in and of itself. And that's the one thing the Chinese Communist Party won't broach, right? It won't broach any political power by a new power base. Technology entrepreneurs, big technology companies like Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent. And so that's why we saw that. Those companies and those executives were getting fabulously wealthy. And that became a political threat that the CCP was just not going to tolerate. So that's number one. Number two, it's coincided with the deglobalization, as you've called it, and a little bit more hard-headed look at Chinese technology through the national security lens. and whether or not we want Huawei equipment or TikTok on our phones. And so increasingly that's going to be an issue. And so, it's tough because the Chinese labor market, having gotten wealthier, has priced itself out of making sofas and bicycles and things like that. Those are made elsewhere for Walmart. And really, they were supposed to go up the value chain through technology and more advanced products. But with this deglobalization trend, that's going to be more problematic for China. And so they have a series of issues on their table that are not pleasant, and alternatives that aren't that pleasant right now. And that's what makes me worry a little bit about the saber rattling, because one of the classic misdirections for any authoritarian government is to set up enemies outside the border. That's the cause of our problem, not our own policies.
Yes, and I know my friend Orville Schell, who's spent a lot of time studying China, and he wrote a book with John Delaney called Wealth and Power. And it was about what he saw as a coming crisis between the U.S. and China, which was from the humiliation, they call the century of humiliation, from the Opium Wars through the Japanese invasion. The idea that China has to, what you might call, regain its stature at the head table is very powerful. At the same time, you have the United States leading a Western system, doesn't want to be a partner, it wants to be the captain. And the United States comes from what I'll call a Cartesian Enlightenment system, the Taoist Confucius, the Eastern philosophy. In China means that it's quite possible for the two sides to misunderstand each other because they make projections from their own imaginative mindset onto the other. That Zbigniew Brzezinski talked about this a great deal in 2010 and 11, that it was going to be very hard to have a G20. But as this distrust is reinforced by what you might call a stammering or sputtering economy and discord within both the United States and China, that Bismarck recipe, find something that you can dislike outside and unify the people behind you, seems to be, as a matter of fact, one of the other teachers at Yale, Stephen Roach, formerly at Morgan Stanley, I did a podcast with him a couple of months ago about his new book on these questions, and I read something by Chaz Freeman last week about what you might call a lose-lose framework, or an unnecessary losses that might be on the horizon.
Don't underestimate also the fury that China has toward our ally Japan, who's announced a rearmament program. Because for whatever differences between West and East there are in philosophies and the ability to misunderstand each other in any kind of policy square off, there is just outright hatred in China for the Japanese. Much of it legitimate, I might add, for what happened in World War II. And we forget that there was a massive land war while we were fighting our way across the Pacific, via our Navy and Marines. There was a massive land war going on in China, between the Japanese army and the Chinese army, replete with, many of the atrocities we saw from the Third Reich. And so that has not been forgotten in China, I can assure you. And so the fact that Japan has now embarked upon a new policy to rearm itself is raising strategic issues in Beijing that heretofore it didn't worry that much about. It worried about the U.S. But rearmed Japan is a different animal in the Pacific. So it's something they talk about a lot more than we do, obviously.
Yes, and I guess it's hard to figure for me what the Chinese government thought it was doing in siding with Russia when so many of their trading partners are on the other side. I've wondered if that decision while it's a way of showing, how do you say, beating your breast or stiffening your spine in some simple way, if it's not going to exacerbate the economic stresses, because the Australias, the EU, and others are going to step back themselves.
Well, keep in mind that Xi Jinping, the first thing he did when he became the leader back in 2013 was give a speech about the weakness of the Soviet Union in allowing perestroika and how it was one of the biggest disasters of the 20th century was the fall of the Soviet Union. And there's actually an institute for the study of the fall of the Soviet Union in China. But perhaps, more interestingly and ominously, remember that the only major foreign leader that attended the Sochi Winter Olympics that were Putin's showcase was Xi Jinping. And this was before well before the Ukrainian invasion. So there has been a growing warmth between Russia and China, I think, because of shared interests against the West for a while now.
Yes, yeah, I think that's right. In my own work, when I was running the Quantum Emerging Growth Fund, I used to ride around all of these countries in emerging Asia and read their novels and watch their movies. And seeing from that, how do you say, I'd like to read the analyst reports, but I also like to get the kind of, which you might call the cultural vibe that's coming forward. And one of the things that haunted me in recent years was the movie Wolf Warrior 2, which absolutely characterized China as the savior of the global South from the global North, a bit led by America, but America and Europe, oppressors. And all kinds of things, including the National Museum exhibit in China, were emphasizing more and more and more, which I might call pride on their side and defiance. And it feels to me like at a very subtle level, but that's now accelerated, that these tensions that Orville Schell and you and others have foreseen are quite ominous. They're really coming to the surface. What would you do if the president called you in tomorrow and said, what do we got to do to take the steam out of this? How do we come back to a win-win situation?
Well, it's tough because, we have one major, obviously, issue sitting there right in the South China Sea called Taiwan. And Taiwan is important not just because we have backed Taiwan, but because Taiwan, along with South Korea, and to a lesser extent Japan, is the center of the most important commodity in the global economy right now, which is semiconductor chips. Semiconductor chips are to the economy today what oil was to the global economy in the 70s and 80s. And it's crucial that we keep that supply going. Now, we are trying to, build up domestic production. But if there were to be a shooting war in Taiwan and or Korea that would disrupt global chip supplies, it would make the the pandemic look like child's play in terms of how quick everything would collapse. And so that's a problem. And I think that first and foremost, I think the West needs to buy time to deglobalize, in effect, and onshore the importance of semiconductor chips that are essential to our economy. That's number one. So Taiwan is everything, and how you diffuse that, I don't know, because the rhetoric is getting more and more bellicose. What if China does a naval blockade around it? What do we do? There's lots of scenarios that are at pay grades above my level that I'm sure the national security apparatus is kind of trying to think through. As it relates to financial and economic policy, China is kind of got the best of all worlds with access to Western financial markets, without being a full participant. One of the things I rail about in finance is the Chinese VIE structure, for example, which has enabled companies like Alibaba and others to raise billions of dollars in the West in what's basically a fraudulent kind of a structure, governance structure. The Chinese courts do not recognize the VIE structure. And for the listener and the viewer, what it means is that Western investors cannot own the corporate assets inside of China by law, for the most part. There's some exceptions. But Elon Musk, for example, owns his plant in Shanghai, so go figure. But for the most part, you and I can't own Alibaba's actual assets within the People's Republic. So what they've done is they set up this artifice where they set up a holding company in the Caribbean, in the British Virgin Islands or Cayman Islands, and you can buy the stocks and bonds of that holding company. The only asset you have is a piece of paper in a safe in the British Virgin Islands that says you will share in the economics of this enterprise in some sort of unspecified way going forward, proportionate to your ownership. But it doesn't really mean anything legally in China. So to the extent that something happens in China to those corporate assets, you have no recourse. The Chinese courts won't recognize you. So, for example, years and years ago, when Yahoo and SoftBank owned a piece of Alibaba, and one day they woke up and they found out that the financial arm of Alibaba had been stripped and sold to a group of affiliates of Jack Ma for a bargain price. And the company said, well, the Chinese regulators told us we can't have Western indirect investors in financial services. So we had to do this. Well, to this day, they've never told people shown those people what those regulations were or what the order was. And the Western investors in Alibaba were left holding the bag with no recourse. And so this is the problem, right? That they have access to our financial markets, but we have no governance on their companies. So all these kinds of things are going to play into any future, increasing level of conflict with China. And I mean, obviously, I tell my clients to be as disassociated with China as you possibly can in any case, because the risks aren't worth the rewards.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting to me. I'm thinking about directions of innovation. When Silicon Valley starts, and it starts moving towards China, not just the plants for assembly, but the use of, things like smartphones or laptops or what have you, you can see the benefit to the consumer. Then I remember meeting with Chinese leaders who said, a little bit like the movie that Tristan Harris and others made, The Social Dilemma, you are the product. And they started saying, okay, these are platforms for commerce, but they're also data sets for intelligence. And we got to figure out how those are governed, how those are blended. But what I'm seeing now is there are things, for instance, some of the things Huawei's created with the 5G stuff and so forth, that the direction of this tension has reversed. Now, some of those things could be deployed in the continental United States, but is it opening a window to espionage and surveillance on the part of the Chinese?
Well, look at just two big examples. TikTok, which is owned by a Chinese company, which is one of the largest social media platforms. And of course, we're not on it right now, but Zoom. How many Zoom calls have you been on since the pandemic?
I don't have enough fingers and toes to count over and over again.
A lot of those calls get routed through China.
Yes,
through Chinese servers. So it's interconnected in many ways, and these are all issues that people are thinking about. In terms of the deglobalization and our interconnectedness with China, as you point out.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm alluding to is there are potential losses for the well-being unless, which you might call a technological firm in America, can imitate those things and put them into the marketplace very quickly. The source of all innovation in the early Silicon Valley days was largely the United States. Now the source of innovation is more, which you might call it, more spread around, a little bit like what happened with the auto industry, where Japan and Korea started to take the lead in some respects.
Right. The good news is that like Japan, the Chinese financial situation is probably not a huge contagion risk, unlike the U.S. and EU financial situation in the global financial crisis, where we were all interconnected and lending to each other and distributing highly leveraged products, to West German Landesbanks and Norwegian pension funds. That's not the case by and large with the debt, the real estate debt in China that's held on the Chinese banking system for the most part. There's some bonds that are held offshore, but for the most part, the contagion risk is like Japan. It's basically centralized in their banking system, so they can deal with it internally by flooding their own economy with currency. But there's not as much a transmission risk as there was in 2008 between Western banks.
Well, Jim, I remember I just wanted to, take our audience on a broader voyage. They can look at your reading lists and so forth vis-a-vis Yale and your course. I listened to a podcast with an Irishman, I think his name was David McWilliams, that you did recently that explored some of the things we have, but other dimensions also quite vivid. And I particularly want to encourage our young scholars to engage in following your writings and your interviews and so forth, and think about the financial markets with the, which you might call depth and breadth that you do, because there's a whole lot of pressure to just be a member until, like you've said several times here, until the boat goes over the waterfall, and then you find out you got hoodwinked again. We all have to take responsibility for not getting hoodwinked, and you're about as good at smelling a rat and also seeing the prize as any financier I've ever met.
Well, thank you, Rob.
Yeah, thank you for being here today, and I look forward to another episode and and guiding our young people, Young Scholars Initiative, to learn from your example and from your writings.
My pleasure.
Hello and welcome to this GP News Talks conversation with guest Jane DiResta. We'll be discussing the U.S. and international financial and monetary system. More specifically, we'll be revisiting and updating an argument DiResta made in 2018 with the publication of her book, All Fall Down. An argument informed by the 2007-8 Great Financial Crisis and that holds into the present. Notably, that the regulatory and monetary frameworks in place today have intensified rather than diffused the threat of another crisis. In the preface to the book, Perry's Robert Pollin states, "All Fall Down deserves to be read, reread, and pondered over by anyone who cares about creating a more just, equitable, and sustainable society." Jane DiResta's most recent book, Memoir, One Among So Many, tells the story of a tireless engagement in the world of finance, government, and economic policy, committed to social justice informed by objective economic analysis. Jane DiResta is a research associate at the Political Economy Research Institute at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst. Of special relevance to today's conversation, in 2009, to coordinate an effective response to the then ongoing U.S. financial reform efforts, UMass Perry's Gerald Epstein and Jane DeRista founded SAFER, a committee of economists for stable, accountable, fair, and efficient financial reform. DeRista's work in finance, government, and economic policy has deep roots. From 1966 to 1986, she served as staff economist for the U.S. Congress. This for the Banking and Commerce Committees of the U.S. House of Representatives, and as principal analyst in the International Division of the Congressional Budget Office, respectively. Among numerous other distinctions, she was Director of Programs for the Financial Market Center, the author of a 2-volume history of U.S. monetary policy and financial regulation. Her body of published work includes studies of international and domestic and monetary systems, financial restructuring, the U.S. international investment position, and capital flows to emerging economies. DeRista has lectured in graduate programs at the Boston University School of Law, the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, the University of Utah, and the New School University. Welcome, Jane.
Thank you. Very nice to be with you.
So in today's conversation, I'll be drawing heavily from your book, All Fall Down. To start with, I'd like to ask a question about the title. Why did you choose All Fall Down?
All Fall Down is because the global economy and finance are so interwoven now that the crises in the past, which began, of course, with Mexico, then Latin America and Asia and Russia, etc., are increasingly global. And that is because of the word you used earlier, which is evolution of the system. I am trying in this book to make clear how the evolution of the system emerged so that what we have is a very much embedded free market ideology, which has produced 2 very wrong paradigms for the system. One is the procyclicality of it, and they much related, the export-led growth model that pervades the system now. So the issue is that it is a system that produces useless debt that has built up and is now building up once again, as it did at the beginning of the 2000s, to precipitate yet another crisis.
All Fall Down traces the shift in the U.S. and international financial and monetary systems from a national bank-based system to a global market-based system. And you point out the context for this transformation and its subsequent pro-cyclical effects were the neglect or abandonment of existing regulatory frameworks without attention to the implications on systemic soundness. In the introduction to All Fall Down, you state, quote, that this book attempts to provide an assessment of how the monetary and financial frameworks for the U.S. and global economies unraveled over the last 50 years. It offers proposals to reform the broken system now in place and calls for continued attention for the need for reform despite or because of the hostile political environment. The first section is a brief summary of the developments and proposals described in greater detail in subsequent chapters. The author hopes this summary will help the reader follow the progression of seemingly disparate issues that, like pieces of a puzzle, are indispensable parts of a narrative that describes how vulnerabilities' current system emerged and how they continue to threaten the U.S. and global market. So, Jane, give us a brief overview of that progression.
It was an evolution. It began with a series of things that seemingly were not related, but that worked together to create these unfortunate aspects to the global regime. It began perhaps with the Marshall Plan, a very well-intended project, and then also at that time, as the U.S. had all the gold in the world, and the expectation was that giving dollars to countries to rebuild, allies as well as enemies, we would be doing a good thing. And indeed, it was generous and well-intended, etc. But then there was also the issue of Russia and the monies that had been given to Russia during the period when we were allied fighting the Nazis. The Russians had those balances and did not want to give them into U.S. banks. They wanted very much to hold on to them, but also to take the profits. That was the origin of the so-called euro currency market, the external market, that banks in London were willing to accept these deposits in dollars from the Russians and invest them and make profits for the Russians and themselves. So the beginning of that euro currency market, which is really in the middle 1950s, is the origin of the paradigm that we have now. Then a lot of different things occurred along the way that reinforced the structure of the model that we end up with, including seemingly unrelated ERISA, the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, which said that companies that had offered pensions to their employees during the war, and many had, in order to justify keeping them, etc., would need to back them with assets. The bankruptcy of several companies and the fact that those employees were not going to get pensions riled the Congress into a good act of saying, put down the money before. Don't just tell them they're going to get it and then go bankrupt. Give them the money. Well, this would then, the beginning of the fact that the household sector would become, in the end, reliant completely on market forces, that over time it would be pensions and securitized savings that would be the savings of the household sector. They would not be putting their deposits in banks any longer, and they would not be borrowing from banks anymore. The growth in the mortgage-backed securities market meant that households were really borrowing against the mortgages that they had. No, this was not a small thing, and over time, the importance of it, not only in the U.S., but in other advanced economies, meant that asset-backed securities became the dominant asset in the market, and that you had a market that was, in effect, dominated by something called repurchase agreements. And that led to the fact that the banks, losing their share of banking activity, which had been, in the 1950s, about 65% of the market, and had fallen to less than 25% of the market. That is, deposit taking and lending by banks. Other activities, shadow banking, was off and running. And so banks, as they reduced their activities to that and became speculators in the market with off-balance sheet positions increasing constantly, we're transforming the market. And then you come up into the end of the 1970s, the beginning of the 1970s, I should say first, when the US dollar could no longer be backed by gold. And the dollar went down in terms of gold and then off the gold standard altogether. And there again, we have a very important event that contributes to how this evolution is beginning to march on. And so then at the end of the 70s, famously, the dollar fell in value. Credit controls were put on, which were very interesting. I mean, in the sense of all the things they did. It was credit not just by banks and financial institutions, but credit issued by the oil companies to buy your gasoline. Everything was being affected at that time. And it was putting the dollar back in place. The dollar came back in place, indeed, and began to become the hegemonic currency for the global economy. And so we're moving on then into the position where it was additionally featured because of the decision to allow the commercial banks to take on the recycling of the OPEC funds in the middle of the 70s. The idea was quite misplaced. They thought if they loaned them to the emerging markets would buy more goods from the advanced economies. It didn't work out that way. So the beginning of the necessity for emerging markets who had borrowed those dollars to obtain more dollars in order to repay and to monitor the situation for themselves began to create this export-led growth situation. I mean, the beginning of the debt. And I want to stress that debt is such an important issue in this whole story of what is happening to our markets and how vulnerable they are and how threatening they are. The first crisis was Mexico in '82, but crises began to proliferate. And what you had was more Latin American countries involved, the Asian crises, beginning with Thailand and going into South Korea, and Russia itself. As the periphery markets began to falter, we had the advent of the Washington Consensus, which said, oh, let's double down on liberalization and all the things that will allow the market to do the deciding rather than governments. And so Washington Consensus was reinforced by removal of all capital controls. And that meant not only the advanced economies, but also the emerging economies. And that was like putting them in total jeopardy. At that point, you would say the export-led growth model was fully in force. They were up to their ears in debt with dollars and other strong currencies, and they had to export in order to earn the funds that they needed to service their debt and to buy imports needed to keep up the export possibilities for their economy. The economies got starved. They were domestically, especially Mexico, when it hit its crisis in 1994, the economy almost stopped. And everything that was going on was export-led. And everything that all the credit was dollar credit, which meant it had to be export-led. So we were completely immersed in this situation then by the middle of the 90s. And those were preliminary crises which did not seem of great concern to the advanced economies because they were not seemingly were not affecting the advanced economies. In point of fact, they already were, again, creating markets that were so large, opaque, and with no information to the people participating in those markets, namely the foreign exchange market and the MBS, the market for mortgage-backed securities. So in the end, what we had by the 1990s was a situation in which credit, outstanding credit in the United States, had gone from what was $5 trillion in 1982, and that was all the time since the formation of the Republic, to $10 trillion, doubled in 8 years to 1990s, was incredible. So you had a sort of taking away of our guardrails. The regulations began to fall. And it's very complicated, and I do a lot with it in the book, but no point in putting it here. The point is simply that you began to have a global system which was totally unmonitored. The attempt to monitor it by the BS was very good. They were handling the capital flows part of the issue. But nobody was paying attention to the things that were really happening. For example, what did happen in the early 1990s, we have a situation in which the household sector's net worth relative to disposable income had fallen for the first time since the 1930s. And there was no protection. They were not being insured as the bank deposits were, and their deposits, their savings were not in the banks. They were in their houses and in the mortgage-backed securities market. So the impact on the household sector was really huge, and no one really discussed it. No one noted it. At the time of the dollar going off the gold standard, Nicholas Calder had made this remarkable statement in a series of articles they published in the London Times in the fall of '71, in which he said, "This will mean that a nation of entrepreneurs and innovators will become a nation of consumers, looking at consumption that is meaningless and non-productive, and it will be very much like the bread and circuses during the Roman regime many centuries ago." By 2003, you would have to say Calder's warning had come to pass. And what you had was what I have called, at that period of time, the sorcerer's apprentice behavior of the global system. And what you had was so much money coming into the United States, into U.S. assets, money that the U.S. didn't need to finance its current account deficit, more than it needed. Therefore, the U.S. Banks and other financial institutions that had this money sent it back out into the global market. What was famously going on at that time was the yen-dollar carry trade. That meant the major institutions, not only banks, but others as well, were borrowing short-term in yen at a very low interest rate. The Japanese government wanted, as a matter of its decisions about its own economy, to keep interest rates low. And so you borrowed in yen short-term, and you invested in U.S. bonds long-term at a higher interest rate. The positions were getting huge. On the part of the emerging markets, which were, of course, very active in the markets at that point, what they were doing was trying to sterilize the dollar inflows coming into their markets. They were finding the procyclical effects of the global system impossible to deal with. If they tried to contract the economy by raising interest rates, they got more inflows. They then became alternatives to the dollar bonds for a higher interest rate. And if they tried to lower the interest rates to stimulate the lack of activity in domestic goods markets, then the money would flow out, and they would be faced with a crisis or the threat of a crisis. So they were frozen and unable to act and unable to do anything except continue what they were doing. And they were trying to sterilize the situation by buying all the dollars that came into their markets and putting them in their reserve account, not cashing them in for local currency. And that, of course, seemed like a good solution at the time, but it wasn't. So in the end, what was going on was this money would go out again to be invested somewhere in a dollar asset. And that would then end up with more dollars going back into dollar assets, either domestically in the US or in the euro markets. And the debt buildup in that period of time, in the early 2000s, with a minor crisis in the US over the tech stock situation, set the stage for the financial crisis that came.
that gives us a lot of context on how vulnerabilities in the system emerged and progressed to transform the U.S. and international financial and monetary system, and how this shift to a global pro-cyclical market-based system intensified rather than diffused the debt buildup that, as you say, set the stage for the 2007-8 U.S. Financial crisis. And the way you see it, as we speak, this system is setting the stage for another crisis. So talk now about what you think will be required to diffuse that threat to the U.S. and global economies.
I would start with just reiterating that we have not gotten rid of the free market ideology, but that is still there with us. So we still have a pro-cyclical system, etc. And the solutions that have been offered, STRs, there are many solutions, of course, but they are not systemic.